We are awaiting comments from Fed Chair Powell. We are set to get a prepared speech or prepared comments that are apparently going to come out at any time. The actual testimony is going to start at 10 o'clock this morning, but awaiting this right now, we will get apparently a release of these comments that Fed Chair Powell is expected to make coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. I'll keep my eye on this whenever they do come out. We'll pass along anything that is meaningful. For the time being, however, markets are pretty quiet as we head towards the open here once again. Waiting this testimony that, if you miss it, is going to be not only today, but tomorrow in Washington. We'll hopefully get some kind of indication on what is to come as far as the Fed is concerned, not only in March, but going forward as they continue to fight inflation. Number of individual movers to consider this morning as well. Rivian, big move down on a bond sale. We'll talk about that coming up. Tesla back to the upside. A little bit more details coming out on this Mexico plant that could start producing cars. They're saying as soon as next year. Tesla doesn't wait around when it comes to getting these things done. So a ton to look at today. It is Tuesday, March 7th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Hopefully, maybe not. Just waiting for the quote board to load here so we can show you what the markets are doing overall. Back in positive territory, only just, as I mentioned, though, it's about 0.25% right now for the NASDAQ. 0.13, there we go. For the S&P, it's ticked down a little bit here, but still, as I said, holding on to positive territory as we are set for, as I mentioned, some comments here. At any point, they're saying we could get this release. Sharif here, as always. We'll keep an eye on some headlines coming out here this morning, but nothing yet as far as what is to come from Fed Chair Powell. But it could be more about what happens after that. I mean, I'm sure these will be very hawkish. Oh, yeah. He's going to say rates are going to stay higher for longer, everything we've been hearing. But if we do get kind of a Q&A happening along with this, that could be the main event.
It should be interesting because he's slated to testify in the Senate today and the House tomorrow. Yeah. The Senate controlled by the Dems right now, so the committee level is controlled by the Dems. So the questions may be, a bit more, hey, what are you going to do for the little guy type thing. And then once he's in the House, it may be, hey, let's get inflation under control. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see the dichotomy.
The wordplay, how it comes across from Fed Chair Powell coming up today and tomorrow. CRM just popping back up to the upside if you missed it early on. Einstein is alive, guys. The CRM GPT product, I guess is what we're calling it these days. Mr. Powell today.
There we go.
No, I don't think that's.
Mine should be on there. I was actually. Oh, I was talking to Mario. I'm like, oh, let me turn this off while I was grabbing my coffee. But Einstein CRM, look. When Powell talks, it's like, how many times can we hear, how many times are we going to hear data dependent? How much is he going to talk about the strength of the labor market? Like, let's not forget the blowout number that we got for employment in January, right? So, we're going to get an update on that. I think that's just as important. There's a couple of things that are big this week. I'd almost lean, because this is prepared comments, it might be a bigger deal when we get that employment number later this week. Could be true, could not be true. We're certainly going to find out. I don't want to say, you know what, here's the best way to think about it. Be patient this morning because we're expected to get that release. And I would expect maybe we're not going to move too much until after. We haven't done much of anything. Just looking at the SPY, like you're in the same channel that you were the entire afternoon on the SPY. And normally you wouldn't think that we'd stay in this channel. We'd probably break out of it at the open, but I'm talking one way or the other. But in this case, it wouldn't be surprised if we were to stay within that range, at least for that first little bit. Salesforce gets interesting. Dick's Sporting Goods with an explosive earnings release with a beat there. So I think that's going to be worth at least a cursory look. Meta and Snapchat are going to be in play. Meta up 2.5%. That TikTok build moves forward. The question becomes, can you actually see any follow through? Now, Snapchat's one I'm actually on the bid of. I like that 1150. You go to the daily chart. I'm here, might as well show you that 200-period moving average is trying to bounce off it. Both those names in play and strong based on that TikTok news. So I think you want to be patient early on, digest whatever he says, and try and join the party whichever way you happen to trend. Lots of individual names to look at. You mentioned CRM, Rivian. Rivian's another big one that's going to test, well, that could test that 15. I shouldn't say for sure. It's about less than $1 away from that big 15 level on Rivian after that 1.3 billion offering. So there's a lot to look at today. Just make sure you're not overdoing it early, because when we get Powell's prepared comments, then we'll get a real move.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be in any positions other than 10x is what we're in right now. But I don't think we'll be in any positions, or we might be in some positions, but nothing too heavy before 10 o'clock. Let's just wait. We've talked about patience and how key that's been for our trading over the last couple months, and I think that today is a day where you have to exercise patience. The reason why we're in 10x and we're already up 5-6% on this position. So if you're taking, looks at that, if you look at your position, like what percent am I up or something, I mean, that could be something here, but this could be a nice runner today. 1.7 million shares on the short float for 10x, and again, an upgrade today up to $6, whether or not that happens or not. We've already sort of been up there. Huge mover potentially here. 10x, we're in this name, but we're only in it right here, 76, 78. So that's what we've got. We're going to see if it continues to go to the upside. We got out a little bit early at 84, and again, we were 10, 11, 12% in the money when we got this out at 86. We rebought some again at 79 and just been getting them out at 83. Hopefully we can run higher on 10x. I don't even really want to get any more out until we're back up here at the high of the day, which is what I have, 89s. And we're going to be averaging into this one until we get back to sort of where we were pre-news, 66, 65 cents. So I like 10x here. This name's not going to be affected at all by Powell. So if I have to trade something like this, we'll trade something like this. And we're into penny stocks now, boys and girls. So buckle up while you can.
Yeah. Just hearing from our friends over at Financial Juice, Tony Knack telling me that it's 9 o'clock, possibly 9 a.m., guys. We could get the release of these comments. Again, a prepared statement will be released ahead of what is to come at 10 a.m. So we'll watch it for 9 a.m. Nothing yet as far as what is to come. But here's a note this morning from Refinitiv, everyone pointing towards Fed Chair Powell's testimony coming up this morning. I want to focus this on tech specifically. We'll talk about Rivian coming up here. Huge move down, obviously, on this 1.3 billion bond sale coming from Rivian. But I want to focus this on tech a little bit because obviously it's an interest rate sensitive group. We've seen them, hurt the most anytime we see yields move back to the upside, anytime we see the dollar moving back to the upside. So we got to keep all of these in mind today, Apple, Microsoft, so on and so forth.
Yeah, and I've heard some analysts come out and say quite openly that, this little bull run that we've been having in 2023 is going to come to an end today. And that's kind of how they're looking at it. They're looking at, big tech has been carrying some of these exchanges and these indexes, Brendo, and it's over for them. I don't agree. I think we're going to be like kind of in that zone where we get a good number and a bad number and fluctuate.
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's constructive from a long-term perspective. If you zoom out and you see that kind of range that we're working our way into on the daily or even weekly time frame. Meta, guys, with its own catalyst here this morning. Bloomberg reporting more job cuts to come as soon as today, possibly, or this week. So Meta, put that to the side, a little bit more positive than the rest, but big tech has to be on watch here today.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I was just about to point out the cues here, and you can talk about, and I heard this, a lot of people in the last couple of days or recently been mentioning just the sheer number of names that are breaking above all the moving averages, or in this particular case, the 200 and the 50, and you have the NASDAQ kind of doing the same thing. But if you were to draw a lazy trend line, yeah, you can say we've made a break. We just have not really made that next leg to the upside. You could make the argument, okay, well, the real move is when you make that next leg up. Well, now you've broken the trend, kind of this 290 area, you bounced off the 200 period, the 50s trailing as well. and then you make the next breakout. Like that would be us getting through 314, not sitting in the middle. I mean, what if we just go sideways from here and we never actually break that recent top? Then that would be pretty bearish. And I look at UVXY just bottoming out, and it's been sitting here, just holding support, bouncing. And what that's telling me is, when you're holding those lows, oftentimes in volatility, that next leg has to break. Like, where's that leg breaking down? And, how's that going to get us to the upside? I mean, I want to see VIX breaking levels down. I want to see, the Qs taking out 314. Like, that would be the next important thing. You mentioned Meta. Now, obviously, this is going to be a strong name today. Well, relatively strong name today. That's the best way to put it. Up a couple of points already. Just remember yesterday, it looked pretty strong at the open as well, and then rejected this top, both right at the open, this 190 area, and then just a little bit later on in the day. So this is a big level up here, that 190, a little double top action. It has already been here, if you go back far enough, when they had those earnings, but it never got to the 200. So Meta's going to have to chop through this or chew through this, and that 190 break is looming for this stock. It's on its own in terms of the bigger tech names because it has a very specific catalyst going for it. But yeah, the market needs to break out of the channel for a lot of the names that are lagging here to get going, but you saw signs of it. Google finally breaking away from its 50-period moving average. That just happened in the last couple of days. But Meta's the one to... Meta at 190 is almost too obvious.
Look, we put Meta here on the sticky note here. It should take 190. So if we're going to talk about big cap tech, we have the sticky note out right now. Meta, 10X, Rivian, and then Tesla to all be talked about. But what I want to look at right here, look, this is the dollar, right? The dollars should move a lot when Fed Chair Powell takes. Well, I mean, it could move at 9 o'clock once we get those, if we get the release of the speech at that point. I'm looking to see if we take down 104. I mean, we've bounced off 104 here, going all the way back to the 1st of March, which is where we were bouncing off at that point. 104, we made a move all the way to 105, and we've just sort of been stuck. This is just a 30-minute chart here. For the DXY. So as long as we are hovering in the middle here, not much going to change, but this is going to make a dramatic move. So we're going to watch the DXY today. I'm looking for it to take down 104. If it does that, then this market, I think, is in rally mode for a bit. I mean, we've hit a nice high there. It's going to go either way, right? If we stay in the middle, then I could see us sort of hovering around the NASDAQ up or down 1% based on what he's saying. We know it's going to be higher for longer anyways. So I just feel that if he talks about no cuts this year, I think that'll be a surprise to some. And let's just wait to see how the dollar reacts. The jobs report coming out this week should be, I mean, if it's hot again, the reason why I think Congress is going to be worse is what is the Fed's mandate, right? The Fed's mandate right now, anyways, as Powell said, is to keep inflation under control. They're not really doing that. Rates are still rising. So how are they going to bring back inflation? They don't have too many more tools in their toolbox. So I'm excited. Again, I don't pay for this. So I'm excited to see what he has to say when he's questioned about that. But I don't think that line of questioning comes today. I think the Democrats are going to be hopefully a little more maybe talking about jobs, talking about that jobs number that's going to come out. I feel like they'll focus on inflation. But again, into elections and things like that, they don't, if inflation can't get under control, then that's going to look bad on the Democrats. So let's just wait to see what happens. It's going to be an interesting week for sure, to say the least, especially with the economic numbers coming out and then looking again at this dollar. So I'm going to be watching that. And I've already gotten a lot of messages today. And honestly, it's just, to me, it's no big positions until we find out exactly sort of the flow of Fed Chair Powell and what he wants to do. So we're still only in 10X. We've got a good position. We're long at 79. Like I said, it's 5-6% in the money, looking to break out higher. My next offer is at 89, which is the high of the day. And I just think with a 1.7 share float on this name, here it is right here, 10X Therapeutics. They got an upgrade today, up to $6. I think that's way too high. It's only 7 million market cap with a real small float, and short float is non-existent right now. So we'll see where this name goes. I'm excited for this. We were in early today doing stuff, so that's why I'm in these. I mean, I took this first position at 7:30. So here we go on 10X. Let's see if it can hold these bids.
All right, a few other notable names here to consider this morning with their own news catalysts. As far as earnings are concerned, there was a little M&A activity for WW. Squarespace higher, nice looking chart here today, sharply higher after revenue forecast beat expectations, higher subscription number as well. This company needs to figure out what they're called because some people say it's WW International Incorporated. Some people still call it Weight Watchers. So I feel like what they're trying to do is the program itself is Weight Watchers, but the parent company maybe like a Meta versus Facebook type of thing is WW International. Anyways, they're higher as well. They bought this telehealth platform that came out after the close yesterday. A number of positive analyst moves. Dating app Grindr is downside big time. Earnings miss from them. We saw Bumble a couple of weeks ago come out, was better than expected to the upside. So a few other interesting names today.
Some of these pandemic names are coming back, like Weight Watchers picking up a telehealth platform. That's something we saw more often in the pandemic phase. But Squarespace, technically here breaking out, guys, right above that $25 area. It's a technical breakout here. We've been in this zone going back to last April. So nice little move here.
All right, just seeing a few more people talking about 9 o'clock possibly. So we need a countdown or something for these comments to come through for Fetcher Powell. Again, it'll just be the release statement. His actual testimony doesn't start until 10 o'clock, guys. Lots to consider today.
Yeah, look, you don't want to put a countdown on because then what'll happen is it'll be like, a little bit late to get the comments, and then all of a sudden it'll be like much ado about nothing, and everyone's digesting it. But WW, okay, first let's start with the short interest here because it's not nil. And it's actually, I'd say 11%. Only one source has it at 9%, but 11%, not a gigantic float for a cheap name. Like 50 million, on a $4 stock it's not a tremendous amount here. And you just look at, let's go daily chart first. I mean, you just broke the 50 period. I think you'll see obviously here if it gets to like 5.25. Maybe 550, that could be some obvious resistance, both the 200, so you have a bit of a trend resistance, and the last little peak here at that 550 area. So WW has room to still go. Do I like the breakout? Yeah, I like it. Generally speaking, when you make an acquisition, you're going to end up being hurt by it, and it's going the other direction. Sometimes that's the way it is with the smaller names. But that 425, like your current pre-market low, is the breakout level. So everything in here is almost like money fills, like 4.25 to 450. It's almost like money fills above that breakout price. So I like the dip on something like a WW. If it had zero short interest, probably wouldn't like it as much. But the fact that it has even the short interest going with it, it's been a nice little upward trend. That gives me something that's interesting to look at right here off of the open. Not really looking to chase it, at least not early, especially when I see the volume right now, only like 400,000 shares, so it's still relatively light for a smaller name, but I'd like to be getting this somewhere between 425 and 450. I'd look for that at the open, though.
I mean, a big stock that's been getting hit pretty good there. Neil and I talked about this before the market, before the show. Netflix yesterday got absolutely killed. There's 330. That's the 50-period moving average. It spent a little bit of time up there. I think my best out on this is like 328, so I'll have to look back. I didn't get too much out up here at all, if anything at all. So, watch out for Netflix now breaking below this 330 and looking like it's going to be in trouble. I could see Netflix heading down. I was going to say sliding down, but down to this 260, which is where the 200 period is. That's what I'm looking at there on the daily chart. And then into here, 280 for sure. We've got to hold 300. I mean, if you don't hold 300, then 280's coming in. So I'm looking at Netflix as being pretty weak. And then yesterday, this is that, the collapse here in the afternoon for Netflix, straight to the downside. Again, like Netflix, I think, wins the streaming wars. As here goes 10X, now starting to go up, now 7 cents in the money on that one, on a 70-cent name. But there it is, huge slide to the downside. Really didn't stop at yesterday's bottoms or anything. This does remind me a little bit of Meta's slide. Now, we did have the short, I mean, it's not as dramatic as Meta's up right now on the day, but Meta slid off this 187 all the way down to 184. So although Netflix was down $10 on 300, this name was still down 4 on 180. So nice bottom move there. And all the names sort of collapsed into the close yesterday, which is leaving me to think, oh, we have a bad wick on Apple. Okay, leading me to think that maybe today wasn't supposed to be so positive. But again, the NASDAQ's up. We have 10 minutes to go before those maybe not gets released at 9 o'clock. But there goes 10X. I said there it goes. It just went to 87, which is our best out so far on this name. So we're long 10X right now. You can't see it because it's Surge Trader at the bottom, but Neil is not in anything, and I'm in right now into 10X. So we're going to wait to see if we can get back up here to 89.90 and then hold that. I know people in the chat are like, we're going to 10X this name. That would be awesome if we could do that. But honestly, just looking at a longer daily chart here, we have the 50 period is up at 110. I think if you get anywhere near $1, you're going to definitely want to take something out, and then we'll just see what happens when it pops through the dollar. What was it, TRKA or something the other day?
TRK is the one.
It went through $1.
Well, no, not yet. It hasn't.
Did it go through? It might have gone through. No.
It's a different one.
There was another one yesterday that went through and then came back.
AMV.
Oh, was it AMV? Yeah, that's the one that's on. Oh, no, that's Atlas Motors. Yeah. So there it is. So now we've settled back down below. So as you can see here on the daily chart, yeah, it's going to be hard to see, but forget it. Anyways, it's just when it bumps up back above $1 right there, we sort of touched it. That's going to be a key level. So that's what happened to AMV. When it went up there, touched $1, it broke to $1.01 and then came back in. So watch out. If 10X can get there, I mean, great. You're back up to 87. I just saw an 87 again right there. Maybe we just get it out again at 87. I'm being greedy waiting for 89 now on this name. So, small runner. I don't really want to be in any names on the big cap side right now. But if I was going to be in anything, it's going to be Meta at 190. I really think that, it came all the way back up. You're above this 185. 185 is right there. 185, which was that top, and then these bottoms. So I feel like Meta's the one that's going to work again today. We really hit Meta well yesterday. It was one of my I can only have one number one stock. I don't know if it was, but we traded Meta well, and we'll look to do the same thing here today on that name. Wow, man, right back to 87 again. Let's take a piece out at 87 on 10X. It'll be a 10% win for us or more. So I feel like that's worth it. It's bounced off there a couple times. I'd hate for this thing to retrace. Like, it can retrace really quick, man. Look at the spread. I mean, the spread is more than 1 penny. It's like 1.5 cents when it opens up right there, right? So this name could easily fall back in. So let's watch out for 66 bottom here on 10X. But I'm going to put another piece at 87.
Yeah. Just hearing some more comments regarding Powell. VRAX, I'll keep an eye on any comments. 133% here for VRAX to the upside today. So a few little ones moving around once again. This is one of them. If you missed it this morning, it was up on this news. Avian flu test kit for home use approved by the FDA. That was yesterday for Sharif. Moving over to the NASDAQ. And this was a voluntary move. I read into this note a little bit after the close yesterday, and they were saying they just want to be more in an environment with their peers and think it'll get better exposure that way. Yeah. And so going over to
having a day yesterday, Brendo. We were just talking about this off camera. This is kind of like the move of death initially here, where you have like the first one-day runner a little bit. Yeah, sure, no problem. So bring that up a little bit. This is the one-day runner kind of look. Bradley, sorry. The one-day runner kind of look, and then the retrace of death. But all of a sudden, new life is breathed into it here in early February. And then you have this amazing continuous run. This has been a hell of a swing for whoever's holding it.
We should keep in mind, guys, obviously the overall market's going to be in play today, but a lot of people still looking at these little tiny ones. BMRN was mentioned a couple times this morning, not a lot of volume, but an FDA note on BMRN as well. But VRAX, whatever you want to call it, might be the hot one today.
Well, I think there's a few. I don't think you, like, some days it's obvious which one is going to be quote-unquote V1, but you've got TRKA trying to break $1. You've got 10X that Sean's in right now. You've got VRAX, which you just mentioned. This is about the float here. 5 million, 7 million doesn't really matter. It's not a heavily shorted name, but it's obviously on a pretty big breakout. You go to the daily chart on this bad boy, and what you're going to see is, okay, when it gets to $1.75, $1.80, it might have a little bit of a checkup there. And if it does pull back, we're so far away from that buck. Like, do you like previous resistance at $1.25? If it wasn't the fact that it was 1/4, I'd say you kind of throw that one out there, but it's already dipped once. I feel like if it gets back to 125, you almost have to prove to me, like, it would have to prove to me it's not just going to fall right through it and slump. So it's a lot closer to the next level up than it is to what I think would be that next level support. And if 180 is that next level up, well, you're far away, far cry from that 125. So if it starts heading to the downside, I'd be very, very patient about where to pick this one up. I always like that dollar play. This one's too far away to even be thinking about that dollar bounce play off the open. If it gets there in the middle of the day, that could be a little bit of something. But this clears 180, and there's a little bit more room to the upside. I'm not initially thinking short, just given how small the float is. I'll probably pay for locates if it gets at or above that $2 level. But it's that one, and then look, TKRA wanted an 80 break all afternoon. TRK wanted an 80 break all afternoon that just never came, that double top. So you're now gapped above that level and trending down into it. It just feels like it's going to retest that breakout. So I'm looking to buy the dip off the breakout in TRK. It is more of a short squeeze type play, and it's already pretty squoze here to the upside. Ooh, thank you, Greg. He just dropped off some cookies here. I was like, oh, I'm kind of hungry, kind of peckish. And he just threw some cookies out, so I'm kind of happy about that. But TRK is already on one. If you look at this is making that charge. If it fails $1, expect a decent pullback. So whether that's all the way to 80 or maybe something like the 85 level, which is the bottom here, if it fails $1 at the open, I do expect a pretty decent pullback on that name. I'll be paying for locates just in case because I like that dollar trade. But my first look is I wanted that breakout, so if I can get in front of 80s and get that bid, I'll be there.
All right. All these names can run. They can do whatever, you guys trade them, you don't trade them. One name that is really heavily traded, AMC keeps on bouncing. It did it basically once, twice, maybe right there as well at $6. We kind of were just hovering around there. And then boom, came back into $6 and ripped again another 10% up to 660. So I just look at AMC and it's like, is it worth taking a 6 long? Yeah. 6 long, you have this bottom right there of 590. If you give it to 5, you even give it a little bit more at 580, something like that. It depends on, as a day trade, what your risk to reward is and how many shares, and everybody's account's going to be completely different. But this is just a 20-minute chart for AMC, and I just look at it like, hey, maybe there is a possibility here to get some bounced action at $6 again for AMC. So, you're going to just see here, downside move, comes in, bouncing off again. We'll see if it can hold that $6. This is just a minute chart. This is another 3-minute. Again, you're below the 50. You're going to be below all the numbers, but no matter where you look at this, I still think there's a potential to bounce off $5.90, $6 for AMC. So, and then you have a top here of, you could easily break $7 as well to the upside. So, I don't know. If we're not going to really be in any big cap tech names off the open, which I don't think I'm going to be, if anything, the news right now, of course, is that bipartisan group of 12 senators are introducing the bill today to ban TikTok, to giving the new Commerce Secretary powers to ban TikTok. But did you hear what China said overnight? It was pretty nasty, man. There's a new defense minister that basically said the U.S. is like on a thin line and they better quit. So sort of some of this talk. They didn't like Balloon Gate. They're not going to like this TikTok nonsense. And the biggest name to get hit, and look, all the Tesla fanboys and everybody out there can say whatever they want. Look, Tesla's performing the best. I agree. I love Tesla. I think that Tesla has a huge future in everything. But the minute that China comes out and says anything like, oh, you want to ban TikTok? Well, watch what we're going to start to ban. 40% of Tesla's units sold in China. Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about Apple and what their production and what their sales are like. The iPhone 12 or 13 was the largest selling phone, period, in all of 2022. You want to start messing. I just don't think, not to get political, we're talking stock market here, but I just don't think you want to mess with some of that. So I would say you watch out for Tesla, possibly Meta, like Facebook, Google, they're already not in China, so that doesn't matter. But Apple and some of these other names, look, I don't know Warren Buffett might have to pick up the phone and start to talk to President Xi himself, because if Apple or anything starts to happen to some of the stuff that I think is going to happen, including possible ban of, maybe they ban the production of iPhones or something like that, or the export, something. I don't know what kind of tax they can slap on. I love Apple. It's one of my largest holdings, and I'm a bull. I have tons of stock in tech. I'm just pretty nervous if China can step in and say something negative again to sort of go back and forth with this TikTok ban. I think you're opening up a can of worms that is not going to be nice for the market. So you always talk about Black Swan. We pretty much had the only Black Swan event of our lifetime so far, my trading lifetime in the market with COVID. Are you going to get another one here possibly? And I don't know if a Chinese tension is a Black Swan, but something hard against exports. I'm just looking at that could be in the realm of possibilities. So don't ever discount something like that. So I look at the Chinese ban here, or possible ban of TikTok, as a positive, but at the same time, there are a lot of negative headwinds that could happen with big cap tech.
This name too, Nike.
Oh, there's Starbucks, there's Nike, there's unlimited retail names.
I think it's like the retail names as well. In some ways, I'd be a little bit more concerned about them because it's double barrel action. What's the one thing everyone keeps talking about that's holding up the economy and why you keep hearing soft landing? Because everyone's saying how strong, the consumer is still strong, the job market's still strong. Well, if that were the last shoe to drop, when you look at the case, the recession case, then that last shoe to drop is the strength in the consumer. And if that goes, and suddenly that weighs on a Starbucks and Nike in some ways on its own, and then you have the Chinese tension. And this name, look, it's been on a great, fantastic run, but it just broke the 50 period back into the downside. If you're looking at a stock that could put in a significant pullback and where it's setting up, it's just starting to break back down right now. So there's a lot of vulnerable names out there. You just don't want to sleep on any of them. Like you mentioned Starbucks as well. You could probably do the same example with that. So there's a lot to keep tabs on. By the way, Tesla just broke low of the day.
Yeah.
First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Shout out to Surge Trader. TTV promo code will get you 10% off. Let's bring in Arun and get a check of the futures here as we await any sign of these comments coming through. Again, a few people still mentioning that it could be 9 o'clock. We get the prepared statement, then 10 a.m. going to be the main event today, Arun.
You said it. It is the main event. This market has essentially flatlined from yesterday's close. So it's pretty clear what we're all waiting for, right? So until that comes out, this market is highly unlikely to make a move. Now we're pretty boxed in. We had a nice little rally all the way up to the 80s, came all the way back down to the 50s yesterday. So that essentially sets up the range for you. So we're centered out. We're sitting above the range bottom. We're actually pretty even. Yeah. So I've got 35 down below. I've got 85 up top. We're pretty centered out here, and we're just waiting for this market to go. Like it's been a while since I've seen a market really just flatline right in the middle of a range. So I guess at this point, we really have no choice. The smarter decision, actually, instead of forcing a trade, is to actually just wait for this to come out. So if it is a prepared statement, I didn't know. I thought it was just going to be a testify. It's going to be a 10 o'clock start of the testifying there. So if that's the actual scenario, or if there is a prepared statement, whatever the case is, we do need to know what's going to happen coming out of the Fed. So we're going to wait it out. We're going to play 35 on the bottom. We're going to play 85 up top. We're going to need a range break to make the play. If this news, or if what comes out of Fed or comes out of Jerome Powell isn't, let's just say, that big, and this market just plays within the range, after 10 o'clock, we're still, well, not after 10, it would be a little, I would say 10:30-ish. I would imagine by then it's mostly out. After that point in time, if we really haven't broken a range, you've got to go back into the range trading side of things. That means playing with the top end of the range, playing with the bottom end of the range until we get a range breakout. You can't expect this to actually just break the range, because it could turn into a nothing burger, right? So we'll just wait it out. And for now, 35 on the bottom, like I said, and then 85 up top. And we'll see how this market wants to play after Jerome Powell starts talking.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. If you haven't done so yet, guys, grab that. First of all, scan that QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and you can have the watch list for free every single day from us Super simple, has everything you need to know in the pre-market on it. Just seeing a tweet from Baidu. So this is Baidu tweeting about its own AI. Essentially, it's going to be released soon, to sum it up. No movement here from the stock, but just be aware, Baidu tweeting about Ernie. I don't know how they're coming up with these names. We got Einstein from CRM today, and Ernie's coming in the next couple of weeks here from Baidu.
Apparently
it looks
they're
like
acronyms.
They have to be, yeah. Let's talk Meta to kick things off here. I mean, it's worth kind of prefacing all of this today, saying that none of this could matter, let's be honest, whenever we get these comments from Fed Chair Powell and then the testimony that comes at 10 a.m. So we'll give you our thoughts here in the news anyways on each of these coming before we get to that today. Here's Meta. Bloomberg reporting after the close yesterday and again this morning talking about more job cuts, thousands, in fact, that could come from Meta as soon as this week.
They're looking at taking out middle-level management, Brendo. They're going to go manager to manager and ask basically, what are you doing specifically and where is your decision-making process? And they're looking to consolidate. The year of efficiency, remember what Zuckerberg said back in the call?
More cuts, to come from Zuck. It looks like, I mean, there was rumblings of this last week, if you remember, a couple of days. A few people were saying this is in the works, but nothing has been seen yet. And here we are again today talking about it, guys, but no sign of it actually happening yet anyways.
Yeah, it's not a surprise. Let's put it that way. That's the best way to think about it. Like, it's probably up to 2%, just as much because of what's going on with TikTok, if not more so, than what you're seeing with the job cuts. So it's still about that breakout. Can it make the break of 190? And look, all this could be moot, and we could have, like, the release could come, and all of a sudden it's so incredibly hawkish that you're all the way down at 184. So this is one stock where I don't think it's not that crazy to look at what the range to expect, or at least to hope for, would be today. Like that 184, 185 bottom from yesterday, and then 190. And then away from those prices, you have some serious runway. I don't think you're breaking down past 184, but if that were to happen, you do have a pretty sizable gap in, just given the strength that we saw going back into Friday. So I like Meta. If we get down, I'm looking for a couple of places to buy. I mean, a breakout, yes, but if we get and see down to that 184 half, I don't see a reason not to be looking for that bid. Meta, obviously, they had the big earnings gap. It looked like it was going to refill, at least attempt to refill the gap. Held 170 really nicely. It feels like it's trending for that eventual test of the 200. Tesla got there earlier and had a decent move off it, I would say, before pulling back. Meta has yet to make that breakthrough, and maybe this is the first step through that 190. But you got to wait for it. Either it breaks the top, or I'm just waiting on that bid down at 184.5.
All right. I don't have any pending orders on any of these names, but I do like Meta. We've actually done okay. I know I'm in a lot of tech names, but the one name that we were buying on these dips were Meta. And I have, when this name was 11, 12 on the PE, it was an easy buy because the main problem with Meta was their expenditures. We talked about that. And if Zuckerberg is going to hold like 90-something% of the voting rights, he's the one that has to change the mentality there. And it looks like they're doing that with more job cuts. And you saw that on their last earnings report, where they didn't talk too much about the metaverse and all that spend of billions and billions and billions of dollars. So we're going to have to watch out here for Meta taking down 190. I really like that trade. But again, it's not, for me, it's not worth, I don't want to trade in ranges with small shares. I want to wait for something to happen here. So either Meta has, it's on the sticky note as the #1 name. And by the way, right now, this is why we talk about it, and why if you go back on my stream and on my feed, why we talked about buying Facebook down there now, $110. Price to earnings now $21. Not looking so great anymore. Still pretty attractive and well within the range for some of these big tech names. But I could see Meta fading out a little bit here on some of that. There's, they're not the most socially responsible company in the world, so you got to watch out for some Meta hate as well as some Meta love. So if this drops back in here, for me, honestly, I didn't really look at any dip buys. The 185 is about as clear as day. So anyone buying 185, 184, you're just buying it against this support. So I don't know if it's going to be a short through that level or a buy. So I'm just waiting for that. I don't have any pending bids or anything on this name. I would much rather take a 190 break long, but if we do fall in for Meta, I think we'll have a look at it. That's it. I'm just going to have a look. I'm not ready to commit to anything yet today. And again, for any of you guys, you were like, oh, you want to see more Arun. Arun was there with me last week, and he's going to be all next week as Neil goes to spring training. So those of you that are excited to have Arun back in the building, he's going to be here next week trading and looking at the futures and talking all about everything that we do. So Arun in the building next week. That should be fun. But anyways, yeah, Meta. Look, I'm honestly sitting on my hands. Like I said, people have been tweeting at me, hitting me up on Instagram and everything, and I'm just going to sit on them and wait. We just got a reload of 10, not a reload, but we got some more shares of 10X here at 80. Is that what filled? 80? Yeah, 80 filled. So right here filled. We're going to wait to see. So my average price gets bumped up to 79.5 right now. Oh, it's showing 80, but that's fine. Let's just see if we can get back up. We said about that 87 level. We had an offer there, so I don't really know why I didn't get filled. But, you know, again, getting traded through and all that on the pre-market. The spread does open up, so we're going to put another bid now, 84, 85, because we have a reload, and then we'll just wait to see. Our out's down here near 60, so we could take 15-cent hit, which would be nasty off the open, but like I said, I don't really have too many ideas yet in the tech space. I just want to wait, and we have it coming up next. We're watching the DXY starting to go right now, so if we're going to talk about big tech, I think that's something that we can look at as it's starting to get back up to the upside. Again, there goes the dollar strength, breaking near the day's high right now, trying to get to that 105 level. So dollar strength means bad things for big tech companies. We'll talk more about that when we get back, but let's go over to the desk and see what Brendo has to say.
6 month and the 2 year as well. There's the inversion of that. We'll talk. Speaking of the dollar, here's the, we were just talking about the yields a little bit here. The 10-year and the 2 year kind of chopping around, hanging out within the range. This is an hourly chart, so we're just kind of bouncing around within the range from the past couple of days. These will also be, or potentially anyways, very volatile. But I mean, it's a great point that, Sean, you were making there in the sense that if we don't hear anything outside of what we've already heard in the sense of, you know, we're going to hear higher rates for longer than expected, and, you know, it could just be, it'll be volatile, but it could just be a bit of a nothing burger as well. So, yeah, we put big tech on there in the sense that these are very rate-sensitive stocks that do move along with the overall market and along with any of these comments specifically on interest rates.
Yeah, I'll be looking for like key trigger words, guys, like what he thinks the terminal rate should be if he's pushed on that by any of the senators. Unlikely probably to give an opinion on that, but looking for declarative statements.
And again, this is all just, we need to be prepared. You know, if the market does go up, we've seen Apple, for example, guys, has been relatively strong over the past couple of days. Goldman yesterday, Morgan Stanley today. There was another couple of price target increases today.
Yeah, and you know, Apple had a 156, and then it was a level that I liked, and ultimately didn't end up getting the short. Just a few other things on the radar when it got to that price, and it happens to you. But pre-market was talking about the resistance that Apple had put in. So I almost just think, allow this to happen. We'll get whatever the update is, and if the market wants to rally through, Apple at 156, or at least breaking above it, can maybe get to that 60. And that's just where it's at on the daily. But it turned on an absolute dime there. You know, you see what just happened at that key level, straight shot. I mean, look at, you basically were getting pretty consistent gains 3 days in a row off those bottoms at 43, and we turn on a dime at 156. So that gives it a decent place to reverse off of. I don't know. So this is 153. If you look at the kind of late morning support level, and then where we ended up closing just above that 153 level. If that gets taken down, Apple could get bearish. So it's trading at a price range that I don't know that I would want to touch this. If it bounces off 153, great, then it's holding the early morning support and holding that close price, and we can get a run into 156. That's the big level that I think is worthy of a short. I mean, I thought it yesterday, so I don't see any reason why not to look for that level short, and then it can be a reverse on Apple. But you just have to be patient. It's shown the top in yesterday's trade. It's entirely possible we get a breakout, but you got to be able to play this one by ear. If something crazy happens to the downside, let's just say you get, I think it's crazy, but 149, 150 was a pretty strong level of consolidation before. So if the worst happens, I would think that could be an area to pick it up. But that 56 was what I liked yesterday. So no reason to get away from the notion that I like a short up there if we test it.
All right, guys, let's wake up. Yesterday we had a monster trade on Google right off the open, man. We had this 94 long, and it ripped all the way to 96. Like, that was a huge move before giving back a little bit, but not that much, and then respecting VWAP here. We talked about this into the close before eventually breaking down lower, but it didn't really do anything off that break. I mean, you got a big print here at the close, but we kind of just hovered around. So I think Google's strong today, no matter what happens. So, I mean, again, if the market tanks, fine, but this is going to be a name that I'm going to look to pick up, maybe at that 94 level again, as I really like the way that Google's traded off of, oh no, it's going to show the split. Yeah, darn it. I really like the way Google traded off $90 down there. You know, we came screaming in for down 10% and then stopped on a dime at 89.90. And then since then, it's been 3 straight up days heading into the fourth today at 95 flat. So let's wait to see if anything happens around here today for Google. But on any weakness, I like this name. I actually think that they're not an undercover winner. I know they're a big winner. My kids are all over YouTube Shorts. That's basically TikTok. So I like Google going long here. Again, you're going to have the dollar problem as the dollar continues to march higher. So that's going to be a little bit of an issue. But I like Google here. I think they can win. And yeah, break of 97, 98, 50 periods here at 99. I like it. I think we can go a lot higher on Google. So let's just let that happen. And that would be the name that I'm looking at more than Meta, believe it or not, would be Google. So I'm going to look at Google to pick something up there, especially if we do fall down. But the strength right now in the market, you know, it's basic. I mean, here it is. Oh, so if I move this over here, you can see you're basically flat on the market right now, and you're barcoding around these bottoms. So I still think there's an interesting move to come. We already know that. I mean, at 9:30, the market's going to open up, and I can expect a little bit of a slowdown in the market and just kind of hovering around. And then 10 o'clock, man, it's on like Donkey Kong, and then you're going to start to see some action. A mixed bid and sell right now in the market, and very, very light. I mean, there's nothing even over 100,000. BlackBerry, give me a break. So I don't, you know, I'm not super excited. At least we have CRM with the sell. I actually sold CRM the other day, actually the day of their earnings call. I liked it, but was happy to get out of this one. Finally back to like flat in my long-term position for CRM. I wasn't sure where I was on that, so I just got out of some. I only got out of a quarter, but that's a name that I could see getting sold off for quite a while there as they look to introduce ChatGPT into their platform on Slack. So Microsoft could of course catch some tailwinds off that, but I'm not super excited about anything right now, and I just want to wait. If anything, it's going to be Google down there near 94, or of course Meta. I still love Apple near 150. I mean, it's well above 150, so we'll check that out. Or Meta taking 190 back down to 185. So for me, it's hands off until we see what happens at 10 o'clock. I'll probably put something on, but it won't be very hard.
All right, let's talk some SI here. On that BlackBerry note, they did report, obviously not good for BB. Downside, revenue expectations were a mess. Crypto focused, meanwhile, Silvergate. Back to the upside here. Again, along the lines of let's be prepared if we get a move to the downside, if we get a move to the upside. Silvergate obviously flirting with the possibility of bankruptcy here, so downside potential. Anyways, again, nothing new as far as news to add to this story outside of what we talked about yesterday, the Silvergate exchange network getting shut down, but gapping higher here.
Yeah, and it's had an impact on crypto and how Bitcoin has been trading. You know, we held that 23,000 to 24,000 level in February for the majority of the time. That's now in our rearview mirror, and technical analysts looking at this stock are saying, you know, the good days probably are behind us, and we're probably in for some volatility and some range trading for a while, Brendo. So if you're a crypto bull, I guess hang on.
Could be a wild ride. COSM, little one we've talked about on the show a ton of times. Cosmos Health entering into a material definitive agreement with Canna Laboratories. So COSM looks like making a acquisition. Here's SI, 1.6, as I was mentioning, big move up yesterday after everyone was expecting this thing to just fall apart. So again, if we get a move downside, this would be a good place to look maybe.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And look, to me, I'm looking for a short the pop situation. This is kind of like when Bed Bath & Beyond was making moves. And, really, you're looking for the short. And because of the ridiculous short interest, like 80%, you've got to think about shorting the pop. So that's what worked. 635. It turned, I mean, come on. It turned at Friday's high. Like it's not even rocket science. The day before that was 665 I like. So multiple levels in that range. I think it breaks 635 and still be valid for shorts into that range. So I'm looking for the short off that high on a pop. All about that short interest giving it the bump. If it were to test $5, remember it broke it once and had a pretty strong rally. It then bottomed out there again off 510. So there's some buy support down around $5. I'd rather be shorting pops than SI. I did make what I like to call it a mistake. SI short was my best stock yesterday. But I like to call it a mistake because the first thing I was shorting was Coinbase, and I gave it up to go over to SI at about that same time, and you can see what happened to Coinbase, right? Like stronger move to the downside. Got to be able to admit it. I backed the wrong horse, and even if it won, it's like one had the better payout, right? So if we get any kind of a spike to the upside, I'm not sure when you reject on Coinbase like it just did, rejecting, so it broke 65, it broke that big 67 area, which had been a big one for a while, got to 70, and didn't just retrace to 67, didn't just retrace to 65. Like, it came all the way back and then some. I can't see any way it's getting back to those two levels today. So that 65, 65 and a half becomes in play for some shorts, maybe even in around that 66 if we're really patient and not waiting around for the 70 level. Both these names I like to short those pops, but wow, did Coinbase, when it came down, that one really accelerated, guys. So you want to make sure you're locked and loaded here. It's worth mentioning, I'll get this out of the way. If you pop the daily chart up, it's been holding the 200 period and holding that $60 level. But it has lower highs being put through and one heck of a reversal candle that just got put in on the daily. So I am looking to short the pops once again on both Coinbase and SI.
Let's talk a little bit of Rivian here. We'll maybe squeeze in Tesla if we can. We should have time. But wanted to mention this as well. Downside in a big way this morning on this. Bond sale to come worth $1.3 billion for Rivian. Remember, they lost $1 billion in their quarter. Downside on that revision of their forecast, their production forecast downside. Remember, though, at the end of the week last week, they said 60,000 could still be possible, but I mean, there was really no follow through for that. So big move down here for Rivian.
Well, this kind of thing makes me feel like they don't have enough money. If they can't produce, and then they're doing an offering. So it's an interesting look. Anyway, they're trying to raise money for the family-sized car that they have. That's going to be more, they're more affordable, more produced in number. If you listen to what they say, so. I don't know. It's not a bad move. You want to get into that segment, the more affordable segment.
I mean, they can't make the ones they've already sold as it is. So now they're talking about another model. So, yeah, not good. We're right back to those bottoms from a couple months back here, guys, on RIVN.
Fahad, I'm built different, bro. Don't worry about that.
Oh, Fahad.
Fahad's like, oh, how do you guys do this? Like, you're so exhausted with how much sleep did you guys get? Just built different. Fahad knows what that's about. But anyways, okay.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah. Oh, shout out, we got new Toronto Cups.
What?
Yeah, Toronto.
Word.
I think we showed this.
T-Dot.
I think Arun had one the other day. So there's a couple new cups happening there. But, okay, so. Rivian, yeah, we're going to talk about Rivian. Yeah, what's up, Randy? Randy's in the building right now. Okay, so, I mean, for me, Rivian, look, you're gonna do a bond offering. They're going to have to pay a lot. I mean, this is not the right environment to do anything like that right now with rates where they're at. I just got one, Randy. Thanks for asking. If you were asking about coffee, I have no idea. I mean, I'm looking at my charts. Next thing I know, I see Randy's face right up there.
He just comes out of nowhere.
I don't know what he's up to right now.
He's like Pokeroo.
He's like Pokeroo. We used to have a Pokeroo thing.
We did.
That was cool, man. Pokeroo, Canadian legend.
I grew up on it.
Yes, sir. So, okay, so Rivian again. Yo, Hi, man. Who is that guy? Mr. Jean Shorts himself. Has he got pants on today? Yeah, he's got pants on. Okay, so it's all good. All right, so right here. Look, we talked about this yesterday with Rivian. I think Rivian is, I mean, I don't know. I don't,
Where's the
Ford's given up on them, Amazon. I didn't really hear too much. It'd be interesting. I should actually, before I talk about it, maybe I should get into, what sort of percentage these companies still have of Rivian. But I mean, the reason why I look at this and it's just like, you know, I don't want to throw up, I don't own the name, but like you bounced pretty easily off that 50 period. And remember what got Rivian started was actually Lucid rumors. It had nothing to do with Rivian. So like Rivian was down here $17, $18. It got a couple day bump up because the Saudis came in and was like, screw this, we're just going to buy Rivian or buy Lucid. That never really came to fruition. They probably bought some more shares, but definitely not, you know, the interest that they thought they would get. And we could check out Lucid as that popped to like, what, 20, then back down now to about 10 bucks. I haven't even looked at that recently. But again, you come out, you offer, it's not taking over too well, right? So I'm, again, looking for short. It's on the sticky note. I have it right here. I have $17 where we closed yesterday. And whenever I can't really find any levels, I'm just kind of go back to yesterday's close and just say like, with this offering, and what is the short interest? It's not too outrageous. We saw this yesterday, about 9%. Yeah, so 10%. You know, it's not a huge short float, so I can't see it getting excited for that reason. They have to raise more capital. They're not producing. I think they went under their level of expected production. So I'm looking at this 1580 and saying, let's break short. So I do have a 1550 break short, which just goes back into here. So that's 1517, but right into here is 1550. It goes back to the 1st of March. So if we break lower through there, that's the short that I want. Or I was even debating this 1580 short, but we'll play it in here. If it rips up, we'll try to use 17, maybe 1720 or something as an out, but any kind of a short for Rivian is what I'm there for. So I'm actually waiting midway, 1660 to start. Maybe we'll get out if we get up to 17, but weirder things have happened on stocks like this, on days like this. So let's just, okay, first of all, that's Rivian. I just want to go over to it because the NASDAQ imbalances just came out, and what a surprise.
Mullen.
Oh my God.
Not Mullen? You
Jack all on this list right
Mullen?
now.
Oh,
yeah, what
like,
about Mullen?
Let's
talk about Mullen then. Mullen
like
is
that,
23 cents.
It's like that, huh?
It is like that. I mean, I don't remember the last time. I know you're just playing around. I don't remember the last time any of us took a Mullen trade, but there's TRKA right there. And I don't want to disregard Mullen, but I mean, look at, you guys want to talk about it. I mean, this is 44 cents. There's been 3 or 4 up days there. You bouncing around off 20. And if you think that this is if this is one of those names that's ready to go, I'm not going to hate on this.
Oh, the 20-cent level.
I mean, you're back down to 20 cents again.
Hey, that's that level.
I know. So anyways, I was expecting to see something on here. I wasn't really. It was just like, let's see if there was a favorite name on here, and there isn't. So no Meta, no Google, no Apple. Intel is on here, you know, but other than that, man, little light on the imbalance locator here this morning.
The only difference I have for Rivian is a couple of things. Do not forget the bottom and put at 15. This wick is real, and it happened at the open. It touched just in front of 15 and then rocket ship like $1.25, and that happened so quickly. So, you know, it's got a bit of a bid down there, but I just like the 1630. I mean, that's 1620, there's 1620. So even that 20 to 30, it's a pre-market high. Right now, it was previous resistance. It ran away from that a couple of days ago on Friday and broke out from there. So that little pop and fade notion, just get in the short. If it takes out 30, yeah, you know, allow it to get a little bit higher if it squeezes up. But, you know, I'm going to be there for this one, kind of off the open, looking for that pre-market high to try and hold on Rivian.
All right, rundown today, guys, brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting software used on our desk by pretty much everyone you see here. See what's moving in the market as it happens with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description. Trader TV20 gets you 20% off. Shout out to Trade Ideas, as always. Was just checking once again, still just to confirm, no comments coming through yet for this quote-unquote prepared remarks anyways from Powell. New update coming through for the Mexico plant. Going to produce autos apparently as soon as next year. When Elon wants to do something, he doesn't waste time.
They're saying 9 months this thing could get built. They want to start digging by the end of March. They're already trying to hire for managerial and associate positions. They want to expand, I believe, Brendo, the chip making and the battery facilities there. So interesting look for Tesla. They get it done.
Yeah, I read late in the day yesterday, it's a 4,000-acre piece of land property that they're going to build this on. So they're going to put it together pretty quick.
Okay, just very quickly.
Mexican real estate.
Well, why not? Hola?
Booming.
I did just get Snapchat here, and I sort of talked about, you know, liking this name. Got to it a little bit late in yesterday's trade when it was really just a short off the $12 level, but you know, it held up in the afternoon. It broke the 1175. I was reversed from long to short at that level, but then it caught a bid at 1160. And then flipping over to the daily chart here, you've got the 200 period moving average at 1150 as well. So I'm long in front of it. It gives me an obvious out there at that 1150 at the open, so just want to have a look there. We already talked Tesla. Did we? I thought we did.
Right.
Look,
we did earlier. Yeah,
I think we did. Look, I like Rivian. Obviously, right now at that kind of 16 level, looking for shorts in front of 1630. Tesla 200 already got rejected in yesterday's trade. And I don't want to diddle here. I want to short pops on Tesla. It's not in a range I like, whereas Rivian happens to be. So I pay for locates so that Rivian will be the one that I'm trading. As we are dropping the countdown, I'm going to see what we got today for the national day. That was faster than normal. Here we go, Prad, and it's actually more like 4, 3, 2, and ring it, brother.
It's funny, I talked all about like I want that logo, and then it was like, okay, finally, and I was like, National Day, I thought was a good look as well, but thanks for that logo there. Brought to you by Trader TV Live. You're now tuned in to the best station on YouTube and even on terrestrial cable. We got to make a move to cable.
Terrestrial cable.
That's right. All right, so right now, let's just continue to watch it, man. I have Apple going on right now. We're going to watch to see if that does anything. It doesn't look like it wants to. Let's go over to Tesla quickly. We're still in 10X as well. That's open. We're going to watch out for that. Tesla right now doing exactly what we thought. Up to 192, down to 191, and stuck in the middle is Tesla right now. So we're going to wait to see where all these names go as the NASDAQ is flat. What a surprise off of an expected big day in the market happening in about 30 minutes. Let's just continue to watch some names and help you guys and traders out with any names you want to talk about. Rivian downside.
And right away, we're going to ring the register on Snapchat. It bounces off that support level from yesterday. We talked about that sort of 1150 area. We got it. It just broke 75. And then got through. I was going to offer 85, but by the time it got there, was already getting pre-market highs. Now, where can it go? Well, I told you guys at $12, this thing turned around. So it's got resistance at 12.10 up here. So you always want to make sure you pay yourself out. This market certainly is going to do something when Powell comes. So I feel like any opening trades or morning trades or early trades, you want to make sure you're taking some profit in there. TRKA, I guess forget about the dip buy, I suppose. That was the other one I was looking for. Well, that didn't happen. I've canceled. When it goes to $1, I'm canceling my bids in front of 80 because if it goes to 80 and fills me, a lot has obviously changed that particular point. So this one wants to break $1 right now. I didn't want to be chasing this for $1 break off the open. I don't like $1 break at the open. I'd rather be playing the dips here. So if it rejects $1, I think it can pull back into at least 90, if not those 80s, to be able to grab it.
All right, we're still in 10X. It's opened up. The spread is still a penny. It's not doing too much. I mean, I'm probably just going to hold this until that 60-cent level. Let's just see if 10X wants to go. It's a little premature to get it in and out of anything right now for this name. But let's go over to Meta, another name that we were looking at. It did touch that 190. That was that key level for us, man. We put on here 190. Normally, okay, 10X is starting to crack a little bit lower now, down to 76. So let's wait to see where this name goes. We're going to try it off. So again, we are out of 10X, man, if this breaks down here. 66. Wow. So here it comes. It's a nice pullback down in. They're flushing this name down. We played it because it was short float. You know, we're still in it. We'll watch it. We don't have much else going on right now. But what I wanted to do was I don't want to get any more 10X until it gets into that basically 70 flat level. But yeah, looking at Meta, maybe we take this break. But again, it seems foolish right now when you know Brennan could get a hold of the speech in a matter of seconds, and then everything changes. So I just feel like to take one of these big cap names, it's not appropriate. And then right here, Rivian might be something to take, something with its own news, an own catalyst that could potentially get out of its own way. So Rivian right there, just taking 1580. This is probably a short. Let's try a small short here on Rivian and hold it to 16 because I still think we can get down. What, that's 1570? Okay, let's see if we can get a little bump up to Rivian and just take this one.
Yeah, sweet Christmas. I want that short. It just never popped up to get it. So I'm going to take 16s. I'll take 1620s. Anything in front of 1630 we can get. But wow, Snapchat already, I was like, yeah, well, it might have some resistance when it gets to yesterday's high. It's there right now. So I took some out when it got to 12. It's just continuing to be arrows up for this stock. Meta didn't break. I have a print above 190, but I don't think I saw it break 190 on Meta. But it doesn't matter. Snapchat's going through, now up 4% and leading this group. If it continues from here, I want to be holding, looking for re-entries off the break of the high, but it has yet to truly clear out. So let's be patient with that. I still want that Rivian short. Don't know if we're going to get it. Man, just pop up a little bit. NVIDIA here, I still think it was a rejected breakout. Obviously, at that 239, 240 was solid, but then a huge reversal. If this comes back up and tests that 39.40, I think it's worthy of a short off that level. Brendan again, what's up?
More earnings, guys. C Limited, software name just popping up here on huge relative volume. Doesn't trade a lot typically, but it is today. Beating right across the board, 17 cents per share in their latest quarter. So again, thinly traded, but just went from 69 up to 72 there for SE.
Rivian, yeah, Neil and I just talking about that and like why we weren't in that a little bit earlier. But the thing is for me, I already sort of talked about that strategy, and it's like, I mean, we just got a 75. We're short now. We're short 84, so we'll go a little bit of this just because it's finally moving a little bit. But again, it's just, let's watch out for this NASDAQ, watch what it's doing. We have Rivian short. I do have another bid at 72. Let's put something, you know, maybe at 75 as I just saw it bounce literally off that 76, 75. We can take even another 70. There it goes. Okay, let's go. Nice done there on Rivian. A couple outs there, 75, 76, 74 as it's coming back in. Let's just keep taking some out on Rivian and try to hold a little bit for that ending move here, possibly on Rivian. But so far, just chilling out and waiting for something to happen, guys.
Yeah, trying to be patient. I mean, I haven't really got Rivian. I can see 239 coming in. It's getting pretty closer on NVIDIA. TRKA, like I said, had rejected that dollar. Don't like chasing a move into the dollar. If you're going to get something, look for the dip buy. It didn't get to those mid-80s that I want, but now it has a chance to. Once you reject that dollar, I think you have a chance to get down into the 80s. I'm just going to park a bid probably around that 85 level and see if I can't get an initial entry point in here, and then maybe one at around that 87. So let's see what happens with TRK. I don't want to chase. NVIDIA is definitely on one. Snap, it looks like this one it's gonzo now. There wasn't even much of a consolidation above that 12. So I'm looking to buy the dip in Snapchat. If you look at the pattern it put yesterday, let's go here first before I move to another stock. If you look at the pattern it put yesterday, there was a huge move up, and I was like, get out, because then it did the huge dip buy and then went again. So I just felt that same thing would happen. As of now, it has not, but there's always a chance. So that dip would be rejecting somewhere yesterday's highs, coming right back in, giving us 1180 to 12. That's where I want to park. Just in case we get that whipsaw back and forth, I want to be reloading in this range, and then let's try to trend to the upside, guys. The chip names are super strong. It's not just NVIDIA 239 that I would like. Just look at Intel. I mean, the chip name, like NVIDIA just went 1% to the upside and broke $3 up. Intel did Intel things, which is still failing at 26. So I'm going to put the short on in Intel in front of that 26 level. I think I was looking at that level in the afternoon show, if you remember. But anytime it shows that relative weakness, I do look to fade it off the high. Brendo?
Squarespace just popping up here when we discussed very briefly this morning. This one as well from yesterday, if you remember, big mover yesterday on this news. VST starting to go again, straight to the upside, already 24.5 up to 26.5 after that news from yesterday for VST.
All right, Baba, new position. We just took it short off 90 right there. Again, trying to play the key levels. We'll take 30 cents there quickly. Or no, 20 cents, sorry. We don't have the exact price there on Alibaba, but so far so good on that one. And we'll just wait to see how far down Alibaba wants to go. Again, just trading it off 90, right? So that's what we're going to wait for. Hopefully there's something there, but that's what we're doing right now on Alibaba. Good trade, and Rivian as well out on that. So we only have two positions. Here comes Alibaba. Okay, so I'm happy with this one. Again, waiting for key levels, right? I mean, if that's going to be key levels, how many times can we say key? There it is, right back into 61. There it is. We'll take that fill as well as it breaks back down through. So right there, Alibaba, good level, good trade. And again, we just went back over to something that we're comfortable with, trading off of key levels in what should be and what is going to be obviously a big day here today in this market. So let's just continue to watch out. We know Jerome Powell's coming through in just a matter of 20 minutes, if not earlier, with the speech in hand. So that's what we're waiting for. And then unfortunately, I haven't averaged in anything to 10x. I mean, I really, would hope that we'd be able to get some love here in this name, but it doesn't really look like it right now. Just bouncing off that 68. We're getting close to getting out of this name, but 10x right now making a move back down into 70 cents. So watch out for that name, guys, 10x.
Yeah, just speaking of making a move down, the same thing just started happening in TRK. I just got an initial fill. It bounced. I thought initial bounce might be around 87. Instead, it bounced right at 88. Hard to see there on the 3-minute chart. I prefer a 3-minute, but I did get initial fill there at 88. It's at 85 we're looking to hold. I don't want to hold that all the way to 80. I think 80 is going to be its own trade. So let's see if this one actually starts holding up at that pre-market low. But yeah, these are starting to come back in. And when I say these, I mean like the 2 small caps that we're looking at. I haven't taken a look at any of the other ones just yet. I am into the Intel short. I don't want to lose my attention though from some of the names we're trying to fade into. One of them being Silvergate, which, by the way, Silvergate's only going down. So I'm going to cancel this. If it goes $1 up, I probably don't want a 625 short, just like that, sitting on the offer. It's already flushed one time and looking particularly weak. And then Coinbase, the other one I wanted to track here, enter twice, that actually went to the upside. So Coinbase went up as Silvergate went down. Maybe not surprising. Silvergate has its own problems that I think are specific to Silvergate. But Coin, I like that 65.5 to 66 area for initial short. I did get Intel, so I am now in the Intel short as well.
All right, I mean, it's happening again and again and again right there. Another one there for Alibaba. We just took 50 cents out on that one as it broke through 50 right there on that short. So that's going to be a good one right there, as we're just still looking for more shares to trade.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know. Rivian's
Snap
flushing.
is gone. I'm getting out.
Snap is, which way is Snap going?
Let's just reject. So
let's check out Meta 1.8. See, Meta's still in the pocket as well.
Meta's not breaking one. Meta actually just broke down, but I'm out. Snap just went to 1250. Like this was the level I kind of thought, and I said this yesterday, if Snap gets to this level here, it feels like it starts to be a short, and I don't know, maybe that's just how I am. I see it get up there, and I'm thinking shorts from here to that 13 level. So I'm out of Snapchat. You get $1 on a move like on a trade like this off the open before we get anything from Powell, I'm going to go ahead and take it. I just feel like there's going to be a short opportunity to come in as a day trader. Last I checked, you can't be short if you're still in a long position. So thank you, Snapchat, for that.
Correct.
Thank you, Intel. No, it's true. I say that as
man, you're dropping a lot of wisdom. Are you sure you want to drop all this wisdom?
I say it kiddingly because I was the first person, I think, there was a bug years and years ago where it showed up. I covered a long and it showed me long and short once as an accident. But NVIDIA is now back up, 238.5 in front of that 239. This would be the area I was looking to go short in NVIDIA. Ooh, I might have just missed it. Berendo.
Watching Take Two here, TTWO making a bit of a move back to yesterday's high. There's a few reports floating around suggesting Grand Theft Auto release has been confirmed, but not a lot of volume here. So making a big move, but pretty thinly traded for Take Two.
Money, 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 money.
I mean, there it is again, man. What's up, the professor and everybody spinning that money today so far? I mean, look at this Google trade. We just went long 24. We got some out 42, some out 35. So we took a dime on the first piece, and then now we're watching this, and we're just getting them. Like when it's popping, we're getting it out. I have no idea if Google's going to go up or down once Powell opens the yapper. So I'm just going to wait and see what happens here on all of these stocks, man. Rivian, you want to talk about a trade here? Rivian, good move. We didn't. Okay, we got 65 there. Okay, so we're out on Rivian right there at 65. Let's see where it wants to go now for RIVN. Good trade there. We're still in it. Short to the downside. Just trading names, man. Look what's on the sticky note here. 10X. That's not working, but we're in it. Meta, 10X, Rivian. And then we talked about the name that we wanted. The best name that we wanted was Google for that long. So right now, let's see, man. I'm not giving this, just like I said, like that I like this stock. I'm not giving it that much love. If it breaks 95, we're out. I mean, that 95, we got VWAP here, we got the 200, we got the 50. It's all right here. We've already taken 95 today. If it wants to take it again, great. But, we will be out if that does happen on Google. But what is really paying out right now? Bang, for anybody in the chat. What's up, Farm Trader, for you? What's up, everybody, man, in the chat? Bears versus Bulls, thanks again for your great work. Look at Alibaba, $1 now. There it is, officially now $1 in the money. We did it there again with Alibaba. So I hope that you guys maybe had that trade with me. Alibaba to the downside, guys.
Yeah, this market's starting to really flush here. So ES got red. The NASDAQ is trying to hold up. I think what you're seeing is some strength in the chip names that caught it to the upside, but none in Intel. It's almost 1% down. This just feels like it's a little bit of a flat bottom break. So if it gets to 25, I wouldn't be surprised, but I kind of would be surprised because it's Intel. Every 10 cents is where I like taking profit, if not sometimes 5 cents. So I can't say that, and then I got nothing out at 80s. I don't want to chase that too far. I'll try to get some 81s here because Intel, it just shouldn't necessarily move this far. So I just got some out. Want to ring the register. I keep saying it over and over again, but pay yourself out when you have that chance. Tesla, not a lot to see here. It's sliding to the downside, but not too much going on there. And then I just want to go back over to, I talked about coin being relatively strong. Well, that didn't last very long. I wanted 65. It's already dumping on coin through 64. So you're getting dump city as this starts to come back in. I'm wondering what's even holding the NASDAQ up at this particular point because I'm seeing everything almost looking pretty red right here. TRKA is trying to bounce off that 80 level. That's the breakout that we didn't get because it gapped up from the afternoon.
Yeah, TRKA, 10x again, with that, and that's a position for us that we have on board right now as well. This 10x getting a little spicy here now down to the downside. We do have our position on, so we're here on 10x. Let's just see where it goes from here, though. Nice position. Who knows? I mean, it's right now into that level that we talked about. If we break too much lower than this low of the day on 10x, then we can scram and get the heck out of there on that play. But we do have another. It's not a new position, it's the same position, but Rivian just came in again. So we're gonna watch out for Rivian right now on this side. We just punched short through 50. We actually got, I think we got 50. It looks like we got a better price than 50. No, we got 50 flat. Okay, so we get 50 flat there on Rivian, and then we just got some out. Like we got 43s, 44s. So we're getting lighter on this trade, but it did break lower. So that trade right there was really what was good on the top side for Rivian. So let's just wait to see where this one wants to go. But it's been a good day so far. We got $1 on Alibaba. I mean, that was about as clean as it could be, man. We waited for that. We didn't wait for it. We saw that it hit 90. Trade key levels right now. That's what's been working for me. Alibaba. I mean, Google's long off 95. Let's see if that can continue to work. We'll put another offer up here just in case. But yeah, other than that, let's just continue to wait, man. It's only 15 minutes away. Dollar strength still right now going to the upside. So this market, although it's going up, the dollar's kind of going up as well. Never really a recipe for success, but we'll see how that all pans out. What's up, Brendo?
Just reading an interesting note here, guys, from Barron's just coming out regarding this testimony. So remember, this is a semi-annual testimony that happens, and it started way back in 2014 was the first time that they had this semi-annual testimony from the Fed chair. Basically, following this testimony, the market has moved up or down 1%. So a 1% move up or a 1% move down, only 3% of the time. So it could be absolutely nothing coming from this overall. Basically what this article is saying, but we wait to see and hear from Mr. Powell.
Yeah, and we play the patience game, obviously, but at this point, there's still plenty of things moving. Wow, Snapchat doesn't even, there's no pullback. Snapchat didn't pull back off 1250. I want to get to UNCY, though. Runner from yesterday, yada, 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 failed a 150 break. Now 150 is breaking out. So if we come to the chart for a quick second, I just want to dip into 150 on UNCY here, guys. So if you show me a rejection of a level and the next day want to break it, just like that TRKA in front of 80, which we have, I'm looking for the dip in here to the 150. I'll probably start it just southbound of that 160 area, looking for the dip. Significant price level on this name, and it's a big, big gapper, obviously, as you can see here. So it looks like you're kind of safe. I won't say you're safe to be in these names, but they're not really caring what the market does, which gives you a little bit of cover. So I got that TRK, but this is what I meant about Snap. It's just not really slowing down. And the level, I expected it to have a pullback off this because it's way too parabolic at this point, almost up 8% there. There was no dip to be had. I don't need to put you don't need to have a bid $1 lower on a stock like Snapchat. Again, if you get the fill, you probably don't want it. So the next leg up is going to be 13, and this happened the last time. Sometimes you miss out the second leg of a long, and the next trade, I'm looking for a fade. And that's going to be if it gets to 13. So, we're here, we're above 1260. The next trade is very likely to be that short if we get close to 13. It was a good long. I didn't hold on to it long enough. And the aforementioned TRKA, I say it slowly because I've bungled it a couple of times, and then I'll type it incorrectly. It just bounced. There was that 80 level. Didn't quite get there. So I got some as it got to that price. Didn't get all in because it never touched 80. Now I want to see, can it get above this 90 area? So I'm a bit southbound to relieve pressure. That way I can add more at 80. And then I'm going to take some out on the north side and then hold the rest to test that $1 range. I don't want to be long a breakout at $1. So I like this play a little bit better, kind of finding a way to be long going into the buck as opposed to trying to take that one out, because I find the dollar break can be a bit of a trap sometimes.
All right, good. Yeah, so Yeah, just got news there. So my daughter made the High Park team, so we're really happy for that one.
You'll be busy.
Yeah, we were at baseball practice yesterday. Not tryouts, but like a coaching clinic. Yeah, not coaching clinic. I'm coaching, but well, hopefully I'm coaching.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, the skills clinic. I guess. You know, I thought, like, what a great business that is here in Canada. Like, these guys basically have a huge warehouse, and they do a great job. Shout out to everybody at Baseball Zone there in Mississauga. But they have a huge facility and coaches and stuff like that. And then, honestly, I'm looking at that place. They had, like, 100 or more, like, kids in their teams.
I know a guy that does that.
Like, do you know how much money that is?
I ran track against a dude whose brother played for the Red Sox.
Yeah.
And they have one of those businesses. Like,
And I mean, here in Canada, it's like you can't. You want to throw the ball around. You want to get your reps in, pitching, everything like that. It's like, and it's like $40 to $50 an hour.
Yeah,
I mean, at least
they make
bank. And I just want to say shout out to all those guys and girls over there as coaches. So I'm really proud for my daughter. So a big shout out right here. That's me and her. She sent me this picture. That's when we had, shake it like a Polaroid picture right there. So shout out to you, my darling, and congratulations. Hopefully you're doing well in school. But now it's time to focus on what's good in the market right now.
Oh, here comes
Google. I might just take a piece out, man. We're 10 minutes away, Brendo. Brendan right now, not the hardest he's ever worked, but he's got that little piece in there. Listen to Financial Juice. Anything drops, you're at the right spot right now. We are ready to go. Man, forget about watching it live. Brendan's going to bring everything to you when you have that. So, man, we on one. I'm super happy. What a great day, and what a great day for these markets. About to get a lot spicier, Neil.
Yeah, it's about to get spicier, but there's another test at 2:30. There it is. Come on, NVIDIA. I'm already in Intel. I just actually am looking to add to it. But then NVIDIA double taps that 238.5. But it's like it's floating up there. And then the second it taps it, it's like 20 to 30 cents down instantly and kind of hard to grab some shares. So I have had trouble getting in. I'm not being aggressive enough. So what I'm going to do to remedy that is just try to get in a piece. Like I'm going to wet my beak a little bit. Who is it? Who's a wet my beak term again? Now it's already bugging me because I know we talked about this just yesterday.
Who used to say that?
No, it's from The Godfather. It's from The Godfather. But I'm going to wet my beak at 238 with the notion that I really want this a little tighter to that 238.5. But if I don't get those shares, at least I'm in something now because it's double tapped it. And a VWAP retracement's going to be, just a little better than 1-to-1. So if I only had this, it's not the end of the world. But I'm looking for this. And obviously, if the market takes out the highs, NVIDIA can make another run here to that 240. But I'll short the first level. I'll short the first level first. I knew, I was saying it, I'm like, this is going to sound stupid when I say it. I'll short the first level first and worry about 240 if it gets there. So I'm in NVIDIA. I want to add some money fills in the 25 to 30 range if I can get them, and then looking for the VWAP retracement and then some. It's just this and Intel that I have. I never got that Rivian. Thank you guys in the chat. Don Finucci said that.
What's up, Don?
There's no chance. I've seen The Godfather so many times. I should have got that. I should have got that one easy because it was, Sharif said it the other day.
Oh, did he?
He did. He's a big Godfather.
I know they had that. They had that poll up there.
I should have got.
I chose Scarface as the movie for me for preference.
Benny Blanco for the Bronx.
Yeah, I mean Goodfellas
That's
is
top
hot.
5.
There's so many. I mean, there's so many, man. We like Goodfellas. Donnie Brasco. I mean, it just continues on.
Carlito's Way is a classic. That's the most underrated.
You can keep going. I mean, we talked about Casino as well. I mean, Joe Pesci is pretty amazing.
He's a funny guy.
He's
a
great,
funny
man.
guy.
And you see My Cousin Vinny and stuff. I mean, there's been some good takes there. Okay, so let's just get this all set up. So as we go, you know what? I'll probably be trading actually the TQQs. So heading into this number, I don't know if we'll be on it. Well, it's not a number, but heading into this event at 10 o'clock, I kind of feel like we won't be on too many names until they come into some levels. But again, the NASDAQ is like right here, right now. Like the TQs, same thing. This is a triple levered ETF against the NASDAQ. So T is going long, S is going short. It's the same thing. I prefer the Ts. We don't have to worry about pay for shorts or borrows on this name. So we always get that question. Why are you trading this against the other one? I just prefer that if I'm long, I'll just go short TQQ as opposed to going long SQQ. mentally wise, if I have a whole bunch of longs in my account, I don't want to be short something else that's actually a long, you know, like with the SQQs. So I'd rather just keep it all green and keep it 100. But look, this is the level right here, man. You want to break lower on the day here? 23.50 on TQQ. I don't want to put that order in right now, but that is something that I'll definitely look at with TQQ. 20, what did I say? 23.50, yeah. The low of the day where we opened up. So let's just continue to watch that here into the morning. And 10X, fortunately, doesn't have wings. So just like F1, it needs to pour some Red Bull in its engine right now and really get going back up to the upside. You see, Brendan, I'm putting some F1 references up in here.
I saw that.
So there we go. So let's get some Red Bull in here and get going on this one and see if we can go back up to the upside. Otherwise, man, a break of 65, we're gone on 10X. It might be a 10X loser, not winner on this one.
Yeah, so I just got VWAP, or at least close to it, so we'll be pretty happy about this. It's not going to look a gift horse in the mouth on NVIDIA, but it is holding. These are higher lows on the 3-minute that you'll see here, so it didn't quite get to VWAP. I didn't get any of those fills that I wanted. I like to call them money fills, and I'm stealing that from Luca. It's like if there's a price range you want short, like 38 to 238.50, like the money fills are getting short the wicks, as opposed to getting short like where there's better liquidity at 38, which is where you could pick it up. So I didn't get any of those money fills, as I like to say. I think they're about to come in right now, but I want to stay nimble in this one. Intel's kind of doing some Intel things, man. I got some out there. I'm like, okay, I'll reload some, but let's not go all in or anything until this actually tests at 26, which it might be doing as we speak. And then going back over to Snap. So look, I want Snapchat. It's just, you know, it rejected. It didn't quite get to 1275. That's where I would have initiated the short. So you're patient. I've said this before. Sometimes you're too patient. I didn't get the short. Now if it holds VWAP, I think there's a nice little bounce play to be had here. VWAP this early doesn't really matter, but that 1240 level, this is where I got out. So sometimes you got to suck it up, Buttercup, and realize that if I just held the position, that you wouldn't have to get back into it. If we hold 1240, I do like this. But we are going to have a bit of a change here. So stay nimble, stay light, relatively speaking, even a trade like this. It's too far out in front, either tight stop, smaller shares, or both. It's up to you. I'm taking less than we had the first time if we get these 1240s. And then if it holds VWAP, fantastic. So 2 chip names short. And, of course, no Rivian and no Coinbase. Oh, goodness, Coin just didn't go far enough, right? I wanted the short. It just didn't quite give me the entry point here as this continues to flush to the downside.
All right. I mean, I wish there was really more for me to talk about, but you guys sort of know the strategy that I'm doing right now. We're just going to wait for things to happen. And if it does, great. And if it doesn't, then we just wait for 10 o'clock. And right now, that's only minutes away. So Rivian just kind of bouncing around. We're not in, I mean, I was sort of thinking to myself, like, maybe we should just get out of some of these shares if they don't really mean anything to us here on Rivian. So, I mean, it's at this key level. I thought 50 break would give us a little bit more than this. We just got some out for flat there at 50. Let's see if it works. I don't, like I said, we took a piece out. We don't want to take on too much risk on Rivian. So let's just take a piece out right now and just watch it. So we do have right now upside move. What's the matter?
I'll be right back. This is a sign for something.
Oh, okay. That's our 8-ball. The 8-ball is in the building. Neil's going to go. Neil, don't. I mean, there's only 3 minutes left. Like, okay. All right, whatever. All right, here we go, man. I don't know why you left there. That's pretty crazy. But okay, here we go. Only a couple more minutes left. Let's watch out to see what happens with Google right now. Trying to break a little bit lower on this name. So Google downside move coming in. Rivian, good thing we got a little piece out right there. And Alibaba's still 60 cents in the money. So we're going to wait to see what happens right now. I don't know, man. Hopefully this falls down in. I'm still perplexed about that move. What's going on with Tesla right now? Let's see what's going on with that. 190 coming in for Tesla. So this is going to be a level break. Also, man, breaking back down through 190. We talked about that on our sticky note here. Tesla 190 long has to come in though, right? So we'll wait to see what happens right now with Tesla. Trying to get into this. So I don't know. I'm not going to take a break, but I could see Tesla breaking through 190 here. It's going to happen in about a couple seconds. We just got something out again. So Google, we just got more long into Google right now. Watch out for 95 breaking. Only 2 minutes away from what could be ultimate Anarchy. Nah, it won't be that bad. But here comes a nice move in. We got Google long at 16. Let's go. It was the 8 ball?
Pay for it. It's just have to manage my orders.
Yeah. No. Just don't. I mean, get that dude to pay for it, man. We have not too much time left.
I'm not getting up right now.
Or Mario or somebody. Someone can pay for it. Yeah, go deal with it, man. I don't know why they even called us. All right, with a minute left right now to go, let's get this figured out. Brad, just do you want my credit card?
No, it's fine.
That's fine. Okay.
He can expense it after.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to make sure he has payment. All right, so here we go. Minute and a half left to go. Now we're all screwed up, but thank you so much. I guess that's the cue ball. Thank you, D. Westermeyer, for that.
It is.
We'll pay attention when that comes through. But okay, Neil, here we go. Only a minute left right now. We average into Google. Let's get another piece out for the W.
Yeah, so I got the fill and snap. I don't want this breaking beneath VWAP here. I have to make sure my mic is still on because I just had to run back. But yeah, it's already starting to bounce. You know what? Take something, scalp it out here just in case. You know, I feel like it might rinse and repeat and get some consolidation, and I want to give myself some room to be adding back into this. I'm going to get back on the bid. NVIDIA is not doing a heck of a lot. It's actually holding up pretty nicely. Well, sorry, holding down pretty nicely because I am in the short in NVIDIA, but still holding VWAP. So I like that short off of that 238.5. We get it. But right now, okay, we go, Brendan.
Yep, it's coming out.
All right, 20 seconds to go here, guys. There is a number that's coming out here as well at 10 o'clock. Be aware, a lot of people were expecting this to be a prepared speech that was released early, so we could get the speech as well, all at the same time. So 10 seconds here, we're going to get U.S. wholesale inventories on a month-over-month basis, but this is the big one, obviously. Feds Powell speaking live, set to start at 10 o'clock. Negative 0.4 in line, so high. So comments are coming through right now, guys, from Feds Powell. Just watching this live stream to get going. So the market downside, let's go back over to the guys.
Okay, so there we go. So we're going to find out. We got stopped. I mean, well, it's fine. We'll get stopped out of Google. Like we said in the beginning of this whole thing, right? We're not taking big shares into anything, into this. So we're just going to wait, man. It's now going. It's 10 o'clock. We'll see when he hits the podium. Not on the podium yet, as I just checked over my shoulder. So Brendo will hit us up with anything. But the market is breaking lower. What's up, Brendan?
All right, so here are the prepared remarks, guys, that are going to come, I guess, live once he gets going here. But ongoing increases in policy rates likely appropriate in the order of stance of sufficiency, a restrictive rate and inflation back to 2%. So a lot of this appears to be what we've heard in the past already. I'll keep reading as they come out, but doesn't appear to be anything new at this point, guys, but the market reacting downside.
Yeah, and as long as it's going to do that, I'm going to take something out. Because when this happens, you know there can be a bit of like a whipsaw action back and forth. So initial move to the downside, stopped out, tight stop on Snapchat. Made sure we maintain that because we did not want to give up the money that we had. NVIDIA is now $2 in the money. Remember, 235, a big level there. And then here comes, not Tesla, Intel to the downside. I only said Tesla there because Tesla's getting its butt kicked. Brendo.
So the ultimate terminal rate, guys, likely to be higher than first anticipated. So that's one comment helping with this move to the downside. Again, the ultimate terminal rate likely to be higher than first anticipated. Ongoing hikes as well being mentioned for longer.
All right, so we just shorted the market, right? So we got it late, but we're still in this name. We shorted the TQQs. Let's just wait to see what's going to happen now with this name. Hopefully it comes back in. We're going to give it to that 2350 area, which was the day there. So let's see if this name wants to continue to move to the downside. We'll put another bid down here near 08 and just to see if that can hold. But there's a nice move down in the market. It looks like we got this one, man. Rivian, beautiful move to the downside. Baba, beautiful move to the downside. So it's too bad because I didn't really want to be in anything heading into this number. I think it's not a smart move, but we got out of some Rivian there at 1550. Now let's take advantage of this. Huge move down, short again right now. There goes the TQQs. Let's go, man. We short this market. Good return already on this one as the market heads lower. We're having quite the day right now, and it's about to get even better because you're going to get Brendan.
All right, he's just taking his seat here, guys, it looks like. So more to come, possibly. Again, this was a prepared statement, but it looks like there's going to be a Q&A as well. But Feds Powell just taking his seat in front of the microphone.
Yeah, so look, I liked anything that was at a resistance point. There was relative weakness in Intel. That's the only reason I'm there. I'm going to get some more out on Intel as the low of the day, but NVIDIA just flush. It's now 4. 4 in the money, 234 just got taken out. That 35 put up nothing in terms of resistance, but if it gets back above there, you know, he's taking the podium now, so he's taking the chair now. You can definitely see that whipsaw action start to come back in. I'm banking. I wanted to put a trail on this bad boy, and that's all I ended up doing. So once it retraced 50 pennies from the bottom, I'm out. That's sometimes it's gift horse in your mouth because, quite frankly, I like to short off the level, knowing the number was coming. If it breaks, it breaks. I know I have an out, and sometimes you just need to have an out. I'll hold on to Intel because it's not doing as much, and it's got a big flat bottom break. Whereas Nvidia, I want to be very, very patient because I can see that snapping back up a couple of dollars on us really quickly as we go back to you, Brennan.
All right, worth noting here, guys, there was a move in the CME Fed Funds tool. Just keeping my eye on this Q&A. So they are actually, in fact, going right into a Q&A. So the statement was released. Looks like they're going to just go right to questions here. So 70.30 now. There was an uptick for the half-point hike coming up this month.
All right. Okay, so half-point hike will be good to go, 70.30, so that sounds pretty good right there for the half-point. I mean, let's just go, man. Another trade on, I mean, it's the same trade on Rivian. Good level there. We just put a bid at near $23 here for TQQ, and it looks like, well, not looks like, it did bounce off that. Here it comes. Bring it back down, man. We're actually at 01. So let's see if TQQ wants to continue to go down. We still are short the NASDAQ, man. I mean, here comes the break. I mean, I still think it's going to break a lot lower than this. I mean, we talked about 12,000 again. That could be coming through. So we're going to wait to see if 12,000 does come through for this. I mean, it could even come today. That's 12,158 we need to get through right there. These tops, but here it comes right now. Let's go, man. If you followed it, we shorted this market. Not Ray went, but about a minute or so after 10 o'clock, and it's pay dirt time right now on the NASDAQ. Look at this. Boom, right to the downside, 30 quick cents on the TQQs. So, hey, man, let's just stay in the pocket here, stay short this market, and just figure it out. Alibaba right back down to $1 in the money. Man, what a good day this is. We're up a little bit more today than we were yesterday. And look, man, patience pays. I only have, for some reason, 30 fills, not even that many. So, good day so far today, guys.
Yeah, I had to change that bad boy to a bear. I mean, I don't want to, but what are you going to do? The market did it again, so we're down that 1%. Meta is very, very close to getting to that bottom that I was interested in, so we'll take a shot at it if it gets there. The thing that's fallen like a rock, and look, I'm going to talk about what we're in. I'm out of Nvidia as it bounced once off that 34, and I'll take the money and run when you get to 4. But Tesla is right back to this, almost to this 185. I think that could be a little bit of a jumping off spot. I do prefer the long that we had in Snapchat to go back to this. I got the reload in Snap, but we got out of Dodge. It's like, look, it just went too far. Take the money and run. If there's a dip buy to come in, this is still up 4%. This is still valid if it gives me the dip I wanted earlier, like $11.80 to $12. So be patient. Let the market weakness have this come back into me on Snapchat. That was up on that TikTok news if you guys are tuning in just a little bit late. And wow, Netflix. That's all I got to say.
Is it Tank City?
Well, it didn't go up.
Yeah.
It didn't go up. Flat bottom break at 310 here on Netflix. If you want to know what that looks like on the daily chart, that's a flat bottom break at 310. I feel like this one this is now just kind of like a short beneath that level. Like if it's holding beneath that 310, I want it to load up till the 200 period would show up here all the way down at 260. Yeah, this is a short back into that 310 level for me on Netflix. Didn't really have this one on the radar early, but it's on the radar now. I'm going to hold on Intel maybe all day long. Short the next pop. Hopefully we get something in the 35 to 36 on Nvidia, and then got to add Netflix to the list. This is relatively weak. It was relatively weak before all of this.
Yeah, so there goes 10X, man. Downside right there. That was our plan, was to get out if we broke 64. We're still in this a little bit to try to give it to 60, but this name definitely getting clobbered right now, down through 60. I mean, big move down. This name was up 20 or 30% when we started this thing. And there it is, man. It's going to break 60 in just a matter of seconds. With the market moving down like this, obviously, I don't think this was following the market, but, no pressure to keep this thing up. So it's going to be an L, but again, not something that we do normally. There it goes. So we just punched out again. So out of all of them there on 10X, not a disaster, but definitely.
But everything fell.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But again, you know, a little name here. We were able to get something out. It's a good thing we didn't average back until 66 down there. I don't know what our average price was, but maybe that was the bottom right there, the flush down through 60. We could try to get back in a little bit, but 10x definitely flushed there. Let's try it, and then, you know, if it breaks back down through 60 again, we'll get out one more time. Here it goes, one more time back in. We take the short and just see what happens. Or take the long, sorry, see what happens.
You just said 66. I'm not making this up. TRKA, my out was when it broke 80, and this just bounced off 66 as well. So call that a bit of a coincidence, but down now that 11%. I like the breakout level. I didn't get the breakout because it gapped up. I stopped out beneath. Could have reversed it, but realistically was looking at big cap names. This is holding afternoon support. If it goes sideways, even shows me a consolidation, I get back in. But when a stock gives it up like this, a false break, fail $1, got to consolidate first. I want to see it make a bottom and then kind of join buying if there is even any buying. The next trade I think for myself is either going to be 184.5 on Meta. Snapchat starting to come back into the pocket, so look for that for a bit of a long. But the market absolutely getting crushed right now, and I might have said this without pulling up the chart long enough. Ooh, Meta did get it, kind of got there. Oh my goodness. This happens, like you have your order out, you kind of like the level, I put it right at the bottom thinking if we're weak enough to get there, you're going to get those fills beneath the 185, but those were the money fills, under 185. I didn't get it because I was waiting at the 50 mark. This just bounced. Now it's like I'm not chasing this $1 on that bounce play. This is what I was looking for on Meta. I might have just missed it. Brendo.
This comment here, guys, seems to be a bit of a sticking point. A lot of people keep going back to this. If the totality of incoming data indicates faster tightening is warranted, they're prepared to increase the pace of rate hikes. So Fed Fund futures now pricing in 50 coming up this month.
We're bouncing a bit.
All right, I mean, spin the money move, man. I mean, sorry about that with that 10x, but like, I mean, not sorry about what we just did on the market. I mean, we shorted that one. It's a huge move, man. We're catching like 2 or 3% on the TQs. So, I mean, this is a big move to the downside right now. So, yeah, good trade there for sure. As this market wants to start to continue, man, continue to head down. And look at the damage we're also doing on Rivian right now. Like, I don't know what's going to be the trade of the day here. I know we both have a couple good ones, but I mean, this is the market plus Rivian plus everything getting to the downside right now. We'll just punch out a little bit more of Rivian right there just because, and let's wait to see now where that goes. We just got some 14s. I missed that 8 bid though, or did I? Did I get the 8 bid? No, we didn't. So we missed that 8 bid. So and I just canceled it, so that's why it's not there. But we'll see. Here it comes back in. Let's put another bid here at 8. I mean, let's even go lower than that. Forget 8s. Let's go lower. Let's go like rate 505, 1505. Let's see if we can get that here on the short for Rivian. Has been an absolute beast. Short there, 90. Short again at 50. We took a piece out because we were nervous heading into that number, but we shouldn't have been because the market definitely said no to everything, and it's a downside move. And the TQQs continues to go, man. The bears are out right now today anyways. Down that 1%. It's not dramatic, but we could get a hell of a lot lower. So watch out below as this continues to make moves downside.
Yeah, I just got low of the day on obviously everything, but just Intel just made a bit of a bottom. Interesting enough, when the market was trying to bounce, this was still making low, so it's still relatively weak as last I could check. I'm going to hold till 25.50, but I got to go to this because like 2 seconds ago I was just saying it was at TRKA was trying to hold. You saw that. It was trying to hold support at 66. Like, allow it to make a base before you think about the next level down. When it got through there, there's my stop. You have to have a stop or you get destroyed, and wait for it to make a base. It's now halted down at 55 cents. When you have a fail of a level like that, you have to understand if it doesn't make the first bounce, allow it to show you a bid. It's now in free fall mode. If you're wondering where it can go, well, obviously it can go a lot of places. Certainly can go even further to the downside. I would be respecting 2 things. One, the 45 to 50, that'd be the 200 period. Doesn't really matter that much. The 50 cent matters more. And then there was all kinds of consolidation around the 25 cent level before it made that bit of a jump off. So you get the quarters and you get the halves. Don't want to necessarily diddle in the middle. This little push to the upside is starting to happen. That's why you want to pay yourself out. NVIDIA didn't get the reload, but I am looking for something to calm down in and around 36. I elected to hold Intel, cover NVIDIA. NVIDIA went a little further to the downside, but I like the reload for both these names. I think Netflix could come back into that 310 level as well. And then the one thing I want to be looking for those longs, obviously Meta missed me by 20 cents, was Snapchat. This didn't even break 12 on the way back. So Snapchat holds the high, doesn't even get into the consolidation range. I know a stronger name when I see it. This could be back above VWAP, not even giving a chance at some money fills. I'll give it one more shot to get back down and give me some fills around that 12 level.
All right, we're going to try Meta. We're going to actually try Meta at 187 if it gets back right there. But 185 is there as well. I mean, that was a clear, like Neil said, man, that was about pretty clear. You're not going to get too much of a better opportunity, I don't think anyways, to trade a name like that on Meta down to 185 right there. So that was a good one. We did get out, so we only have 20% left, 20, 40, 60, 80, just 20% left right now of TQQ, which is the market. We're pretty light on Rivian, but I still have another bid down here. Hopefully that can get hit. Alibaba's still $1 in the money. Let's check back in on Google. Bouncing off 94. This is the level from yesterday for Google, so I don't even really need to look at this too much and just probably just punch long blind. That just bounced straight off 94 again. So I don't know, man. I mean, what should we do? Let's baby test this. Maybe let's punch a little bit at 27. I'm waiting back for 24s here. Here comes 24. Hopefully will fill us. And then we'll look at this again down near 94 flat. So we didn't get those 24s, so it didn't even fill us. So right now we're going to go long Google off of 94, just waiting to see if it comes back in. We'll give it a little bit of room, but we saw that move yesterday, right? We talked about this into yesterday's trade. Barcoding here at 95 before eventually breaking. And then there was that trade that we had yesterday morning off of 94. So today's a different day, and the short is definitely in. But, you know, we could try Google. Now we're long at 94.15. Let's give it a go here, see if we can get something.
Yeah, something. We just got back up to that 235, so I just checked back in on Netflix. No move. No move back into that 310, but NVIDIA is back to that 235. You can see the quarter is probably where the out needs to be as that consolidates right around that 35. Brendo, what do you got, buddy?
Just keep my eye on yields, guys, continuing to move higher. We had the 10-year break 4 once again. It has since retraced back below 4. This is a 52-week high here for the 2-year currently at 496. So yields popping, the dollar trying to pop a little bit as well. I was keeping my eye on Dick's Sporting Goods back towards day highs. It's worth noting it's 10:14. Chair Powell has yet to speak because of opening remarks, guys.
That's a lot of opening remarks.
Yeah, that's. I hope he gets his words.
Some people like to be long-winded.
Yeah, it's okay. We are long again. We talked about getting long Google. We actually got a pretty good fill there. I don't know why that's. Oh, that's coded as a sell. I don't know why that is. We got 23s or something there. 22s, I guess, on Google. It's not great because you're falling back in a little bit. Let me just double check what we got. Yeah, we got 21, sorry, on that. I don't know why that's coded as, oh yeah, we're long, that's a sell, my bad. What am I talking about? All right, so we are long Google. I'm going to try to give this 294. We just got a little piece out because we got a good price at 10s and our average price 12s. So we take some out at 21. Now we'll just wait to see, man, where we go on Google. Breaking through 90. We've already broke through 94 today. We got as low as 97. Let's just see if it holds. Let's not get out of things like too early here. Let's just see if we can't, maybe catch a bottom on something and let this thing ride a little bit. We saw that yesterday, how far Google rode to the upside. We're in the money on everything now, so it's actually been doing pretty good. The TQs is right back to the day's low, so that's going to be a good hold for us. Alibaba is absolutely cruising, man. This 90 short, yeah, that's $1.40 now in the money. But here comes Google screaming back down into 94. We'll take another small bid there, but we're not going to hold it too far below 94. If anything, it's most likely a short through that level.
So I did ring the register there on the reload of NVIDIA, but I did not get what I wanted at that 35 level. So we had to take it when it started curling here. You got the wick top. I want to see if I can add some fills between like this 60 and that 35. We got the first entry. I think we're going to get that opportunity. Now, the other thing that's happening, that TRKA opened back up and is screaming. So it bounced off 50. Those are the only levels out there. I was on NVIDIA when this happened. It opened and just, there wasn't much of a chance to get it. You had to be on the stock looking to catch that long off that 50 level. But if anything, it gets back into this 70, it's about 73, 72, 73 into that 80 range. And I feel like it's another short to come in on that name, or a short to come in. I didn't reverse. I just got out off of 80. Snapchat, this is the one, this and Meta, those are the two I'm looking for those longs. Like, where is the dip? Like, wow. So it's actually holding above VWAP right now, which is crazy. I thought we'd be getting some fills in here underneath VWAP to be able to take this off the 12 level, and this is holding up pretty nicely. I don't want to chase this move. I had these longs above it before the number came out. The fact that we're already here again tells you how strong it is. I just don't want to chase it in case we're rolling over on Snapchat. If anything, Meta is giving you the shot at the key levels, but it's not nearly as strong as Snap. Any push down to give me those 184, under 185 in front of 184.50, those money fills might have already come and gone. But I like NVIDIA here. I'm going to hold on to Intel. Snapchat, I'm not there just yet, and I'm looking to short the pop in the 70s on TRKA.
All right, realistically, not my whole day, but let's just put a little bit more. I mean, my whole day is fine. It's just about Google right now. So I'm just going to try to see, like, honestly, what this name wants to do here. It just keeps bouncing off 94, but that's a little level there. Let's go over to the big guy here, Apple. We can have a quick look to see if Apple's doing anything right now. 151. Yeah, it's looking like it wants to keep bouncing around there a little bit as well. 152.50, 151, looking to break down lower right now on Apple. So that could be a trade as well. I don't know how much we want to get involved with all these names, just considering we're already into Google, and I like that name, and I think that Google could work here. So there is something to talk about. I think Google works, for that long, but Google right now is getting tested lower right now into 95, into 94. So we've already broke through that 95 level. There are some worry spots for me here as Google's getting back down in. We're still short the market, which is fine, but the market is failing a little bit here. So let's watch out and see if we can't, catch something here.
Yeah, Meta's pretty darn strong here off the lows, and I didn't want to be chasing this one because I wanted to get Snapchat over Meta on the bounce, or at least on any kind of a long. But Snapchat still holding VWAP. I might take my shot at Meta if I get like this consolidation. It's hard to see with the wicks. 185.50 starting to hold up here. You could see something in front of the 185, and look, VWAP's a long ways away, so there is room for this to make a nice looking bounce, and I want to give it a shot. TRKA is now at 67, so I think it's getting to those 70s. That's where the fills come in. Okay, here's a chance for Meta. Meta's starting to come back in. Let's be patient with it. Snapchat, let's be patient for that to come back into the downside. And then here you go, TRKA. I think this one's about to get up there. So be careful for halts on this stock. When you're a penny stock, it doesn't really take much for you to move 15 or 20%. So this could be coming into another halt, but this is about where I was expecting that turn to come in. As we go to Brendan for the small cap recap already.
All right, just be aware, guys. Fed Chair Powell now giving the same remarks that we got that were prepared before this whole thing started at 10 o'clock there. So he is now speaking, just it seems like anyways, giving the same exact remarks so far anyways. Let's talk about a few small caps moving around here. VRAX, we mentioned in the pre-market here, huge mover today, 110% to the upside. You can see on the daily chart, back above 150 if you zoom out a bit. That's a key area for this thing that's really had trouble getting above that area for quite some time. If you missed it though, it was up on this avian flu test kit for home use. For VRAX UNCY on the move once again today. This was a mover over the past couple of days, back higher yesterday anyways, but they had this kidney disease, some data coming out on a kidney disease treatment that was better than expected. And we discussed this AMAM once again. Huge move down so far today, 11 through to 950 trying to hold, but just inside the range from yesterday on that note. They're going to move over to the NASDAQ for AM, guys.
Right, that was the catalyst there for AMAM right now as well. Okay, well, we took Meta. I just got tired of waiting for it, so we already took Meta right there. And it's a nice one already. Spin the money right here for Meta. Meta nicely in the money now, 50 cents upside for META, Meta. Let's rally, man. Now we have this trade. We can hold it. And the biggest trade for me today, and it is a freaking doozy right now, and that is Google long, man. Load up the boat. Right there, Google down there at 94. We like it. We even took more, man. We got 94.04. Let's go, Google. We've got Big Papa Pump in the market now. Let's see if Jerome Powell can get this thing back upside right here. Great. Yes, Google. Right back into the 40s. Are you kidding me? Big day alert right now in this market, man. You never know when the casino opens. Like, I like blackjack, you know, like I kind of know what games are going to be playing. But when this market opens, we know exactly where we're going, man. We hit Rivian today. The only thing was, man, 10X slapped us in the face. We didn't realize we didn't know how to play Mahjong. But that's a nice move to the upside. And then there goes Google, man. Back into 50. Let's go. This is what we're trading for, man. Every single day. You know, get your motivation set. Come in, trade. Yeah, buddy. Well, this is a great trade for Google and Meta. We'll have to watch out for that. I'm just more obsessed with Google. Stick on the stocks that you know. Oh, Meta, by the way, $1 in the money as well. Bangers all over the place. What's up, Lone Sophos?
Lone Sophos in the house. I like Snap over the VWAP there. Didn't want to chase Meta. Just didn't really have an out that I could dig with, and I didn't want to give Meta all the way back to like a couple of dollars. TRK is in the target zone, but Snap just reclaimed that 1250, which gives me cover back into VWAP here to buy some dips. It's definitely a relatively strong name, but this is now insanity on TRKA. It just went 50. Up to 7. So this is where I thought the money fills were going to be. In and around this 75 area. Has yet to halt. 75 is going to be the out. So I'm going to try. Did I get the short? Oh, give me a break. Got to hit accept. I just confirmed the shorts. There we go. Give them to me. Give them to me. I'm talking about the locates. I'm now on the there we go. I just got the shorts in there. I actually did not pay for locates. I thought I had not. We're trying to hold this level at VWAP on Netflix. I wanted to short that pop, but TRK, I thought about this was where it would be. Afternoon range was about 72, 73 into the 75. So that's the reason for the short. Just wanted to give you guys the explanation for it. I should have had the 50 long, but quite frankly, you can only track so many things at once. At the moment it opened, I was looking elsewhere. So that 50 long wasn't going to be in play. Now this is starting to come back in already. Taking some out when it gets 65. So we got a 73 short. If it goes 10% down, I think it catches a little bit of a bid here. So TRKA lost on the long. Waited patiently to be able to short the pop here. Let's see if it can flush. I don't think it gets back to that 50. I think it's unlikely it gets back to the 50 on this push, so anything in front of 60 will be a good outcome as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, Nelly. Right now, Meta, let's go, man. Barbecuing up Meta off that 185. Like, there it is. Huge move. We just got out at 187 a little bit there as well. So, yeah, man, that one came right in. Like, all the stocks. And this is what I was saying sometimes. I told you, I was talking about speaking with some of the new traders behind us yesterday. And I said, trading's not that hard. You just got to stick with your plan. Right? And then once you develop something that you like, you got to stick with it. It's trading itself, you know, putting out the orders and things like that. Understand your platform, but then just sometimes zoom back out, figure out what sort of time frames you're looking at on your charts, and then really get ready to rock and roll because, hey, man, the world's your oyster with this stock market. You can pick and choose whatever you want. Like, we are right now 70, 60 cents in the money on Google. $1.50, Randy. $1.50, Randy, right now in the money on Meta, which is a great stock. Yeah, we're at Fuego right now. Rivian as well, 50 cents in the money, and Alibaba $1 in the money. So multiple money-making trades right now. Some to the short side, some not. We've only lost on one damn trade today. So Alibaba working, Google working, Meta working, Rivian working. The market we smoked, 10x. Not working. So 10x not working. That one's to the downside. It was my earliest position in. And you know what? Like Fahad said, man, are we tired? We ain't tired, man. This market is giving us the gas right now to go. So here we go, man. You sort of get that adrenaline bump. You know, this is what happens to me anyways. When we're making this money, it's coming in, and you're flowing, and things are feeling good, man. That's what this market does for your boy.
Yeah, look, I love the market. I love when you get a good opportunity. I was so close to missing this on TRK. You saw me. I was actually hitting the key as I hit the accept on those shares to get the short, and then that's where the term was, right in those money fills. Now, it's bounced at 62. That's about as quick of a move you're going to get up and down 10%. Like, this went 50 to 74, so 50% move to the upside and then 10% back from that turning level. And once you have to accept the fact that you can be wrong on something and just to go the other way. It's not a coincidence that I'm out there and then looking for the short on the bounce. So I'm out of half the short at this point, you know what? It's holding 63 right now, which makes some sense. Like here's 63, 64, this area here. It's starting to hold up on the bid. I'll get a little more out. I want about a third of the position if it gets down to 60, and then be down to 10% if it gets through that 60 level. Netflix is trying to retest VWAP in here. So I got this fill. I'm like, wait a minute, no. VWAP's where the money is at. So it just wicked above, got to 311, just to put in yesterday into perspective here so you guys can see how little 50 cents matters in a stock like this. So it got the fill above VWAP and then came right back down. So I want to be only adding above 310 when you zoom out, and then holding down for beneath 309 and then for the low of the day, if that's what's going to happen. I still like VWAP for Snapchat, so I'll look for the reload on this name, but a little more patience to Netflix as far as I'm concerned. And Intel, market bounces. I was over there looking at Netflix. I might have missed my chance. It was right back into that 25.95. Can't hate too much. TRK was happening as well. But Intel right back to 26. If you can't tell 26 is resistance on Intel, I don't know what to tell you. We took it a few times, but I missed the fourth entry point there, as you can see.
Yeah, I was just looking at the same thing here with Google. It looks like it just stopped there at 60, so we got a 48 out there on this name, and hopefully hopefully that'll be a good out for us on Google. Some of these. I mean, look where 60 stopped at, man. We stopped right here at the 50 period. So realistically, no surprise that we got that stop there, but at the same time, hopefully we can get going again to that upside. We can't just sit here and ring the registers on everything. We do got to get out of something. Well, we got to ring the register. And Alibaba is going to be one of those names. So I was thinking about 89.50, but now that I look at this, VWAP is actually 89.25. So I'm just debating getting that out right there if we take it. So back in through VWAP, I think is going to be a good out for Alibaba. So I'm actually going to sort of adjust that stop right now and get that out. I'm going to put it right in here for Alibaba and then just get it out if it does stop. If it stops out, it stops out. But 89.25, we'll put like a 26 or so on that for Alibaba. So if it comes back upside, we'll get out. I'm just trying to organize some of my positions here as we go. So, I have 5 of them or 4 of them right now. Baba short, Google long, which is, the Google long right now, honestly, man, thank you, Jerome, for that one. And then Meta, thank you, I guess, charts for that one. So we'll go bang for Meta, which is now $1.50 in the money. Rivian, thank you for the share offering. Bond sale, offer that. Thank you so much for that one. 10X.
Oh my God.
Lost. And then right now, we are getting back upside right now for the TQQ. So again, I was sort of thinking where we're in, we get out, man. We got out of 80% beautifully. We'll hold to see if it goes back through 23.30. But all is well, man, on this front. It's been a good day. One losing trade, 10X. And that's not my wheelhouse, but that's okay. Exciting day. That's why we're here.
Luca has a line. He's like, the market wants to give you a chance to give your money back. I believe it sometimes. It's not always true.
Right.
But if you get that chance, you definitely want to try to take it. That's usually reversing. I didn't reverse it the first time. There's still a buyer. Let's take more out and then say that there's a strong buyer at 62, just above 62 on TRK. And it's not a lot of size on the bid. It's just constant refreshing. You can see it here, and it's standing out like a sore thumb. So no need to have bids tight underneath this. If it breaks the bottom, maybe we head even significantly lower. Otherwise, I'm going to hold back, see if we get some more fills. I'm now down to a quarter because of all that buying there at 62. So we'll see what happens on TRK. It's been a good short, at least for now. I do still want to add to some Snapchat. I thought we'd get some VWAP fills down in there. Not quite. So we jump back into this, and it looks like it's just going to be only a runner as we go to Brendan for the crypto update.
Wow.
All right, right on cue here, guys, as Fetcher Powell is actually answering a question on crypto and talking a little bit about some of the measures they've already done and working with the FDIC on further regulations possible for the crypto market. So all eyes, though, on this testimony when it comes to both equities and also crypto markets today, as well as this Silvergate washout continues to be a bit of a sticking point. But yeah, a little bit of volatility right now on both BTC and Ethereum. Back to the upside currently, 22,200. Trying to hold here as Powell again is speaking on crypto markets currently and anything he thinks could be done to shore up this space a little bit more than it currently is. Fairly muted, though, as far as this board is concerned. Still red for both BTC and ETH as they started the day, both in negative territory. Ripple looks like having a nice day, 4%. But comments right now, guys, on crypto markets from Fed Chair Powell.
Yeah, so I kind of hope he pumps those because I still believe at least Silvergate and Coinbase can be shorts, but I'll take my first L. Oh, well, not first L, but first red of the day stock, and that was shorting on the way back in. Netflix, it just held above VWAP, so I did get a money fill in there, but it immediately broke that top. If it gets back down, testing beneath 10, I want to re-enter this trade and join that trend back into the downside, but it has to happen first. You just mentioned crypto. I just said I like Coinbase. I still think there can be a fade down here. It bounced off the 200 period. That's one way to look at it. The other thing is I want to look at that double top coming in. And then, of course, Silvergate. You know, we wanted to short pops in Silvergate. There weren't pops to be had. This is awfully weak today, guys. And my goodness, TRKA. TRK broke 60 in a big way, so we're going to go that first. TRKA, I just said I didn't think it would see that 50. Remember what just happened? There was all that buying. So it's like you get someone in front of 62, no point having 60s. If it breaks that floor, another 10% down, right? So understand that when you're taking profit out at a key price level, when it rejects it, it's going to go 10% pretty quick on TRK. This is a wild one. But the market bouncing up, this thing only heading downside.
Yeah, man, the bulls are kicking, boys and girls. Wow. And we just put it, man, never fear. Never fear. Meta is here. Google is in the building. Back to 94.90 right now. And still undefeated. Google to the upside as that still goes. And what about Meta? What about Meta? We sat there and talked about 185 over and over and over again. Unfortunately, I was loading up on Google when it was down here. Quite frankly, I missed it, but that to me didn't matter. I went over there. I saw the strength in Meta. We saw the market starting to bump up, and I was like, is there a name that I want longer than Meta? Answer, easily no. So that was it right there. We take the trade, and there it goes, bump city right now. Meta now $2.50 in the money as it just continues to go upside right now. We did get out. Oops, sorry, our TQQ just got short in there on this one. So we got out of our TQQ. This is actually not a trade that we want to be in right now on the TQQ. So we'll punch out of that one immediately. We meant to go. We did not mean to go short there. So this was the out right there. We just went short by accident, so punched out immediately on that trade. Other than that, man, we got out of everything else that we needed to. So Alibaba broke out again. So for me, pretty good diamond hands. We're showing some good diamond hands right now, I feel like, with everything. So there it goes. We should have held on to that TQQ, I guess. But Alibaba, great out there at 90. You kidding me? And then we just got another one right there at VWAP, as we didn't even notice that again, 94.82. So yeah, man, what a great day. Hopefully you guys are also enjoying it and having a banger, man. The trades are on. You can see all of our trading live. So, you know, it's all good from now on moving forward. So let's just keep on going. I like that one, Sharif. Let's keep it going.
Did you just see NVIDIA? Like, you can look at any of these bounces off the bottom, have yourself an out. Like, it goes top to bottom, 38. It was right to get out at the lows. I picked the right spot, but did not get that reversal quite on NVIDIA. I mean, somehow how is Intel not even out of the money? It doesn't even make any sense. And NVIDIA just blew out the top and is going to test that 240. I still had an order from earlier to try to go short off the highs, but that's a stop at 39. That 40 is going to be in play. I'm trying to figure out how this is even happening, where Intel's still beneath that 26 level. I would not reverse this one long on Intel. Quite frankly, still down in the day when NVIDIA is testing that 240 level. AMD is also going absolutely nuts here. If you're watching all of the chip names, this is now through the high of the day as well, so you're getting big, massive breakouts in everything but INTC. It's what I like. I just added to Snapchat, so I like this one above VWAP. It looks like it's going to be a good one. But I think you're starting to slow down a little bit on these futures, so I think you want to bank some profit out there. And I was just mentioning that I like the short in Coinbase. It's getting into the pocket where I'm going to have this coin short getting pretty close here. SI is not moving enough, so yesterday was pretty good for short on SI, but Coinbase just feels like it's going to be the better opportunity rolling over. Anything that doesn't take out the high right now, I think is going to be in play. That's why I like Intel. That's why I still like Coinbase here. Just looking for it to get to that 64.
Oh, wow, guys. It is Bing right now. El Fuego, Google just touched 95.12 again, so that's another out for us there on Google. Huge move to the upside. The party is on right now, and it's welcomed by the NASDAQ. It was... Neil, I think you put the jinx on this, man. We turned this around, I think, at the very bottom. But that was a good move because we were loading up long. So I like that move right there. But we're almost back to flat. I don't know if we're going to stay positive or not today. But it doesn't matter because this is what we're doing, man. And again, there's another... Like, I shouldn't be in this TQQ trade. All these trades that I'm getting in, I have to go double check all my stop orders, man, because we're getting a little bit thrown around here. I'm just gonna cancel everything. I don't need to worry about my Google stop order. We don't need to worry about Meta stops. We don't need to worry about any damn stops. We took all the profit as it lies, man. All of our stocks, Google bottom break, let's go. Huge move there, Meta, huge move. Everything, now 10x. Hopefully can go back up to the upside as we're still long at 61, an amazing 63 right now. So we wound up losing 10 cents. This name's got to go. We only have one losing trade today, brought to you by 10x. So nice move to the upside there. Hopefully back up to 75 would be nice. But we did take an L on that one. So there it is, man. In the money for 10x. Okay, Darwin, that's good. Hopefully a lot of you guys are. 250 in the money on Meta right now. And I feel like we can just hold this one. Maybe back to 187. 50, something like that. The party's on. We've gotten it good today, and it's been a great day to trade.
It really has been. It's just a little bit of something for everybody. I think in a day like today, you get some news, you get the Fed, you get small caps going all over the darn place. To be sure, there's a lot of things that I don't think we've traded that I want to look at here. Look at Tesla. Just to go over something here. 186. This just got right back into this 191. I'm just seeing a lot of fade opportunities, but then it was hard not to just double down on Intel. I just don't understand. These are strong moves to the upside. I know 240, I almost got back into NVIDIA. If Tesla pulls back, fair enough, I would have wanted 192. I was about to take the NVIDIA short off that 240 level, but just said, okay, Intel's a little weaker. Like, let's just go with that one because look at it not break 26. This to me feels like the lower hanging fruit, and if there's lower hanging fruit, I'd rather pick it. So let's just see, this is an easier one to be in short. It's definitely the weakest name I can find. But even Snapchat, which was so good early on, it's starting to give up. Like, it just tries to hold VWAP. It can't seem to do it. On the bigger picture, look, we started 1160 long on Snapchat. On the bigger picture, you're still above that 200 period moving average. But it failing these previous highs is a big deal. That's a 12 to 12 quarter range. This market is trying to come back in here a little bit. So let's see if it in fact does. I know I have one weak name. I'm waiting for 50 cents more on Coinbase before I try to take another.
All right. What do you want to talk about?
No, there's another name. A lot of people have been asking about BBIO. There's a lot of small caps that are moving today. I'm focused on TRK because that's the one I'm in. But that BBIO from yesterday, this was a great early long off the 7. There we go. Finally, that 17 area. It held the exact same long from yesterday that we had at the open. It just held it. Just do not forget, this stalled exactly at 19. It was a 17 to 19 play and then a monster pullback. So if you got it in the money, just remember this is where it kind of dumped and then pulled right back into the range. It needs to clear this 19 for another leg up here. That's another small cap for BBIO. I haven't traded it today because I thought TRK was going to be better. It has been. Brendo, what's up? No?
Brendan?
All right, guys, just be aware he's being questioned right now. Fetcher AAPL being questioned right now about policy in general, but specifically how the Biden administration has gone about the energy side of things and whether or not Fetcher AAPL has the tools in place, in his opinion, to bring energy prices down. And I mean, obviously, that's not his job. Just watching XOM actually rallying with the overall market. Oil, on the other hand, trying to roll over once again back to the downside. If you want to show that, there's XOM back to the upside. Along with the overall market, there it is. The S&P 0.6 right now, a lot of red on this board. The only thing really standing out here are the airlines to the upside, all of them having a nice day. AAL, UAL, Dow, Alaska, even 1.5 to about 3% there for UAL leading the way. Dish, 5.6%. There's Take Two. We had a positive note this morning. Meta holding on to positive territory as well. A lot of positivity in the consumer discretionary group as well. That That's about it, though, as far as grain is concerned. The financials lead right now downside. We actually had a huge move, as I mentioned. The 10-year got above 4, right back down. 2-year, big pop as well to 52-week highs, right back down now. Healthcare stocks red as well. Material stocks, energy, and consumer staples all adding to the decline. So about 0.6 for the overall market right now. Again, currently being questioned, guys, on some energy moves and what the policy of the government is doing for oil and what they think could happen as far as their interest rate policies are concerned affecting that.
Okay, so that's good. Yeah, well, we'll have to take a look at oil. XOM is always a very interesting name. Yeah. It's only 10:42 now, so it's only 40 minutes, and I expect a lot of fireworks here. So I'm going to get out of Meta if we take 187.50 again. We'll just put in our pocket $1.50 or $1.70 if we get out at that price. Just breaking back below. This is a 50 period on a 1 minute. It's an EMA chart. We've already broken through the 200 and VWAP, but again, on a day like today, let's give this one a little bit of room, and we will have given up $1. We were long there. We were really cruising, but I just feel like there's more to come today for sure, and who knows which way we're going. So I feel like we want to take advantage of this one. We didn't have as many shares of this, not even close to what we had on Google. So Google's going to be the #1 name here on the desk today. But again, has nothing to do with sizing or anything. We weren't back down into 185. I missed it. So, that's part of why we're a little light. If this takes 187.50, then we're going to get out and then we'll regroup when and if it falls down. My net and myself are really, really happy that we are able to get out and hold. So like the fact that we're able to hold Google pretty much back for 60 cents, then 80 cents, then $1, like we're really light now on this name. So hopefully, it just settles down a little bit now and we can just start to bounce around. I don't have any targets out for Google. We'll have like 6% left or something crazy. So it's not a huge amount. So I'm just going to let all of these just roll and try to look for some new positions. Rivian, okay, Rivian, we got the fill that we wanted, man. We got that 05 fill right there. So, or even less. We got, 05. So we got an 05 fill. Okay, there it is. Meta just came out. So we'll go banger on what was a great trade for me on Meta, now out as the market's falling back in. We could take this opportunity to get a piece out of Google right now. Let's just do that. And we'll get a 65 if we can. And then we'll just watch it from there. So right now, Google is starting to head down. Meta's out. That was a great out for us, hopefully on Meta. There it is. Yes, sir. We got to be happy with your outs as well, guys. Good out there on Meta. Let's see where we can go.
Yeah, and speaking of outs, I'm taking some here, but I feel like I want to let this go a little bit. And I think, you have to stick to what you know. And quite frankly, when the market was bouncing to the upside, the first question I asked myself is, what trade or what level or what stock, whatever it might be, what was still valid the entire way up? And that was, to me, that was Intel. A lot of things were bringing. It's just easier to have the level hold at 26 and pre-market highs and short the same thing you were doing earlier when the market's screaming than over in NVIDIA. And I'm showing you this because, quite frankly, I think I had the NVIDIA top. But because it wasn't where I liked it in the morning, I didn't hold on to the trade. I don't have the same level of confidence in it, so I don't end up holding on to that. But a lot easier when I look at Intel to just say, oh, that's still just as bad as it was before, so I can work into that one and hold it. TRK, just to go back, we have 15 minutes to go here. This is now leveling off. But it's giving the signs that the short it just might be good and there might not be a reload. So I think 50 is an obvious psychological level. If it gets back down there, you've got to take out. You've got to pay yourself on these. It started out, I liked the long. I liked it in the afternoon. But that's come and gone here, just on a higher time frame to show you. I love that double top break, but that's not the trade that we got. We ended up defending that breakout. And once it turned, it put the entire range back into play, down to that 50 cents where we thought there'd be the low. That's where I think the bottom can come in. The other long I have, not as good as the first, obviously Snapchat. On the higher end picture, Snap is holding above the breakout. So if I go back to the well and say, what did I like about Snapchat early? Okay, well, it was dipping back into this 1050, which is also, 1150, which is also support on the daily chart. That's that 200 period. And then the other thing I liked about it was, can it clear and hold the breakout of yesterday's high? Okay, cleared out. I've had some longs in there, and now it's holding that high. So yes, it's a reversal from that top, but it's still above the breakout price. I'm still giving it a chance to be that long. If it cannot hold that, I have a stop just underneath to get out of dodge. But I'm going to go for Snap and even try to see if I can't find a place to add to it. Never got Coinbase, wasn't willing to chase. If it doesn't set up, you don't have to trade it. It never really gave the fills up here around that 64 and that pushback. That's the other thing. It has to give you the fills to get back in. And then one last one for you guys. Just also reliable Rudy. I was going to talk a little bit about NEO there, but if you ask about Baba, Sean, you were the one trading Alibaba.
Yeah,
he said long above 89.75 thoughts. So, I mean, here's 89.75 here. I think you're running into a lot of chop around this 90 to 90 change area. So there's a lot of chop in this stock above that range. So I'd be cautious. I don't really love that, to be honest with you. I'm staying away from Baba. It is a nice reversal holding the lows at 88, but I think the money fills are the long off support, if anything, instead of chasing a breakout. Again, I haven't traded it today. It was NEO that I was about to look at for the Chinese names, because this, if it doesn't get back above 910, I think it could just be another leg to the downside on NEO. Much, much weaker name if you're looking for things that could still be shorts. NEO is kind of setting up, giving that 910 look.
All right, so we have a new position alert right now, Roblox. Let's just wait to see what's going to happen with Roblox. Look at the chart here. It looks pretty good. Barcoding a little bit down here at $41. I don't know, man. The market, it just, we talked about that going almost back to Greensville there and then the drop down. So I still feel like we can wait a little bit on this one here for Roblox. So we took an early position at 20. Where am I long? 24. Okay, that's not great. I thought it was 22s. Okay, 24s, that's fine. And then we do have another bid down here at, I think it was in the teens, 11s, so a little bit just before becoming a teenager. So we're gonna wait on this one to see where we can go on Roblox. We're gonna get out if it breaks too much below 41. We do have the 50 period down here, the 200 period down here at 41 basically. So that's gonna be another level to possibly look at if the market does pull down a little bit. So that's what we're gonna do. We did get light on a little bit lighter there on Google. We thought we were dipping down a little bit. You saw our out there on Meta. That may not turn out to be great as Meta's been such a strong name. So we definitely understand that. But again, we wanted to put profit where profit lied. And it was there for us to take it on Meta. So that's what we wound up doing. Like I said, may not be the right play there. And then Rivian still, man, we already got a great, I mean, Rivian's been destroyed today. Again, another sticky note name on the short side of things. So definitely happy with our Rivian trading as that's been paying out for us today. So Rivian right back down to lows. That's a good one. And then 10X, I'm waiting for this thing to get at least to 65 where we'd sort of already been. So let's see if 10X can get back up. And then we actually have an out coming at 60 there for, 66 for 66. Yep, we have a bid at 66 for 10X.
Yeah, so I can't believe I forgot.
Than that.
This is going to happen. And oh my goodness, was that 150 dip okay on UNCY? I thought the fills would be under 160. This is my little, if it breaks 160, I'm going to get some 58s. It parks under there, throw your stop beneath 150, and bingo, bango, bongo, Bob's your uncle. It bounces 2 cents higher and now up $2. So at this point, the dip buy was good, but, my focus was on, obviously the other one that, I can't complain about TRKA, but I'm not happy that I missed out on UNCY. Suddenly, you are at that level. I think we said there was room to get above that 2, get into that 235, which you can see here nicely on the daily chart. At these prices, it just turns into a look for the fade at 235. So the dip buy is already come and gone. We talked about that dipping into 150. It's already come and gone, 235. I'm looking for a fade in front of that level. When I say fade, I mean short into the level. Brendo.
Just be aware, guys, they are still right now actually talking about the job market in general, but essentially what was said was there could, Fed Chair Powell said, there could come a time when their policy and their moves in their policy could negatively affect the jobs market, but he then said they're far from that. As we've seen, the jobs market remains incredibly strong. So he said they're nowhere near that point yet, but he said there could come a time when policy could negatively affect jobs.
Okay.
I mean, isn't that kind of the point? Like, if the policy doesn't affect jobs, then how are you controlling inflation? How are you controlling wage inflation? What does he say? Like,
I almost think that's the question, right?
Oh, what?
Yeah, we're going to wait. I mean, this is the thing. When he's on the podium there taking questions, it's you kind of throw your hands up and see what he answers, right? Into that. Okay, so there's our average in on Roblox. We have a 17 bid right now on RBLX. I mean, again, I still like this name bouncing off that 41 level. But if we can get something into the 25, I put an offer right there. If we can get that at the 50 period, that's the price that we got in initially. Then we just averaged in at 11. Again, like, I'm telling you the prices that we're getting in and out on, right? So, I mean, if you wanted to follow, let's go. Come on, just a couple more pennies upside, and we'll take a piece out for a dime. We're long at 17. 25 is, I understand math. That's not necessarily a dime, but we'll see if it can come up there, fill us a little bit. We're just trying to get out at 20%, and if we can get a little bit more, we'll do that as well, back up to the upside right now. So let's go Roblox. Let's see if it wants to go. A couple more. We just need one little spike in the futures, and then that should give us that Roblox trade. But for right now, it doesn't really look like it wants to go back up to the upside there. So watch out. We're still below the 50 period, which is why we're not giving this one too much room. It's a 17 cents worth of risk here. If we break 41, we're out. That's why we just try to take 8 or 9 cents there. But looks like right now we are falling back as this market looking like it wants to go lower. Let's go over to Brendan for Money Talks. We haven't even talked about the DXY, which just took out 105.
Yeah, back to highs, in fact, as we speak here, guys. We're flirting with it anyways, around that 105 area. We're actually above that right now. But on the daily chart, top end of the range anyways, trying to hold as far as resistance is concerned, 105.1, 0.73. Some of these questions, I mean, they're trying desperately right now to get him to say he is specifically trying to raise the unemployment rate. And Fed Chair Powell doing a great job to dodge that right across the board. Everything else downside, but yeah, a ton of strength comes in on that comment suggesting that higher rates are here to stay and they're going to go higher than everyone expected. So everything on this board downside, almost a full percent to the euro, almost a full percent to the Canadian dollar, 1.25 right now for the British pound in the red as well. Right across the board though, seeing red, guys, outside of, yeah, Ripple up 2% today.
Yeah, and look, with everything coming back in, you'll see back to square one. I'm going to get to TRK for an update because it's barcoding a little bit. But Snapchat will slap to fail on the last long. It does not hold that breakout. Now starting to head back into the downside. I just got some more bids out on Intel as it gets to lower the day. But that TRKA, you had to give it up. I didn't reverse initially. It should have been a reverse here when it did not hold the 80. If you're really, really fast. And again, you have to be focused on the stock when it happens. Let's get some orders on Intel there, like I said. You have to be fast when it happens. I wasn't fast enough, but when it gave me a second chance, I paid for the locates, got the short. It's now holding the range, so 50 to about 65, which makes some sense. That's the lower end of the range if you look at it from the early trade in yesterday's trade. I do think there's a chance that this afternoon, if we do have a test back up to 70, there could be a breakout at 75, maybe the shorts again in front of that 75 area. Otherwise, I could just be holding on to this in Intel for the rest of the day. NVIDIA, that's a name I wanted to come back to. Holding VWAP right now. So if NVIDIA continues to hold VWAP, suddenly that 35 becomes a great floor. We can start looking at longs above there. And then the 240 level, probably still at least a little bit valid for the short. I had more conviction, obviously, as you can see here, holding on to Intel short than I did on the reload on NVIDIA. It was good, not nearly as good as the morning, but a good short to be had. I think you're looking for longs in this name above that 235, at least from what I've seen in NVIDIA for the rest of this day.
Yeah, look, we're not, I mean, right now, I mean, okay, first of all, we'll flush ourselves in the toilet there because we did take a hit on Roblox. But the thing about this is, I feel like when you're trading in this environment, like the most important man in this economy is speaking as we speak, and it's like to try to figure out, like Brendan just said, is he going to say this? Is he not going to say that? Like where would this market go if this happens or if that happens? Like you're really right now, I feel like fighting a losing fight because there is no, direction that right now where the market wants to go. It's just feeling out, what exactly Powell's saying. Like right here from 9 o'clock. So he came out. So here's the move down, expecting him to come out, right? There's the bottom when he starts to talk at about 9:10 or something. We lift all the way back up, and now you're just sort of barcoding in the middle here. So I don't feel like there is really a direction that Powell wants to go right now. So we'll go short. We took the short back for Roblox. Again, this is another one of those names where we started to break lower. We were long. We took the L. It broke 41, but then I shorted 41 again. So now we're short back at 41. So we took a 17-cent hit there. You saw my average price. We didn't get any out. My average price was 17. We get out clean at 99 or 98, and then we just punched the short. So we just took 10 cents on about 15%. Let's see if it wants to make moves down lower. We're going to just try to respect this 25, the area that we couldn't get out on. So if Roblox wants to fall back down, let's now just start to go back to our old strategy. And you can see I'm losing my voice a little bit, but what an exciting day it was. As long as we're below I mean, we're almost, it's going to be an exciting day continued, but for us, we're almost off, and we're going to throw it over to the professor and Luca. But as long as we're below the 50 period right now, I still feel like I like the short. So let's continue to watch that. Come on, Roblox. We're at 87, aren't we, man? To get a fill on that one, to get 13 more cents on this trade. So we're making back a little bit of what we lost here on RBLX. And then that meta trade, man, I mean, spin it for where you get out. That just saved me $1 plus on the downside by simply getting out of that trade. So right now, pretty happy with our meta trading. And again, fantastic day. I hope you enjoyed the show. Neil, we haven't asked for likes or anything, so
take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Okay, good, nice.
You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
I mean, a lot of bangs today, that's for sure.
Already at 1.5. Let's see if we can't get 2K. 2K for real. We did get something delivered. We'll wait till the afternoon show for that one. I want to talk about it when we get that chance. Because thank you, Mr. Westermeyer. It has arrived.
Yes.
And we'll ask it some questions this afternoon. And with only 2 minutes to go, I just wanted to point this one out. Remember Rivian 15? I know you're in the trade right now. Rivian 15, not a small level. You know what? Let's go to the 15 minutes. It's going to be easier to see. This is a real wick at the open. It bounced off 15 a few days ago. That was Thursday, I should say. And it's trying to hold it now. I think if it breaks that 15, if you're looking for a jailbreak long, you have to hold it beneath 15. If anything, the money fills might be beneath 15. So breaking 15, say holding 14.90, and then looking for longs in the 90s with a stop beneath 90. That's what I'm looking for on this break. Instead of just like going long at 15.01, I'm going to approach it a little bit differently here. But someone just said, the way the market's going back and forth, it's like, what's he going to say? What's he not going to say? If there's one thing that I look at, it's just got to be where's your level of conviction and what didn't change. What didn't change for me, regardless of anything he said, and what didn't change was Intel giving up this level. Sometimes it's just take the simplest thing out there and the lowest hanging fruit. Like I probably overtraded a little bit there, I would say, on NVIDIA when I could have just been in this one, which I think is just going to continue to make fresh lows. If it gets to 25, I'll probably be all out because 25 is a good support level there. But I like this challenge of 15 even. I just want to get filled underneath 15 on Rivian. If it happens, big if.
I just want to, okay, so there we go. I mean, we're getting out some more right now as hopefully Roblox will start to fail to the downside. We just got an 80. Actually, did we get a 78 there? I just saw we got an 81. 81's my best fill, is where we're at right now. Let's do a little bit of a roll call. Thank you to everybody here. Shout out to Chill Vibes, man. Thanks for becoming a member. 2 months now. Shout out to that. What's up, Frank Jones? You're always in the chat. So shout out to you. Leanna Banks. What's up, Leanna Banks? Right now, hopefully you're Leanna Banksing some money right now. What's up, Racer99? What's up to you as well? Big Bang. Darwin. What's going on, Darwin? To the moon as we go. We'll stop the bangs and we'll go on some ape-ish right there, back up to the upside for the apes. And Roblox, again, coming back in. My next fill's at 76, and then we'll just see where Roblox wants to go. It's already been down here today, so I do have some more bids here, 60s, 50s, so on and so forth. If this market collapses, man, do we got a doozy on right here with Roblox. And then you guys are all right about Rivian. She'd be heading lower. The only mistake on Rivian was not getting into that again right there, but mistake-free on Rivian, I feel like. Good short. The only thing was getting out right before 10 o'clock, as I had some uncertainties, as we all did. And I still think trading right now is a little bit crazy to put on any kind of real positions. With that being said, I'm going to take another piece out on Roblox if we can get it down there at 81 again. But let's just continue with the momentum in the market. It's 11 o'clock. Watch out for some of these names. We're almost, okay, this is back upside. So look at this. Someone's pushing 10x right now on the bid. Lower layering, basically, all those ECNs. Let's see if it gets back up. I have a 66 offer for this name. The only red name on my board today is 10x. So we crushed everything else, and I want to thank everybody for joining. But Neil, it is about that time.
It is that time. That's interesting on that bit of 10X. But we have to give it to you, the midday show. It's going to be a fantastic one. Guys, buckle up. It's going to be wild. If you thought this morning was good, the rest of the day will be better. Luca, Professor, go get him.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. That's Luca. I'm Sharif. What a day we had on the markets. Futures definitely on watch today. I've traded the TQQs, a little bit on Meta as well. But yeah, looking at the futures right now, we're a bit of a crossroads. We just made a new low on the day, and this is possibly a bounce area here. We'll see, kind of making that newer low. I've earmarked a couple of levels here on, let's start with the 4-hour first and foremost. Let's see what I got here. There we go. The 4-hour chart. All right, so here's what I see in that regard. Oh, no, this isn't it. Oh, I had it on the other one. Okay, so more of a, not a macro picture. We'll look more on the 15 minutes. So basically, if we make this new low here, I'm thinking, we're going to continue to trend to the downside. But if we find a bit of a bounce here, it could be kind of like a skewed double bottom and then a test of the neckline over here. So my trades on the TQQs were based basically on the ES. I know that they're not exactly corresponding, but it was the bounce back up that we made after the big flush of the release of the notes. It was the first pullback after the first bounce back. So bought that dip on the TQQs, then took profits into the VWAP retracement. I said to myself, this is an excellent area. Wait for the first 3-minute candle to make a red 3-minute candle to make a new low and take that short. Didn't take it, but it ended up proving to be quite good as we retrace further south and make new lows. It should be noted, though, that there's a bit of a divergence here between the ES and the NASDAQ, because we didn't make a newer low on this most recent pullback here, while on the ES we did make a newer low, coming back all the way down to 4,009. So interesting little piece of divergence there. So we'll see what that means for later. Luca, what have you been looking at today, bud?
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody having a great day, enjoying the show, and staying profitable. Lots of moves in the market today. Definitely very, very exciting. Started off my day by losing, getting involved a little bit too early there, and yeah, making it all back. Now kind of teetering, trying to decide what I want to do here. I am long Tesla right now. I'm not sure if my position board is updated, but it will be updated in a second. Yeah, long Tesla, I think below 189, you're getting lots of support. We already dipped through, claimed back, went sideways, popped. I kind of feel like we go back to 190 eventually, so let's see how this 189 holds. Essentially building myself into a long here, so let's see where it goes. I'm noticing kind of reloading on the tape. Not really too sure what to take of it, but again, going back to what I was thinking from yesterday, we're in this channel. This is kind of the bottom end. Unless we actually sell off with conviction, I feel like I can justify the long here. So yeah, essentially long, a little bit of a starter position. Average 189.17. It's at 189.10, so basically flat on the position. And looking at Apple as well, this 152 looks pretty good. I think anytime we get back there, I want longs in front of 152. This don't mind this, man. This is like low distraction, but yeah, man, this is scalpable. This 152 area, we did dip below and kind of curled all the way back. So again, overall market, I was thinking, do we V-shape recovery all the way back to the north side? But at the same time, this candle all the way down, 5-minute candle and closing down here, 40.23. Market is still down. It did respect VWAP, but then making the low and bouncing again. Would not be surprised if we actually go all the way back to 40.30, like a little bit of a kind of W pattern on that one. So yeah, we're gonna see where that goes. Tesla is gearing up to start working. I'm targeting again 190 and above. Not 195 today. Just this kind of range, the same way how I kind of scalped this trade. Same logic there. So if we get over VWAP, I think we go back to the north side on that.
Yeah, so basically still looking at the same thing here, guys. It's been more of a futures day. Really haven't looked at the small cappers. I know a bunch are running. UNCY, TUDP, we'll get to those in a sec. Even AZUL, remember that one from yesterday? Yeah, that's back on watch, almost up 10%, 8.75%. So we'll talk about some small cappers as the futures continue to do their thing. First and foremost, let's start off with UNCY. It's up 55%. It's been beautiful. Bull flag continuation. Almost the same height. It's like a textbook setup, but we're at an inflection point here. Do we continue with a with a move up, or are we going to retrace into key levels? Probably what stands out is that $0.75 area, which is where VWAP is at, and there's a good area of consolidation there. So this might be an interesting area of support if you're looking for a dip trade. Otherwise, you know, this is where you'd be getting in if you're looking for a continuation bull flag at the lower end of the range that we're currently at. I want to say like that 193 area. So very micro trading on this. Make sure to size in accordingly on UNCY. But I haven't even really looked at the catalyst. It's kind of irrelevant at this point. It's more the price action. TUDP, this one's just started running. How much is this one up? It's up 58.5% on the day. It's done 24 million shares. A lot of volume coming in recently, 3.2 million shares done in the last 5 minutes. But it looks like it just topped out here. We had that big move. This one's a bit harder to trade. Yeah, this one gave back a lot more than you'd really want on a bull flag continuation. So it ends up respecting the pre-market level there. Look at that top made at 8 a.m. and then the retracement held that to the T. So yeah, you know, sometimes they're random and sometimes, you know, you can earmark them like this. But anyway, reclaim VWAP, and then the strength comes in. 275 is the high, so 2 3/4 there. You know, it kind of looks like a skewed double top possibly. Again, look for, this one didn't really respect VWAP. I was going to say look for a VWAP retracement, but yeah, this one may be trickier to trade than the others. It looks like the price action is a bit more sporadic on this one. And then lastly, AZUL, kind of at day's highs right now, 639 day high. Looks like we bottomed out there in the pre-market at 550. So a good notional range continuation from yesterday. Look at the price action there from yesterday. Big move up. Let's have a look at the 15-minute chart on this one. Yeah, there we go. So that big pop right at the bell there, and you know, gave back a little bit, but then we're back in the green again today. So good continuation. Look for that high of day yesterday. I want to say $7 is where the wick was, but expect resistance maybe starting at 685. That's where the closes were on those 15. So a couple of interesting small cappers to keep our eye on, but I'm definitely going to be tattooed looking at these futures as Papa Powell's on the hill, Luca, and you never know what he's going to say.
Yeah, you never know, guys. Awesome little move down on Meta. So heads up, that 185 level on Meta is pretty solid. And I just figure maybe we do a higher low over here. So essentially buying that dip into 186, scalping my way out at the top end of the range. Again, you know, scalping is the deal, kind of long, short, long, short. I am long. Does it show? Yeah, there we go. 185.98 is the average. Let's see if this thing wants to move back up. So if this is the higher low, right, if we dip down and we bounce, we went up. If this is the higher low, I mean, we at least go to VWAP, right? This is a question, right? So let's see where we go on that one. Tesla, same logic here. Basically long, adding on the flush down, which was the right move. We popped right back up, scalping it out. Still holding, going for that 190. I'm going to watch to see how 190 reacts. As much as I want to get out right at 190 on a pop, I feel like I'm selling myself short on a day like today where the range is there. He's still talking. We dip down, we reclaim, we could rip up and sell off. But I feel like if we get to 190, at least 190.50. So maybe get an extra 50 cents there on that one. I'm definitely changing my mind a lot today because things are kind of coming through, and you know, it's I mean, when you're doing this, when you're partaking in digital warfare. I see a D-man in the chat. Luca hasn't said digital warfare yet. Oh, I was thinking it, man. I am recycling like a madman over here. So we're long Apple as well, going into that 152 here. This one I want to add to if we get closer to 152, but let's see where this wants to go. I mean, it's in this range where it's literally going down, going back up, going down, going back up. So 3 longs on board. They're all working for me, but I am going to continue to scalp around as I build positions and then kind of reevaluate. Oh, whoopsie, they covered all that. Okay, no, that was definitely not, that's not what I wanted to do. Damn it. Okay, hopefully Apple comes back down because, I mean, if anybody's long Apple right now, like, you know, best of luck. I feel like we're going at least to 153.50 there. But yeah, never speaking certainties, never thinking certainties. Okay, Tesla over 190 on this. I don't know if I missed a fill there. Yeah, let's just try to offer like 25s here. Let's see if we get this. I feel like 190. Yeah, I said 190.50. Where do we go to? 190. Oh, we already went to 20s there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you know what? Let's just get out. We'll find another trade on that one. I feel like I should have offered probably 25s earlier. But yeah, let's see where that one wants to go. Meta moving to the north side as well. Let me just take some more off of this one. And Meta, I'm more confident to hold. Tesla, a little bit less confident. I feel like Tesla probably gets back down and around there. If it goes up, great. But again, my target with Tesla, 190.50. If I take 190.50 cents, it's the general area of just above VWAP. So yeah, I think that one probably goes to 190.50, 191. But again, I don't want to hold it too much. I want to continue to recycle and find good trades over and over again. That's going to be the plan. But yeah, the bid is actually reloading here on Tesla now that I'm watching this. Maybe should have held that one. You know what? Yeah, let's add it back. Let's add it back here. If I can get the bid. There we go. Okay, this is a lighter position, so I obviously had the long idea. I just want it back because I feel like now that I see the bid reloading there, we probably push another dollar on this move. Market's kind of going up, and then if this does go back down, I'll consider offing it, but it won't be a huge loss just because I'm scaled accordingly on that one. And let's see if I get any more bids out around the way. AMD, I did have trades on this as well. This bottom pick was, I think, my best trade of the day, where I was kind of shorting, longing, small size over here on AMD, and then we sort of dipped down, didn't do anything in the short move, and then found the bottom here at 80.80, just below 81. The logic on this was pre-market low. I thought we could potentially bounce here, and then if we did bounce, I wanted to obviously scalp out, wait for the move above VWAP, and then scalp out into the high of day. Pretty good, man. Tried it once, stopped myself out. Tried it again, stopped myself out. Third time's a charm. If at first you don't succeed, keep at it, man, especially if you think you have the right idea going. And then added to it on the dip. I like that add. And then just kind of scalping it all out, using basically a time ideology. Like I want to just throw out some size, I'm not going to have the right price. I don't know which price it's going to touch. So that was the logic there. And then as soon as we ripped to the upside, I feel like these were kind of premature. But again, it felt good just because this is where the bottom of the range was. So I got that out over there. We're now at the high there on AMD. So I'm not really too sure how I feel about AMD right now. I'm waiting for 83.50, which it is far away, but on a day like today, we could definitely get there. 83.50-ish is my kind of resistance zone on AMD. So until then, I'm probably not going to be shorting this thing. Maybe in front of 83 for a feeler position, but more so waiting to play off that high from yesterday, which I think was 83.30. We sort of went kind of up, down, all the way in, and then faded back to VWAP. So I feel like up, down, all the way into 83, and then kind of same setup if we can get that there. So yeah, I'll be watching that one, watching these two positions currently. Let's see if Tesla can break that quarter mark, right? If we could break the quarter mark, again, if this is going to set up to be a little bit of a bull flag, dip below VWAP, the long is good, little bull flag. Eventually, we probably get that pop up. And then when we do get that pop-up, even though I'm light on the size, I still, I'll take it, man. That buys me, what, an espresso from Aroma, I think, right? So, yeah, let's go with that one. I'm not going to add to this, though. I'm just going to watch what I got on deck here and maybe recycle this meta area as well. I'm willing for if this comes lower, that would be great as well. But I'm going to watch Apple 2 here.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's going to be a double bottom that ends up developing here on the ES. So we're kind of consolidating near lows, but you're never really sure whether we end up retracing back into maybe a VWAP test at 40.30, like Luca was saying, or we continue to make lower lows, and then it's kind of like stair-stepping, make lower lows, retrace up to the high side a bit, make a newer lower low, and then, unless there's something new that comes in to change the trend. So it's kind of like in that zone where I'm not ready to make a decision. So while that develops, I was kind of looking at these big cappers and trying to make a plan as to which ones I'm going to take depending on what happens. So the stronger of the names, I want to say, are the ones that I'm going to be looking to take long if we do get a double bottom and we bounce north. And I want to take for that either Tesla or Meta. The two trades, ironically, that Luca's in. And the reason I say that is just because I compare the same price action for the same periods with its peers, with Apple, with Microsoft, with Google. And, on the retracement, Meta had a higher trough, than, say, the comparable area for Microsoft or for Apple. Likewise with Meta. Look at that with Meta. When it retraced, it didn't even give back half the initial move. So looks a lot stronger to me, even though it's down 2% on the day. I'm just saying kind of maybe be exhausted. I'm not saying it's the strongest name. Meta has been weak the last couple of days, but maybe there is exhaustion in selling at these levels, and as a result, the retracements are not as aggressive as some of its peers, right? And so that's kind of what I'm looking at here. So take the stronger, identify the stronger names for that move up, and some of the weaker names if you're looking for that continuation south. And so it goes without saying that I'm looking at Microsoft for weakness, and I'm looking at Apple for weakness as well. They're nearer their lows than some of their compatriots. So that's what I'm looking at there, but not ready to pull the trigger on anything quite yet. Now, somebody was asking me in the chat about BBBY and whether or not that 130 level was a nice buy as a result of, there's an iceberg that showed up. So have a look there. We obviously had buying support at 130. I didn't have a look at the tape identify, you know, what kind of size there. But according to the person who wrote me a message, it's an iceberg. So maybe it's not reflected on the book. But you had the same thing here brewing in the pre-market, right? Where you had that tight consolidation range, even though, you know, it was on lesser volume. And then you had the break eventually. But yeah, that 130 level, not bad, especially if you're really sizing up and looking for a possible retracement into 134. That's kind of how you trade buyouts, right? So very similar in that regard, especially given the tight notional range on the price action today. So yeah, BBBY, not bad. Somebody else asked me as well that they had calls for it, I think. IC says reliable, Randy. Let's have a look at IC. Yeah, not looking bad. 4%. On the day, nice 23 start. Now we're knocking on the door 24. A couple of, you know, moves up and, you know, predictable retracements here. We could have gotten in. You know, the size, the volume is really not there, though. We're talking about, what are we talking about? Like here, a few 100,000 shares done on the day. So it's not like the kind of liquid stock that I take, but the chart pattern looks fantastic. If you know something, I know this is a former runner. If you know something of recent that was causing it to go, definitely keep me an eye on that. Give me a shout on that. So we're at lows again here on the ES. We're back at 4,011. 4,009 is the low today. So staying hands put, looking for an entry on something here, guys, but not quite yet.
Oh, baby, Tesla to the moon. Let's go. I fought for that one. That was kind of stressful. But let's see where this one wants to go now that I actually got the position. I mean, we could easily go back through 190, and if we do, I don't want to hold. This candle, okay, yeah, that's not looking good anymore. Never mind. This is basically why this is sloppy. I was just kind of deciding where I wanted to put a stop order in real time, but not, as you guys can see, kind of sloppy. This is basically paper cuts, feeling around where I should be getting the fill and where I should be going. Okay, now I'm out of that trade. That's fine. It's all good, man. I thought we would really just explode to 191 there, but no, I guess we want to spend a little bit more time at VWAP. This whole process right here is not really costing me anything right now. It's just like trying to find the price, trying to find where I really want to be long at. But essentially, on this last move, it was like add, and then we started to go. I'm like, okay, out. And then I was going to be like out, but we didn't actually get there. It's fine. I might just let it be for now as I try to figure out what this thing wants to do here. So yeah, put that one on ice for now. It's all good. Apple long again in this kind of area. It's kind of slowing down for the time being, but I still think there is room for pops. I just want it a little bit closer to 152 if we can get that. So let's see if this thing wants to dip a little more. Let me just add a little bit more right here. This is kind of like a very, very, very tight range. Not really too sure what it wants to do here, but I feel like we're going up. And Meta actually dipping down. I'm still in this position, but I'm lighter on the position now. So I'm thinking that I add. So let me like see if I can add some over here, if I can get that. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Well, that was actually pretty bad. Oh, well, let's see how it goes. I feel like this little dip through is classic. We sort of make the low. It looks like it's going to go up. It dips. It makes that recent low again. Then and like even right now, adding to this is like instantly in the money, going back up. So let's see if this can get back to that 86.50 and 50 period-ish, and then go from there. I'll just, I'll see if I can continue to scalp around. This is, yeah, man, pretty...
Brendo saying in the chat, Luca, data so far suggests we'll have a higher terminal rate in our next steps. That's by Powell. Yeah, so, I mean, that kind of echoes what he said in the prepared statement. Released right at 10 o'clock, and which obviously had an immediate impact on the market. In case you guys are just kind of getting used to this whole day trading thing, it's algos and whatever AI that reads these releases, and then based on what they say, are programmed to take certain decisions. Right? They're not humans that are actually sitting there having read it that fast, and that it's an algo spike. So immediately you kind of know whether or not it's bearish or bullish by the fact that the algos have identified that. All right, so if you've been with us a while, that's kind of like not news to you, but for people that are just joining us anew, we got Brendo at the big desk with the volumes leaderboard.
All right, guys, we'll show you what's doing the most volume here so far this morning. Just a quick update. Quite a heated back and forth between Senator Warren and Fed Chair Powell resulted in no reaction by the market whatsoever, but they were talking about the employment market and what he plans to do about higher unemployment, as he's been saying. Anyway, here we go. 6,672 downside right now. 2,500 and change here positive on the day, only 1,100 little change. So overall, the market obviously in the red. 10,286 listings on this board. 167 new lows right now versus only 94 new highs. Look at that number. 319 million shares right now for TRKA. 130 million there from Mullen, 112 already for this NVOS, I should say. Very rare you see 3 above 100 million at this time of day, but nice looking board here, tons of opportunity. ETFs in focus here. Tesla back on this board as it's been. Rivian just ugly, 12% to the downside. 50 million shares traded overall. The market seems to be kind of finding a range here, guys, with Fed Chair Powell testimony continuing.
Yep, he's spitting up a storm over there, I guess. We'll see what, yeah. It's so divided. These questions are so politically based, and they're so long-winded, and they're made to look like, you know, to give the person a certain image. It's like, let's get to the monetary policy, let's get to the fiscal policy. But a lot of Republican senators pushing him on whether or not he thinks that a lot of the fiscal stimulus has had anything to do with the money that, or with the inflation that's been caused. And, you know, he's reluctant to say it, and he kind of dances around it. He's like, you know, that's not our judgment. We're trying to bring supply back in with demand, talking like an economist, even though he's not. But anyway, just a lot of boilerplate stuff, I guess. I'm in a long UNCY. This is kind of, you know, that small cap crapper that's du jour, so to speak. I like this level because it's the former area of resistance. Now, hopefully, area of support. I want to say that 185 level, 184. Look at that peak over here, and then we're kind of dancing around above it. So I'm buying into this area, looking for a possible bounce back into 2, maybe another test of 2, and then 215 high. So I'm not ready to declare that this one is a short yet, especially since the small cap crappers have been quite stronger lately, especially with respect to their continuation. You know, and like a lot of December, maybe even parts of January, we were taking these short a lot, especially after making high day. We'd almost immediately look for a reversal short below VWAP and then take that flat bottom break. Hasn't been the case a lot with these ones. I don't know why. They're so cyclical in how they trade. So we'll trade what's given to us, and so that's why I'm more long bias on this particular stock. And again, the entry is based on the price action here having been an area of resistance, former area of support. And this is kind of detached completely from the market, right? I mean, it's not going to move with Powell or the ES, marches to the beat of its own drum. So that's kind of, you know, helps you focus on one thing rather than having to also look at the futures and some of the other big cappers. This and that, you guys get it. What are you looking at, Luca?
I was making an acronym. I'm currently flat. So guys, I was long Meta, and we sort of dipped down. I added to it, I scalped it out, and then I thought to myself, you know what? Let me get out of this and get flat, and then see how I feel about it. Because the first time it was great. The second time lighter, I'm losing, but I'm still good. And I feel like maybe this wants to spend a little bit of time. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really too sure now, because I thought that we were gonna dip and then rip back. We didn't. So now I'm chilling a little bit. I know somebody in the chat was like, you know, Meta long, question mark. As you guys can see, I'm currently flat on my position board and chilling, flat and chilling. I think the right play was to let Tesla go over there, because Tesla's now coming a little bit lower. I feel like there's a battle. There's a serious battle going on here, because you're seeing, you know, 200 lots slamming the bid, slamming the offer, another 200 lots slamming the offer. So when I'm like tape reading and I say to myself, okay, maybe this is a good area to get the long. Then I see the bids come in. I'm like, okay, the longs are good. But then, you know, at any point, we start to go back down. These longs, maybe they don't feel so good about it anymore. And then you look at the offer, and then the same 200 lots or 190 or whatever it is hits the offer. And so, yeah, traders, lots of traders making decisions in real time. Obviously, that's trading for you. And, you know, you obviously have to change your mind and kind of adapt to what the market is showing you. So, yeah, I'm basically waiting right now for 185 on Meta. I think that's the better play. So I'm going to have a bid out closer to 185 there.
No question. I'm definitely defending that level should that come into play.
Yeah.
185 is not a random level, ladies and gents. It is yesterday's close, and therefore a key area of support now that we are above it. So I'm going to definitely be keeping my eye on that. I will be trading that should that come to fruition. But Yeah, we're looks like we're bottoming here and looking for a flat bottom break on the futures. I don't want to say that we're really gearing up for a double bottom.
Yeah, do we get
looks
a 4K
like we're continually printing lower highs on this move down. Not necessarily much in the way of lower lows, but definitely lower highs. And so it's kind of like tilting downward at a 45-degree angle down into the right. So that's a kind of a slow trend that we'll see. I don't know. Why does this maximize on me? All right, I'll have to adjust that. But anyway, keeping my eye on Meta, keeping my eye on this UNCY trade that I'm in. My entry is here at 93s, got a nice dip at 87s, and so I have 91s. Let's ride this one. Looking for that key area hold here. It's no secret, 184, 185 level. If it breaks
I missed that.
I'm out. What'd you miss, Luca?
No, the Apple long, man. I was looking, I'm like, should I add? I go, maybe we're going to get a 4K bounce on the market. And as fast as we broke that low, we're like back up, 412. So like this is the common theme, guys. We're literally breaking levels and then quickly reversing them, breaking levels and then reversing them again. It is essentially, in my opinion, again, only my opinion, a hunt for liquidity. And so the market, which is, the market is everything combined, but the market is hunting that liquidity, looking for it. It breaks the level, it finds it, it reverses, it goes back into the range, it decides, it does it again and again and again and again. How many times today did we do that? I mean, just on the 5-minute alone, looking at the ES, and this is a very simple kind of like, it's like, we break down, we bounce, we break, we come back down. We break VWAP, we rip back down. We dip through the lows, we bounce. We dip through the lows, we bounce. We just dip through the lows again, we bounce again. Now, not to say that this bounce is going to be, not to say that this sort of dip and then reclaim, in my opinion, is going to be enough to push us all the way back up. But I feel like I'm eyeing that 4K level, give or take, for a potential bounce? I'm going to use equities. I'm going to use some type of name. I'm not too sure what I'm going to be looking at. I just feel like Apple 152 is really good. It just quickly, I mean, this little dip and rip, 3 points on the market. Apple went, 16s all the way to 42, 43s over there. So it kind of feels like we get down there and it just wants to go up. So I feel like that's my scalp level. Tesla is too close to VWAP, and I had the idea. It looked pretty good. But then it didn't continue, right? Like it's not all the way at 190, 150. So clearly my idea to kind of get out of that was not wrong. Or maybe you just need a little bit more time on this one. But again, not really breaking through 189. Even though those longs, in my, the longs that kind of loading over here, quickly hit the offer and get out, we're not actually continuing the sell-off. So I just feel like because it's a 2-day testimony,
exactly.
right? So
and it's so it's politically dominant because he gets one set of questions in the Senate, which has like a different purview, and then another one in the House within its purview. So it's, we'll get everything under the sun within those 2 days.
Yeah, and I just feel like a lot of traders who are trading are quickly going to change their mind if things go against them. That's been, it's in this type of environment, I don't know if anybody wants to hold any sides against them because, yeah, man, we've seen these markets move very, very quickly. So we're getting the move into 4K now. I'm going to use Apple as a proxy just because I said that. So, yeah, let's watch Apple. Let's watch this 152. I do anticipate the break of 152. So it's not really a level that I'm going to say, yeah, I'm going to put a hard stop there. But it's going to be just kind of recycling this area in real time and seeing what happens next.
Yeah, guys, not much of a trade on at this moment. Still holding my UNCY basically at break even, holding that same area of support. So not much to report on, but I see ISEE moving here. Shout out to whoever mentioned that earlier because it is continuing to move, not on great volume, but the chart pattern is fantastic, and it's not really wicking you in and out. The moves up have been clean. The retracements have been super tight and kind of like limited, to be fair. So I feel like I've kind of like missed the boat on this one. Let's look at the 1-minute chart. Yeah, see on the 1-minute chart, it shows you how sparsely traded it is. It's kind of deceptive. On the 3-minute chart, doesn't really kind of reflect that. Yeah, so I suspect this would be a hard stock to manage risk on. So I'll stay away from that one. Yeah, Reliable Rudy. Shout out to you, Reliable Rudy. Yeah, still looking for a decisive move here on these futures. We're really not. We're making newer lows. 4,006.5 is now the low on the ES March contract, but the ranges or the moves are definitely a lot tighter now, and I don't really know which way we go. I guess you could just punch short on some of these pops. I'm not really seeing much in the way of pops. Tesla's giving you a bit of a bit of range to kind of get in on. Not much else, to be honest with you. Meta's range is really tightening up now. I think become like a 20, 30 penny range for the last like 4 or 5 3-minute candles. So range is tight on some of these stocks as a result of the futures as well being a little bit range bound, but still nursing this UNCY long, AZUL as well. Look at this one continuing now. Looks like it's going to be 10% on the day, 645 now. AZUL continuation from yesterday. Nice, easy mover, kind of predictable. Same thing with TUDP, kind of getting off that 250 retracement bottom and moving back up now, looking to test 2 3/4, probably 3. Let's have a look at the daily on that. Quickly glean some longer term levels. We got to zoom out to find anywhere of note. So I'm going to say offhand that 3 1/4 definitely looks like a level. You got to say 3. The whole dollar level will definitely be the first area of resistance, but 3 1/4, and then after that, obviously 4, and then we got the top wick here at 4.65. So. Interesting look on TUDP. Kind of feel like I'm late to the party for those, so we'll nurse this less risky trade, I want to say, because if it breaks this key level here, I'm out. This 182, 183 level, I'm gonzino on that. But looking for a bounce on some of these big cappers. Should we find one, Luca?
Yeah, guys, I'm having trouble getting filled on the bid here on Meta, so I feel like we go up because it's kind of flirting with this area. And again, going with the logic of potentially the higher low level. Yeah, the higher low, dip, pop. Maybe it's not here. Maybe it's right here. Maybe we'll curl back up, break that 186, then actually go to the north side, coinciding with the 4,000/4005 bounce. So yeah, starter position long, trying to get a little bit more on the bid, just not filling me there. So gonna chill for like 3 minutes, see where this one wants to go. And yeah, Apple is just not getting low enough for me to catch that little bit of a bid there. Near closer to 152. I know somebody was asking about Google. I'll get back there. But just quickly to talk about AMD, it bounced once off VWAP, and it was actually a clean move to the upside. But I just feel like this sort of line, this was like 11, and then we have, the market didn't really bounce there. But AMD, yeah, definitely feels strong off of the into 80. So like below 81, that area there, because I was trading it, I just felt like I kind of, it kind of wasn't really selling off, and then it had that like one, Morningstar. Shout out to Morningstars at the bottom there, and then reversal, man. Like if you're looking for patterns, right? It's 1 minute, so you can't really rely heavily on this. But look how it sort of sells off, right? And then red, little bounce, more red into the 81/80/80 area. This is your reversal area. You see the morning star. It closes the candle up there, and then we go all the way back to high a day. So again, guys, I would have loved to hold for high a day, but just not the way that I trade. This is how I traded it. I got stopped out, but I added it back. That's the key thing. So we're reversing. I'm trying to catch it. I'm managing risk, playing like over-unders. People ask me, look, what do you mean by an over-under? Essentially, long, cover. Back above, long. If it went back below, cover. So I'm like risking this region because I don't know if this market is, like bipolar. Like we're up, we're down. I don't really know what's happening here. So, yeah, basically, that was a great trade there. Getting the fill here on Meta finally. So let's see where this wants to go. That recent low is 185.40. So let's see how that reacts. Maybe you get a final stop out below that level where it sort of dips and then reclaims. Not going to put a stop in for that reason. So let's see if this wants to actually bounce back to the upside. Probably gets to 186 eventually. And then at that point, let's see if we get another 50 cents out of that one. So going to chill with that one there. And to Google, because somebody was asking, Google, I didn't really love it. It was a little bit of a smaller size, kind of robotic action before the sell-off with everything else. We dipped off that, we bounced off that 94, ripped back to VWAP. I took a long into the 95, added it, took it off, added it through 95, scalped it out, got that out at break even, dipped down, tried the long, didn't put a stop order, kind of regretted it a little bit because look at that, man. I thought I was going to lose maybe 5-10 cents, but it was like, yeah, it was like 25 cents. So pretty upset with that. And then this was kind of rage, trying to get the long and then offing it again. So losing a little more than what was required. But I did think that we were going to test 95 again. So I tried it here. I lost. This win doesn't make up for it. So I'm actually down on Google, which is not a problem. I can always find another trade. But yeah, for the time being, Google is sort of holding this general 94.50 vicinity. I'm not super confident on it. I like kind of dips. If we get to 94 and break the lows, then I'll consider a trade around it. Maybe flip it short, or if we get to 95, maybe make a decision on that one. Oh, I like that. New subscriber, and it comes on screen.
Where?
Is that like
I missed
automated?
that. I missed
Did you guys see that? Oh, that wasn't supposed to be there? That, okay, yeah, no, so, well, that looked, I mean, it looked cool. It looked pretty cool. Okay, guys, meta's going up here. So, yeah, let me sell some in front of this 186. That was a nice little scalp play. And then I'm going to hold some to see if we can break the 50. See, my logic is I think we get to the 50, right? But I don't want to kind of miss the boat because the even dollar level is there. So let me just kind of take it there, and then let's see if we continue to the north side. I mean, 186.50, we print that, and I'm a happy camper. I'll be out of this trade. So yeah, I'm going to throw an offer there just to see if I can get it. I said I was going to use Apple as the proxy to take the long, but it's just not filling me down there. So I guess meta, we're going with the meta long here. So we'll see where that one wants to go. Yeah, lots of trades to start the show. Wow, 36 minutes flies by when you're taking nonstop fills here. I had a little test along here on 189 as well. The bounce was pretty clean. It was a little scalp trade. We're going back into that 189. I would watch definitely the 190.50. We did the wick off tops, and again, this is like super short term kind of look on it. So it's the 1 minute. It's, you know, it's not really. I mean, take this with a grain of salt is essentially what I'm saying. But notice how it just could not get over 190 and hold, right? So all the longs that are involved want this to go up, but it just can't. It can't. Did they get stopped out, and do we now fly to the north side? So, yeah, if you guys are watching the show and you did get stopped out with your 200 lots over there, I'm sorry, I know the pain, but, you know, to no avail, don't give up, keep trying. If at first you don't succeed, double down?
No, I don't try again.
Try again. Don't double down, but yeah, try again.
All right, someone asked me to look at PTGX. Not a bad looker here. Up 33% on the day, 20% after the bell. The volume's a little suspect though, 9.48 million, which is okay. 92,000 shares done in the past 5 minutes, so definitely slowing down. And I know you can't really see it that well. Actually, you can because it's a corner shot. Look at the volume decline. It had the big boy move here, I want to say at 8 o'clock, and then the retracement. Not much in the way of a move at 9:30, but for some odd reason, the volume started coming in at around 10.20. You had a bit of a move up, testing 20 bucks or above VWAP. So we're still bullish on this stock. Definitely not looking to short it, but definitely not looking to go long near highs or recent highs anyway. So looking for where the price action is respecting. So far, I don't see anything specific. You know, you could make an argument for the 50 period here. Yeah, a little bit. VWAP definitely not an influence. So a bit harder to read for me. This stock, so I may stay away from it, but it looks good. PTGX, a nice slow mover to the high side. I think we got Brendo, though, at the big desk, and he's ready with the Euro close.
All right, still watching the overall markets here, guys, reaching day lows once again, or trying to bounce off day lows anyways. We started the session, seems like a long time ago, in Europe, a lot higher on the day. We end up back in the red with overall North American markets back downside, just waiting on a few final prints to come through here for some of the European indexes. However, for the most part, a negative session shaping up. Chairman Powell is still speaking on employment right now and the effects of unemployment and how they can control that as far as how many people will end up unemployed if they continue on the path they're on. Anyway, that's the way the board is looking right now. Pretty red, guys, top to bottom for the European session. Back over to you.
We don't have the correct.
Everything red there, eh?
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
Europe.
Yeah.
Europe didn't like what they heard, or read, I should say, from Papa. Papa, you know?
Yeah.
Papa wants more rate hikes.
Yeah. Me and Sharif were just talking about the 50 period. I was looking at his screen and I'm like, oh, why is your 50 period different than mine? So it's just using different. Obviously, it's collecting the data set, and I think because I have it connected, it's you know, pairing it, and it's not really the day. So I think yours is more correct. But again, guys, if you are wondering, do I have the correct moving average? You know, just understand where you're starting the data from and kind of go from there. That's why it's an area, right? Because who knows if my 50 period is 100% correct. I mean, I see 86.15, and then I look on yours, and it's like, what is that?
The 50 period?
Yeah, what's that right there?
186.12.
Yeah, okay, so it's like so again, guys, just to kind of, you know, reiterate this, it's, you know, you want to use areas when it comes to moving averages because it really depends on what data set that you're using. Right. You know, for mine is going all the way back to 730, so it's pulling from that. It's also factoring this in. assuming there's 50, you know, I think it is, I'm using an EMA there. But anyways, not important, essentially areas. Areas more important than specific hard levels. That's what I learned as a trader. That's what I'm learning, you know, as I kind of grow as a trader. Yeah, use general areas. So meta dipping back down. I wanted to add to it, but now we're actually getting into the low here, and I feel like the market did not bottom yet. This is the 5-minute, guys. It didn't give me a look of like, this is a bottom to me, and we ripped back up, and this took place at like 10 o'clock, 10:30, when you know, Powell came on and started saying some stuff. So, and then this looks like a top because we just kind of break and quickly reverse and slam. I feel like this is like, it's searching for a bottom. So we still could potentially get that 4,005. So I want to be light on positions until that actually takes place. And then if we get the flush and then pop, that's like the reversal. That'll be like my intraday swing back to the upside. I mean, if we go back up, or we just keep going down. And all my thesis is invalid. I know people in the chat are like, I love it, man, when I'm like long something. I'm like long meta going for like 30 cents, like from here to here. And someone's like, bro, it's a clear short. Like it started at 190 and like this is a higher low. And I'm like, yeah, I know, man. But I'm literally going for like a little bit of kind of, you know, scalp around, right? Scalp around, use proper size and kind of go from there. Heads up for anybody watching AMD high a day. It is close to that, basically 20 cents away from high a day there. Still far from 83, but now that I think about it, I'm going to throw an order out to take the short at 83, give or take. This will be a starter position just to work myself into it, see how I feel about it. If it feels good, I'll add to it. If it doesn't, I won't. Apple with the dip and rip, man, giving me that fill and popping instantly. Okay, Apple, I see you. Let's see if this thing wants to go back to top of the range here. That's too good, man. When you see a setup like this, where it kind of wicks and instantly pops, like look at this, like down, instantly up, down, instantly up, instantly up, instantly up. How many times? Got to take that over and over again until it's invalid there. So yeah, pretty happy with how this one's working for me. And again, with this particular trade, I'm like watching the 152 and willing to add to it. So pretty clean level there. Let's see where this one wants to go. And let's just look back at Tesla just to kind of see where this is again. Yeah, back down to that 189. So I feel like 189 to 188.50 for now is that short-term bottom. If we do break 188.50, kind of gives the look that maybe we are going into the low of day 187, 186 region. So yeah, watching that one. If I do jump into Tesla, it'll be a scalp trade at this point. It'll be very, very small size, so I might not even talk about it. The trade might not even last too long. I'm just more concerned with my Apple trade, and Meta I want to add, but if it has to show me something, add there. I think NVIDIA off the top, 239.50. Neil called that one. That was a banger. It actually went to 239. What was the high of this? 239.48. So talk about calling a top there, man. In front of 240, and with NVIDIA, got to give it at least 50 cents. That's the area. So 239.50. If we get back there, I think we actually do go to 240, and then got to imagine there are some stops sitting at the 240 area. So it is like an up and down, over under area. So yeah, I'm basically watching NVIDIA right now to see if we can get up there. I don't want to get too aggressive on the shorts because I like the longs a little better. And okay, AMD fill coming fast. Apple getting out of this one, so ring the register on that one. Where's the fills? Why are they not showing here? Oh, I took them off. Yeah,
Actually,
nice little scalp trade there. Apple, I mean, man, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
This looks
that was
good.
the 6th time. I mean, if we do go up now, yeah, we're going now. Yeah, go figure. Now,
well, it's
sell it,
through
we go.
it's through a level. That's why.
I thought we were going lower though. I thought, okay, whatever. That's my own fault. Meta's working here. We're actually moving up.
What is Papa saying, man?
I'm gonna, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna chill with Meta. I'm gonna hold on to Meta because I let Apple go. It's you know, if we go up, they're both gonna go up. So yeah, let's hold on to Meta. Let's watch this AMD short. It already went through 83. That was fast, man. That was an extremely fast move to the upside. I am light on the AMD trade. If this goes 50 cents against me right now, I'll just be like, yo, ring the unregister. Like, how do I like give the money back? But,
unregister, yeah, the refund register.
Yeah, like 83.50 is the better level. So I'm not gonna cover this right now, but I'm not gonna add to it just yet. I'm just gonna watch it. AMD is a little stronger there. Anything that I lose on AMD right now, it's Meta's just making up for it and more. So I'm not really too concerned, and I do want AMD higher for the retracement back down. Market's going back to the upside. Let's watch that 40-20 level because that was the high of this move. If it's a liquidity hunt again, we get there, we break, we slam back down. So we do have room to go. That's 5 points to the upside on the overall market. And then if we get there and slam, like that will coincide with the 83.50 level for the fade back down into 83. So yeah, let's watch that AMD to see where that one wants to go. And Meta, I'm basically chilling, and I have no orders out for Meta. I'm just waiting to see how high this can go, and if I can actually get high a day. I mean, that'd be pretty awesome. It's Ponzi Fonzie, no refunds, no returns, Luca. I know, who do I call here? I feel like I get Powell on the phone. I know he's pretty busy right now, but listen, buddy, I gotta return some of my trades over here. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. Okay, so let's see where this one goes. Two positions on board, one long, one short, and yeah, that Apple long, man, that's a banger, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm just building into this Meta position. You have a better price than me, but we get a test to the 50 period, then a retracement that doesn't make a newer low, and now we're testing the 50 period again, albeit on the 1 minute chart. I get it, guys. It's micro, but that's what we're trading. We're scalp demoning right now, right? So long here, holding a nice position on Meta. Now my cost basis is 96s, so let's look for that continuation through 186. But we're gonna obviously have to get you know, a continuation on the futures itself. It's not, well, it could go. Meta could be secular, but I don't know if this is the right time for it. Anyway, let's see what this long does. I'm building into it incrementally. Microsoft also, it's worth noting, has retraced into VWAP, so it looks like it wants to pump to the high side here. 255.65 is Microsoft now kind of getting off that, it kind of built a bottom, but last time it was around VWAP, it rejected. I don't know if Microsoft's a play today, guys, but we shall see. We shall see. Meta curling, but I'm not really seeing much else other than Meta and Microsoft at the moment curling. So so far it's just those two. The future is trying to print a newer green candle. We'll see here what the futures bring, but you know, it's like what Luca said. It's that 4,005, 4,000 level. You get in and around that area. I don't know if it's the last time we retest this area. I think, you know, we could see some downside, some more testing of 4,000, especially if Pop-Up starts going off there. So anyway, got a nice move here on Meta, about 20 pennies in the money or so. Let that one run. The level we're looking at, obviously, first, we want to close and stay above the 50 period on the 1 minute chart. That's firstly. Secondly, we want to look for a continuation through 186.80 to make a newer high. That's that peak over here. And, you know, obviously, if we print a newer low, it's not a trend change. It's just, it shows that the retracement north was invalid. If we make a newer low, and that newer low is below 185.40, right? If we go below 185.40, that's a newer low. And so let's look for a close and a decided change and a decided take of that 50 period on the 1 minute chart. And then let's look for that 186.80 break. I want to say on Meta, if you're long Meta, that's what I'm looking at here. The future is still kind of, I don't want to say muted, but they're hanging out. They're hanging out. There's no aggressive retracement to view up, at least not yet. What else am I seeing? I'm seeing, yeah, everything is really below VWAP right now and kind of straddling. I was going to say Google's making a move. I'm off. Seeing a nice green candle here develop on Google, 94 3/4. We're testing that 75-cent level on Google. But Apple, dead weight. Meta, I'm surprised. I thought Meta would want to be one of those ones that really kind of got off the schneid once the futures pumped like 1 or 2 green candles here, but not so is the case on our friend at Tesla. But Meta is pumping now through that $0.25. Let's see if we can get continuation. Again, we're looking out for 80s, ladies and gents.
Yeah, guys, I did off that Meta. I just kind of game time decision, looked at it. I was like, okay, you know what? I probably get another chance at the dip. So let me just take that off over here. AMD, pretty nice. So deciding, you know, light on the size, adding, recycling now, right? Taking some off as it goes back down, goes back up. I still like the area. Again, using areas. It is stronger, though. So cognizant of the fact that the squeeze to the upside could be violent, especially if this market wants to, like, extremely move 10 points to the upside, which is possible. So, yeah, AMD is moving. Currently 20 cents out of the money. Going to wait for the ad. Let's see how 83.75 works. If this thing wants to steamroll all the way to 84, then, you know, clearly I'm wrong here. But working the general area, this is a nice fast move up. Volume kind of move through the 83.50 area. Even though that's my resistance zone, that's my level. It's not my super hard out. I want to watch it at this area. I want to see how it reacts. If it continues to look strong, then I off the position. So yeah, let's watch how this one wants to go. Again, 20 cents out of the money. nothing to, it'll probably come back to that level anyways, right? So market will always give you a chance to get your money back, but the real question is, I feel like I mean, not the question, but I feel like I really do like this short. And AMD has been sort of like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, you know, down, back down through 83. So this is kind of like my short to see if we can get back to that 83 at some point. I'm going to manage it accordingly and see where that wants to go. Let's go back to NVIDIA very quickly because I was talking about this through 240. So yeah, this was a nice break of 239.50. No short on this one using AMD instead of NVIDIA because I like the level better. And now over 240. NVIDIA, not too sure. I mean, let's like watch this. I don't want to have like two semis on the shorts because they're obviously going to move together. Like, look at this move in semis, man, all the way up from 237 to 241. Like, that is a nice move. And same thing with AMD from 82.20 all the way to 83.50, closing up here. So let's see how this reacts over in this area. If it holds trend, then maybe that's a little bit of a dip and go there. So yeah, multiple kind of takes on this one. Yeah, gonna just chill and see where this goes here.
All right, Juan Alejandro Castillo saying, thank you for the 250 Dominican peso. Can you look at WW Weight Watchers? Yeah, so for some reason they want to be called W International. I think they want to get there away from the word weight because they perceive it to have negative connotations. Interesting take there, but here we are, WW. It's got a nice day today, guys. Up 42 1/3%. Look at that big gap on the daily chart. Yesterday's close at 427, opening up today at 482. Low of day, a couple of pennies below that, 477, I believe, is that. Let's have a look here at the 3-minute chart. Kind of get a more narrow picture. You got the bulk of the move really was in the pre-market. Good continuation after the bell. A bit choppy, though, and then, you know, the hold above VWAP eventually. You make the high a day there at like about 565. Excellent VWAP hold, even though Wick's quite a bit below, like VWAP hanging out here at 518. The Wick even breaks 5. This was definitely a stop hunt. I could just tell you that by looking right at it without even having to see the tape. This was a stop hunt. They purposely went a few pennies below that $5 area, despite the fact that VWAP was 518. And look where it closes on the 3-minute. It doesn't close a shekel below VWAP. Surprise, surprise. But now we're stair-stepping back up through 550. Look for a high of day rejection, especially if there was this earlier bamboozlement. I'm looking possibly for a high of day rejection at 565-ish area. You know, keep it tight, right? If it ends up stopping you out, you can always get back in, right? If you've got those shorts on board, so you should be good there. I got to get rid of this one and look back at Meta because it did retrace into my entry. My entry is 82s. Okay, so it looks like we held 80 there. Now we're back into 90. Got to manage this one in case there's a retracement here on the futures, and it looks like there is. Topping out at least for the moment at that 40.17. Now back into 40.10. So we'll keep an eye on that, but a general trend of higher lows, at least for the moment, not making any lower lows. If you're bullish or if you're in the long like I am, that's kind of what you're looking for. And if you see anything different, you just got to be objective and get out of the position. So looking at those two positions, Meta and the futures, as well as this other trade that we're in that is now doing better. It's nearer the higher end of the range. This is the UNCY trade that I'm talking about. Really held, let's go to the 3-minute because you can see it a bit better on the 3-minute. Really held this range. So this is what I was looking for the hold, that 180, 183-ish area. I say a range of 185 to 180. That you want to see it hold there. There was the former peak, previous area of support, resistance, now current area of support, and we're curling back a little bit. You're seeing higher lows, not so much higher highs, but you're getting just enough here to show you that you're more upwardly bound. At least that's what I feel. So I think unless there's like a bamboozlement happening here at the moment, we're going to curl, maybe test 2 and then test 215. So I'm building into that position, but again, going to be very strict on this. If it breaks my key level of support, I'm outie on this Luca.
Yeah, guys, I am short Tesla here. I don't know how I feel about it. I think it's going to be like meh. Like, yeah, you know what? Let me just cover this here on this flush. Okay, solid. So I'll just take that little bit of a scalp trade. It's just taking too long to like give me a kind of feel to it. I like the AMD more. So again, covered a little bit at the 50. Basically recycling. I thought that this move back up would break the high and then do an over-under just because it's so strong. So I actually wanted this to make a high of like 160. Where am I going with that? 83.68. And then as soon as it broke, I wanted to hit it down like on that move because of, again, the hunt for liquidity in the market. That's the vibe. I feel like we could have easily got there, and then that's where people are taking profits. That's where kind of like robots are offsetting orders. So I wanted to participate in that action that I've kind of been seeing over and over again. So yeah, John Mark, really like that short AMD. It's off the 83.50 level. It's not gonna, sometimes my levels, because I actually live in the world of digital warfare, I look at the chart and I'm like, well, 83.50, I mean, it is a level, I think. I'm just kind of looking at this. It doesn't look clean here, but I feel like that's the level. And yesterday showed me that it was the level. So today I'm taking the shot because I missed it yesterday, or I think I missed it yesterday. I just feel like there is downside here, and what I'm going for specifically is 50 period, because the move to the 50 period feels like it's like that's kind of the move that's going to happen. That's my opinion. But then the move much lower is like a whole different it's a whole different trade. So let's see if we get first to that 83. And then break the 83, and then 82.80 is like that. So it's like an area, right? So I'm essentially using, like, call it like 83.05 to like 82.75, like this wide area. Like best cover will be 50 period if we can get there. And again, it lines up with the previous high. So notice how it kind of consolidated. It couldn't really get to 83. It sort of failed, made a higher low, following trend. Gets there again, breaks the high, get the volume spike into the 83, coinciding with the market bounce. But now look, the market's actually rejecting. So I thought we could have got to 40.20 on that bounce, but we actually didn't even, I mean, maybe there's a candle missing, but like maybe we got to only 18s and didn't actually break 40.20. So the shorts are better. We're now going into 4,005, and I feel like the short is good here. So I'm kind of short the stronger name, that being AMD, but playing off of a level makes it make sense to me. So yeah, let's see if this thing can continue to get lower into that 83. Offers are now kind of stacked. Anytime that you break a level, so like 82.80 into like the 83.60, like that was like look at the volume, like the volume increased. It's a little bit of a squeeze. You're getting bids that step up, right? So if anybody's short, or anybody like thinks like, oh, I might miss my opportunity to really load because this thing's going to 85, you know, bids step up. We kind of do that sideways action. We start to dip down. You know, as these bids get filled, maybe we, you know, pop, pop, pop. Then once it's all cleared out, then we like get the flush down. So yeah, just make sure you're watching your own positions and make sure the trades that you take make sense to you. You know, don't just blindly follow anybody's trades, man. That is not a way to be sufficient in the market. But yeah, again, all traders are looking at the same level. I kind of whispered under my breath that the short looks good because as we got up here, I'm seeing the size like slamming it down. I'm seeing the velocity in the tape kind of slow down. It coincides with the market. So all these things considered, this is why I'm short the name. Now I'm 20 cents in the money. Again, it's 20 cents. I was 20 cents out of the money. I'm now 20 cents in the money. Kind of one-to-one risking kind of that floating risk there. But yeah, let's see if we can get the 83 flush there. Oh, they're going.
Yeah. Fahad is going on a rant about how Greg got his ankles broken by some guy at the YMCA, and it's just like, you know, it's Fahad stuff, guys. Yeah, so he's awesome. That's what all the noise is in the background there. We're really close to 4,000 here, Luca, on the futures. We're continuing to print newer lows, but Meta not giving up the ghost, kind of holding up well. I don't want to jinx it by saying that 4,004.5 is the low. I'm now printing on UNCY. We're going to spin that money. There we go. UNCY pumping to the high side, breaking that $2 level. It's time to take profits here. We'll take a baby out there. Let's let that one run, building at that 190. Exactly according to plan. Hold that 185, 180 level. Former area of resistance, current area of support. Love this kind of trade. Very predictable when it follows like the textbook. And, you know, kind of gives you that affirmation that you did things the right way. So that one, I'll let that one kind of develop. I don't want to take too much out by staring at it too much. I want to see what this meta trade is going to do. I've kind of drawn my own little trend line here that I'd like to see somewhat respected, and by somewhat I mean like I don't want to see it close below it. So if it wicks below it quickly and makes a newer high after that, I'll be content. But I close below this one, and we'll see because I don't want to get out of this position. I think that it's the right one to take if you're looking for a 4,000 bounce, right? And I'm gonna go into this thinking a 4,000 bounce is in order. The meta's pumping. Okay, so I'm really nicely in the money on this one, and I'm taking out a little bit there. Oh, I didn't get that fill, man. I'm too slow. My old man fingers just can't keep up with the young guys out there. But I can't. I couldn't get that fill. But I'm waiting here. I think I'm waiting at 10s or something. Yeah. So I'll have to wait for now. But I think that the idea is right. In fact, I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that out. No, I'm not even going to take that out, guys. I'm going to hold. I'm holding, baby. Long 81, so like 20 some odd pennies in the money. Let this one run. Let's make a newer high. The last high was that 35, 186.35. We get there, we don't. I want to build into this trade, I'm not gonna try to scalp out of this one. Let's see if I can actually hold this one. Old man fingers. Okay. Yeah, I won't read that comment, Nice, but yeah, shout out to you. I think Brendo is at the big desk and he's got volume leaders, baby.
Hey guys, yeah, lunchtime. Let's jump into what is happening now. This testimony continuing and will for not only the remainder of today, but he'll be back again tomorrow. So we can all look forward to it coming up tomorrow as well. 1.12 to the downside currently for the S&P 500, 1.19 for the Dow. The Russell faring a little bit better along with the NASDAQ here, 0.8. 0.75 for the NASDAQ 100, showing a little bit of relative strength right now. However, it's all about this. Still testifying right now, talking a little bit about rising unemployment in a sense of if they continue on the path that they're on, how high is that going to go and how high will the unemployment rate get? Seems to be a very popular topic coming from these questions today. This happened as well this morning. We mentioned it briefly, but this has now completely flipped after these comments this morning. So 60% now on the Fed funds tool in favor of a 50 basis point increase. This is now 40% or 39% or 39.8 in favor of a quarter point. So it looks like 50 basis points to come now, guys, in March.
Well, that makes a little more sense now. It's kind of, it was flip-floppy over there. But, yeah, that makes a little more sense, at least to me. Maybe I'm missing something. Guys, AMD, baby. I don't know if you heard me. I was like, oh, baby, here we go. Yeah, short, waiting, adding, covering some on the flush there. Still in the short, waiting for that area. Again, 83.05-ish, going into 82.80, just to kind of reiterate that one. I mean, maybe we bounce here. Right? Maybe we bounce here and go back up. I don't know what happens next, but I do feel like the short is good, and I want to add to that short. Just not really too sure how I'm going to structure that one. Apple, I have the long bounce there as well off the 152. This is like bounce, cover some because, again, market, for some reason I have a line at 4,005. I must respect the mystery lines, guys. I must respect that. Comp SRX saying cover. I don't know, maybe take cover with this market kind of about to break 4K over there. Yeah, I'm scalping around, so things are okay on my side. Apple below 152 again. Do we get another bounce here? Maybe.
Yeah, okay, so reload after the profit take on UNCY. It comes right back down to that support level, former area of resistance. I reload. Okay, so I'm adding, where'd I add? I add like 88s or something like that. So keep an eye on that. Meta continuing to the high side. Guys, I'm long 80s. So I'm 40 pennies in the money on this one. I want to let it run more. Let's look for that newer high. The newer high comes vis-a-vis a break of 34s. So if we can break 34s, that's a newer high. Look for that continuation. We're seeing higher lows. We're seeing higher highs. Let's look for that trend change. It's showing its relative strength. There's no question about that because we are, hugging low of days here on the ES. 4,450 is a low of day. We're at 4,007. So very much near low of days here. Meta seems to be secular at the moment. I want to say Amazon, kind of, no, not even. You know, it's above VWAP, straddling VWAP from the high side, but it's range bound and looking to kind of break through 94, not really able to. So it looks like meta secular on this one. I'm not really seeing anything else move except meta. So it's showing its strength, but it is facing an upward battle, an uphill battle.
Is that a real print?
An uphill battle because the market is continuing to give lower prints. So how long can it stay positive? Back to UNCY here. Same deal goes with this one. If it breaks 180, I'm out. And you definitely want to see that level hold. So in fact, let's go ahead and put my stop in with this one. I'll go at 78. And then there we go. And that'll be for how many shares? Okay, so there we go. All right, so we will leave that one to do its thing, and yeah, let's continue to see what happens here. Luca, what are you up to over there?
Loading back the Apple long for the line up. Let's see if this wants. It's like if we go back up now in the next like 10 seconds, I feel like the long's gonna be a banger. If we don't, I'm gonna off this long. So let's watch it in real time, see where this wants to go. Holding that 151.95, not too bad. Not too bad, and yeah, if we do, I mean, it's been good. You guys see what I'm doing here, just kind of scalping around. I was long, I off some, held a little bit more, added it back. Let's see if we want to bounce back over the 152. The AMD short, I was trying to get on the bid to see if it wanted to actually flush into 83. Not getting the fills just yet, but obviously patiently waiting for that one to see where it wants to go. And yeah, man, it is, okay, yeah, Apple, maybe this is now, maybe I have the price wrong on this. So I might just off it to see. Market still close to that 4,005, so let's see what's going to happen next on that one. I wanted to short NVIDIA, but it didn't actually give me the chance. This kind of consolidation below 140, or sorry, 240 looked okay, just to draw the obvious line here. Kind of over, under, can't break above, can't break above. We're actually getting the fill. So I was hoping to like get the fill, like the wick fill short there, but now we're sort of too low. I'm not going to chase this. Maybe gets the 50 period below 239, and then actually makes a run back up on that one. And user saying, why is AMD strong? That's a great question. That's a great question. I'm not 100% sure.
Neither do I.
I'm not 100% sure, actually. I don't know why. I mean, overall, it's been going up, right? So, like, just to kind of point out the obvious, you know, the chart is green, so the stock is green, you know. But that news coming through with the activist investor news thing, this is the move, start at 78. And then we got above 80, consolidate high, you know, dip back down, dip through, you know, hold that 81, hold that 81 again, back off to the races, and then 83.50, you get the resistance. So it is strong. I have cognizant of that fact. That's why I'm kind of focusing on it when it's at the level and kind of recycling over and over again to build the position. But yeah, let's see if we can get the 83 print. I feel like 83 eventually is going to print. And then at that point, I'm not really too sure what's going to happen next.
Microsoft?
If we go up from here and we go back to the highs, then this is a dip and rip, and I'm going to be out of that last portion of the trade. This is why I pay myself along the way, man, because you never know if you're going to have the right price. Basically, recycling, adding, cover, waiting for like the next flush down. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. Someone's saying reload Stresla long. That's a great question. I was thinking about that, and I just typed in long instead of Tesla there. 189 looks good. So let's see how 189 reacts if we can get back there. But it's spending a lot of time here, which gives me the feel that because it's spending so much time here, it's going to probably spend more time here. So I'm not in a rush to kind of take the long or you know, chase that one there. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it comes back there for the dip buy and go with that one.
Yeah, I just missed getting the dip buy there in the low 80s on Meta. I wanted the re-up, basically, you know. I was looking for a wick and a close above this kind of perfunctory trend line, this sort of makeshift trend line that I've made here. I like it. I think that it symbolizes the general trend, and I think we are close to finding at least a temporary bottom. I think we do get an initial 4,000 bounce, whether or not tomorrow we have 4,000 as a level to the downside is, you know, kind of beyond me at this point. We may be fighting it from the upside tomorrow. So we'll see. I think that we do find some sort of support here, and that's why I'm kind of building into this meta position. I like it, but I definitely want a lower cost basis as I continue to scalp on the pops. Still holding 186 and still holding that trend line quite well. I'm looking for a break of that 35 level. Let's see a newer high here. but not without my refilling. I want to refill first to size up a little bit. Let's see what it does. This other trade that I'm doing now, UNCY, kind of still hanging out at that level of support. Again, volume dropping off, but that's to be expected in the lunch hour for some of these small cap crappers, right? And then we'll get like some movement maybe at 1 o'clock, 1:30 or so towards that 2 o'clock, and then moving into power hour. I like this one. I like how it's holding midday. It's not giving up the goods. Even though, you know, there's not as much volume to support the upside move, but it's still holding that level. So I want to rinse and repeat on this one, just as I'm doing with Meta. Wow, there goes Meta again now, looking to test 20s. Going without me here, man. I wanted that refill. I don't know. Are you still doing battle with Meta?
I'm battling everything, man. I'm like switching back and forth, watching my positions very closely. AMD dipped and filled me down at the 83. And you know what? I didn't take off as much as I wanted to, which is my own mistake, and now we're back up, and it's going to go out of the money. Again, I said to myself, if we do rip back to the upside, I don't want to be in the trade, so I'm not going to cover it just yet, but I am willing for this to go to the high, and then I'll reevaluate. I didn't cover as much as I should have. Maybe I should cover it here. Yeah, you know what? Let me just cover a little bit more over here, just to kind of like, okay, so that should have been down. Yeah, that was my mistake. But now at least I can let it go to the high, and then if I lose at the high there, I'm okay with that one. So let's see where that one wants to go. Again, watching Tesla for 189. Apple dipped down. I think iceberg buyer 152.08. So let's see if 152.08 wants to hold here. We got that kind of move up very quickly. Hard to get filled on the bid. Now we're dipping back down. I kind of want to get long here. So let me just get a little bit of a. Let me see if I can get this filled down here at in front of 152. Willing to add to this. Not super concerned against that iceberg buyer. I mean, I'm sure. Okay, yeah. So I'm sure they're gone now because we did have like the up move there. But for the most part, 152 over and over again. Can we recycle once again? Stay tuned, and we'll see if this wants to go all the way back to 152.40. Market is holding that 4,005 for the time being, so looking okay. And yeah, I know Sean had an Amazon trade. Let's look at Amazon. I'm not too sure what to think about this one.
Oh, baby.
I feel like I'm waiting for either 95 or 93 down there.
Meta is moving, ladies and gents. We take out through the $0.25. Now into the 40s, pumping very nicely. Here comes the 50-period retracement on the 3-minute. You know, I eye this out for a possible area of resistance here, but we're getting moves on all the names. We're getting moves on Apple, we're getting a move on Amazon, Microsoft, even Tesla now kind of holding above VWAP. So nice little move there. Wow. Nice pumped move about that. Disappointed I wasn't able to add again in the mid-80s. That would have been over $1 in the money on that pop. But hey, that's the way it goes. Missed that by 3 pennies. But Amazon also nicely breaking here. Some good movement here on Amazon. Look for that. I want to say 94.50 break. That's the more recent high. Look at that wick up there. It didn't quite make it up to 50.43s, I think, but look for that $0.50 break in that continuation, maybe to test 95. 95 is the exact day high today. So interesting move on Amazon. I'm also looking to diversify. It's not just about Meta. I'm going to hold here on Meta. I'm looking for the 80s out, so that'll be $1 in the money. If I'm able to get out some at 80s, let that one go and see what else is up. Oh, wow, TUDP, man. I said if this was a flat top break, I said if there was going to be a flat top break, this was going to be the one. That 275, that 270 area ended up being real good. Look at all the accumulation around that area there. And the reason you look for the flat top break is because it's a bullish trend, right? So just go in the direction of the trend. And if accumulation there starts with a higher lows, which is what you have here, this is the flat top break. Oh, wow, that looked good. Didn't participate in that one. Still in UNCY and in Meta, but can't have them all. But this is definitely one that I would have really liked. Look for that $3, guys. Obviously, that's going to be the key level of resistance there. Then after that, we talked about that 3.25 being a level, and then beyond there, 4, and then 4 and 4.5. So that goes back almost all the way to last year. So TUDP having a day. Good for it. Sadly, we're not able to participate. Meta still hanging around the $0.50 here, looking real nice. Very happy about that, but now it's showing more of its secular move than it was before, because we are really not seeing any good move here in the futures. Right back down into near low days, 4,006.5 is where we're at. 4,004.25 is the low. So careful here. I don't want to get the rug pulled. All of a sudden we're building a position into Meta, and then we see a Hwadunk red candle come in, take us down into 185. I'll be waiting, though. I really need to mention that. Should we make it back into 185, I will be buying at that 185 level, Luca.
Yeah, guys. Start 2019. Luca, love your talks, but not your trades. Oh, man. Yeah, I hope you're not following my trades because I am very, very quick on the keys. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Actually, you know what? Short, like super short, if possible. Yeah. Or yeah, short, whatever it is. Yeah, short. Thank you. Yeah, super fast on the keys. You know, I change my decisions in real time. So yeah, I try to tell you guys that. But in general, like, you know, like look at Apple. So it's not really going to 153, but I'm essentially like doing the same thing because the level's holding. So it's just like, I will try this until it stops working. I am also long BBIO. This is, I mean, 20 psychological level. So like, we're kind of close there. So I'm taking a small long in front of that. Are we going to like rip through 20 and continue? I think yesterday had a you know, very strong day, and now we're kind of continuing. So today is not that first red day. So I'm not too sure what happens next, but I feel like if we break 20, do we then jailbreak again? And this thing went as high as 23, I think, yesterday. So, oh man, if this goes to 23, I'll be pretty happy. But let's see this from yesterday, how this kind of looked. Oh, maybe those are not real. Maybe those are dark pool wicks. Okay, so this wasn't even through 20. Okay, we got room. So yeah, I'm not really too sure. I think that up move, this quick up move that it did, kind of breaking the high, that's what I'm looking for at 20. And volume did kind of pick up, and it is kind of holding for the time being. Not really sure the float on this, so we could check this in real time. I have to, yeah, I'll just make sure. Let's see this one. BBIO. It is, oh, okay, large float. Okay, yeah, so no, maybe less likely for tape teleportation on that one. But yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go along this. Let's see if it breaks 20. If it does, I'll reevaluate where I should put the stop. I would love nothing more than this to break 20 and explode like $5. But again, that kind of float, not really too sure if that's even a possibility. Apple, I think I missed my opportunity for the dip buy there at 152.10-ish. But I did cover some of that on the move to 30s, which is pretty good. I am holding some now because it did this the first time. It kind of looks like it was going to do it. So I was like, okay, let me hold in case we do start to go. So yeah, if you see me in the Apple trades, I'm going to try my best to not keystroke out of the full size just because the 152 is holding. And if it continues to hold, it's just kind of like it's not selling through, not selling through, not selling through. And then when it pops, there's potential to actually get the VWAP and above and beyond. So we'll see where that one wants to go. I know Sharif was all over Meta. Oh, he's not in Meta anymore. Yeah, I had the right idea. I just didn't reload. There's only so much you can do, guys, right? So don't beat yourself up if you're like, oh, I wanted to buy the dip on Meta and then you didn't and it's back up. Just know that you had the right idea and it was good, and you know, look for another trade, right? So yeah, you can't really, you can't hit it all. It's challenging to trade everything at the same time. You know, it's not as much as you want to be kind of Ash Ketchum, put the hat backwards and go catch them all, catch all those trades. Sometimes it doesn't work like that, right? I had a scalp of NVIDIA short here off the 240. I thought we were going to break, so my plan was to short cover the whole way up and then wait for the 240 break and flush. We didn't even break it, though. We didn't even break it. So maybe 240 is like more significant resistance than I actually thought. So let's see if we can get back up, then take another fill short, and then ride this even lower in case the market doesn't want to bounce there. I think 240 is a defined out. We kind of already did the over-under. We did the volume spike. Volume then dropped. We kind of sold off with a little bit more volume. So maybe this is headed to 237.50, 237 area before it wants to actually break the 240 again. So yeah, going to watch that one. Chill vibes. Luca Ketchup. Yeah, man. That's funny. Yeah, I'm just kind of going back over the chat here. Someone saying stop chasing every dollar. Yeah, man, don't chase every dollar. Just make trades that make sense to you and roll with the plan that you got, man. Roll with the plan that you got. Brandon B saying UNCY levels, please. I know Sharif's in that one. He's probably talking about it, but let me, as he grabs me an espresso, let me just check this one out over here. This looks pretty choppy. If it holds, I would say VWAP, just because that kind of lines up with the high. So it rejected, then broke. And anytime you get a volume spike, combined with, oh, it was a previous high, combined with, oh, now it becomes VWAP, I say to myself, if it's going to hold, it should hold here and then bounce back to 2. But because UNCY, this is multi-day runner, I think. So we were actually at 60 cents yesterday, and this kind of did the volume. It's almost matching yesterday's volume, but not quite. Not too sure what to think, but I would say, okay, yeah, now, so look at that, man. Flush through VWAP, and I guess Sharif's out of that position. But yeah, flush through VWAP on that one. Next level, I don't know, man. This is tough to say. I kind of don't have a read on this. I would say maybe here, 150. Yeah, I would say 150 next level. So maybe 150 and 160. So 160 to 150 is more of an area, I guess you could say. So maybe it wants to get here, dip in, and then it was the high from yesterday. So if it wants to hold there, maybe there's a chance. But again, it just it doesn't look good, from my opinion, and it's based on volume. So it has volume, it breaks trend, the volume dies, and then nobody's really trading this. And then one last up and down before maybe it now wants to stair-step its way down. But yeah, I would watch for that 150 level. And go from there. Man, Apple, okay, market. At least I got something on board. Okay, yeah, I will take that. I will take that. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why you hold some of the position, because then you don't look, you look away, you look back, and it's like, alrighty. I was like, wait a second, that was a nice one. Now I'm just waiting for BBIO. Can this thing follow the market and break 20 and explode to the north side? Time will tell. We moved, man. Oh my God! We moved, man. And I was in the Apple long. I'm like, what's going on here? Like, okay, yeah, that's not too shabby, man. Not too shabby. That's the thing. Look at this market off 4. What did he say? Did he say? Was anything said here?
Who knows, bro? Over time, we can achieve 2% inflation. We will. Just basic stuff.
These are just
baby.
words.
What a move on, what is that, like $3, $2 in the money.
A
oh my goodness, okay.
Oh, he ended.
Straight VWAP retracement. VWAP retracement, right? I mean, like, look at this. We're getting an exact retracement like we did before. And is this a new setup for a short? Here we go. We got the VWAP retracement early at 10:30. And it was an absolute money short coming off, I want to say, what, 39s, and we went down to 4s. So here it is again, guys. The $0.25. We bounce off 26s, and then we're going to see a move back down to 4,000. Oh, here it comes. Oh, baby. There we go. Right to the downside as we're talking about it. So VWAP rejecting for now. Is this a bear trap, though, for some shorts into these positions? And then we actually move to the high side. I have no idea what was said. And Brendo's in the production meeting. So we're not going to be getting updates with respect to that for a little while until they're done. So I don't know what you're looking at, but yeah, I don't know here, man. I'm thinking maybe possibly some shorts, but it's just risky. I don't want to go against the trend, but you know, it's set up so perfectly. Here it is, man. You're already, what are you, already 10 points in the money. We rejected off 26s. We're down to 16s. So that was already a 10-point move rejection off VWAP there. So, not sure what to make of this. It looks good.
That was fast.
I got to probably get out of this UNCY trade I got up here. I'm probably already out of it, right? Because I had to stop. Yeah, there we go. So I did get out at 77s as planned. So this one doesn't end up working out for the second half of the trade. We get out some first half, and then it ends up going against us for a little bit of a loss here on the second portion. That level ends up breaking. That 180 level we said was like kind of the red line. So not going to reload on that one and look for some other small caps. But right now, I think it's just, are you punching short? No, you're not punching short?
No, I am short. I'm short AMD here.
You are short AMD.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, so now it's kind of a crossroads. Do I take this meta out here or do I let it run? Come to my screen, Bradley. Like, this is give or take the VWAP. I want to say VWAP more accurately at meta right now is 187.40. So around right here. This is where VWAP would be, so you get that break of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to take anything short. I'm just going to chill for now. I don't know if this is going to be the same type of move or not. I'm not willing to risk it, I guess. So, what's this quote here? Will the NASDAQ close up or down on Powell testimony? I'll say up. I'll say we'll probably go positive on the day. Technically, we're 1% down right now. Hey, I'll go against. I'll take the contrarian position. What's the chat up to? What do we got here? Anybody want me to look at any tickers? What a meeting. High IV printing, new VIX. Yeah, VIX is tanking. Let's have a look at the VIX real quick. Yeah, it's near its lower range, definitely. So the VIX obviously goes down as the market goes up and vice versa. So we're green on the day. We're up 1.13 on the VIX, but 1927 is a high. We're much nearer the lows right now. We're at 1882. And yeah, I don't know what to make of this. I don't know what to make of this, if I'm going to go long on some of these names or not. Luca, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm out of that AMD short. So essentially, what I did here was 1,200 lots popped up on the bid. It was a nice up move. I figured, okay, if we bounce from here, maybe we bounce. So I took the long. It got smashed. And I was like, okay, no, get me out of that and flip me short. So flip short, but we're not really like selling off like the way that I thought. You know, you smash 1,200 lots instantly. You're at an area. If we're gonna reverse and fade, like it should have faded, right? So time stop, watching it, getting in the short, hitting it the first time, hitting it the second time, waiting, looking at it, no follow through. I say, you know what, just get me out of this. So a little bit of a paper cut on that one, not too concerned. But again, look how much higher we went. So I literally get out at like 50s. We go all the way back to 80s. So that's 30 cents in like a quick 2 minutes. So yeah, I definitely don't want to hold that against me. Punching the bottom of that move. Let's see how 84 reacts. Maybe the 1,000 lots that took the long is, you know, it's maybe they were trying to hold it against the order there and seeing if what's going on. But yeah, clearly the long is not wrong. This is up 3.4% right now, going for that 84 test. Not really too sure what to think. I guess on track to go to 85. Somebody's saying Pumo it. Pump it. Brankles is back in the building, so I'm sure we'll hear some pump and dump it, you know, in the next little while. Well, I'm sure I hear. Maybe it was said today. I was kind of blacked out in my own zone there. Yeah, Tesla moving up, everything moving, man. What a move there. That was pretty interesting.
Wow.
And all because he just stopped talking. Like that's it, pal. That's all. Before he just needed to come on.
Well, that's
screen.
the thing. You don't know. The risk is always when he's talking. When he's not talking, there's no risk, right? So it's a risk-off environment.
Well, it's weird because the risk is that if you're short and then he stops talking and then it rips against you back to the upside.
Well, yeah, obviously.
So, yeah, common theme. He comes on board. We go down.
Let's go.
He gets off. We reverse the whole move back to the upside. Yeah, what a move, man. It's almost as if these algos are like, oh my God, he said that we're gonna, you know, inflation and like they're gonna continue to raise rates. Let's sell it off. And then he gets off and they're like, okay, that's no longer valid because he's no longer talking about it. So yeah, let's go back to where we were. Yeah, man, day traders market, day traders short, day traders get squeezed. We go back to the upside and continue. AMD, man, look at this trend. Look at this trend. If the short was gonna be good, it should have failed here. That's why I covered a little bit. I covered the rest. I tried it again because of that kind of order on the book, which is just kind of like was going to be a scalp trade. Didn't really get destroyed on it, so not too upset.
No,
with
keep
it.
going, keep going. I'm just pumped about Meta. It's just we're going to test 188 now. We're knocking on the door of 188. We're long 186. Sorry, yeah, we're 185.80, man. So this has been a hell of a trade. Get back in here at 187.80. Add to the position. Looking for that decisive VWAP hold out. I want to reiterate, VWAP's at 187.43. So a little bit above VWAP, looking for that hold. On the market, we're looking to retake VWAP, so that could have been a bit of a bear trap. We'll see. Do we break above this 40.27? Sorry, I got like food in my mouth. That's why I'm talking a little funny. But 40.27, if we can really take VWAP and close above it, that'll be an interesting little trend change. Is he done for the day? Or is he on like lunch?
I have no idea.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Chat, at me if you can. Is Powell done talking for the day, or is he just grabbing a quick bite? Anyway, let's look for this long on Meta. I'm looking for some continuation, but there's always that fear that we do reject off VWAP again. But for now, looks like we're coming back down. We're not ready to retake VWAP at the moment. So let's look and see what some of these big cappers are going to do in response to that. We do hover below VWAP. Dip by TQQ. He'll be back tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, I know he'll be back tomorrow in the House. I know that he was in front of the banking committee today in the Senate, but I just didn't know if he was done for the day. So Powell is over. Mildred Collado says, okay, thank you for that. So looks like Papa's done talking for the day, and the market's absorbed all that it's going to absorb at the moment. So let's see what big money digests here. Let's see what the rest of the day brings. Do we take this 40.25, 40.27 area to the high side and continue? Or do we come back down to 4,000 and start testing those 4,000 levels again? It'd be interesting to see what we do the rest of the day, Luca.
Yeah, no, it'll definitely be interesting. Nino in the chat saying, let's go AMD. I'm assuming you're long because it's going up. So congratulations. And then somebody saying, NVIDIA going to melt down. I love these alternative perspectives, man. It's kind of interesting how Everybody has a different take. I kind of flip my chart to, I'm not seeing any trades. So I'm doing something for the first time, flipping my charts to 5 minutes to see if I can find more trades based on a different time frame of the look. Again, not really too sure where I'm going to go with that one, but let's see what happens next. Just looking at it at the first time, I want to short AMD if we get back to 84. Couldn't breach 84.20. So this is, again, it is strong. It is going up. I'm not holding this against me too far. It'll be a scalp trade if we can get back there. But yeah, I'm going to wait to see what happens next. The market ripped all the way back to VWAP and then just like rejected like very, very fast. So it's like all the way into like 27s and now back 17. So like up 10 points, down 10 points, like it never happened. And do we just then go back to the lows? Like I'm not really too sure. So I want to be short something. I don't really know which one I want to be short. I feel like NVIDIA, the only thing is NVIDIA is more of a stressful trade, so do I really want it yet?
Oh yeah, it's so stressful.
Not really, man, not really. Cheeky Tax saying, Luca, you should just give up on the day, no offense, get him tomorrow, bud, don't go on tilt. Yeah, no, I'm not on tilt. I'm actually, I'm not really getting anywhere, but I'm actually doing well. So, yeah, man, it's just, you know, product of size and what you're doing. Just make sure that you understand that going into 12:30 and the afternoon here, either we get a fade play on some of these moves or, you know, don't size in too much. Volume dies down, obviously, but clearly not. I mean, look at AMD. That was one of the biggest volume spikes coming through at 12:20 there. So not too bad. It's so funny because I'll be having a bad day and nobody says anything. Then I'm like doing like an okay day. I'm doing not bad, and then I look in the chat and I just see like, it's all right, Luca, you'll get it next time. It's like, wait, why? Like, what made you
doing bad?
Is it because this? Like that was nothing, man. I'm not complaining. Luca, slow down, bro. Yeah, no, all is good, man. I'm basically chilling, waiting. If you guys have any questions, feel free to let us know in the chat. If you want any tickers that you want us to look at, let us know, and we could definitely have a look. TRKA from this morning. This thing was at $1. It couldn't break $1, and it faded. You know, we were talking about this yesterday. These things run into resistance at 80 cents to $1. It just so happened to open up there this morning. Lots of volume. Couldn't break the $1 and fade and all the way into a down halt. So, I mean, you know, this gave you essentially a 50% retracement into that down halt in one day. And you had that trade 932. By 10:10, you cover that trade. I mean, show me another trade today that you made 50% in like 40 minutes on that one. That was pretty interesting on that one there. Not going to trade it, but I think this thing is dead. It already kind of up and down 80 cents. If we do get back to 80 cents, it's probably going to struggle. My level is 75 into 80 and then 80 into $1. Those are my levels on that one.
Someone wants me to have a look at these. DEEZN. I don't even know what that is. Let's have a look. DEEZN. Not seeing that. So maybe you can tag me again. DEEZ maybe. No, that's not coming up either. DEZN maybe. Nope. Tag me again, dude, or whoever. I didn't quite get that. So, these. Punk. Okay, yeah. So he sent a subsequent message. Yeah. All right, dude. If you're gonna do it, you gotta do it right the first time. You can't get a follow-up message. You gotta do the D's nuts thing together, man. That's not gonna work. That's super anticlimactic. But yeah, shout out to you. That's funny. All right, let's see what else here. IC 2452 Phil. Yeah, we're looking at IC this morning here. Not a bad look on IC. It's at high of days. Super choppy, super slow, but kind of like a safe trade, really, if you've been long. Not really many opportunities to get this one wrong. The retracements have been super tight. The trend lines have held. And yeah, you're at high of day. The only thing is the liquidity. I mean, if you're getting in with any reasonable amount of size here, you might have trouble. Look at this last couple of candles. We've almost had like no volume on them. We've had absolutely no price action on this 3-minute candle as of yet. Stuck at that 24.50-ish area. So looks good. Let's look at the 15 or 30 actually, because someone was saying a fill. I'm not sure exactly what fill you're talking about here. There's really no gap in the price action. So you can maybe go back to March 1st. There was a bit of a gap going from the 28th to the 1st here. The close and then the open there. That was a nice little gap, but no gap, yeah. Nothing until that blue sky setup. I don't want to say blue sky setup, but you know, a recent high setup through that 25, that 25 and a quarter area. That's setting up for definitely a recent high. So look good look on IC. I'm keeping it on watch on the side, but no trade on it, to be honest. So shout out to you for that. Still in this meta long, looking for a hold of VWAP and possibly a VWAP retracement on the futures. Long from a time ago, so able to add into this one and kind of just build my position again. Baby ends, trying to build this for a retracement. We'll see what it does. And yeah, definitely looking for that 188 test again. Microsoft also looks kind of good here. Looked good for a second, holding VWAP, kind of the same setup as Meta, but holding VWAP a bit more strictly than Meta is at the moment and looking more upwardly inclined. 256.25, that's where you want to see it above, and a continuation above there, the test that 257.69, that's a high day today. So possibly some volume coming in on Microsoft here, as maybe some of these big cappers taking turns as to which one's going to be more relatively strong. Again, it's worth mentioning again, this is what I'm looking for on the futures, looking for a retracement back into 40.25 on the ES March contract, and then a close above that VWAP. Last time we touched VWAP, it was a Christmas tree retracement. You had a V-shaped retracement here, so it was an immediate rejection of VWAP, whereas here you're getting accumulation below VWAP for possible retake. I mean, I don't know what the catalyst would be to retake it rather than just, you know, speculation or a technical breakout, but that's what I see. Let's see if we can retrace back into that 40.25, Luca.
Yeah, yep. Let's see where we want to go now, man. Now is the time to find a couple more positions if you think so, and go with it. I'm short AMD up here at 84. Again, popped up to the 84.20 and reject. We're getting that secondary pop up. I like the short scaling into it and watching that 84 level. Let's see if we now fade back down. Eventually, we probably get to the 50 period. It's just a matter of time. I mean, it's been 1, 2, almost, and then maybe gets back there. So yeah, watch that level. Watch the 84.20-ish area. Yeah, where this market, you know, is kind of sideways and a little bit lackluster, but as expected. So yeah, let's see where this one wants to go, and yeah, manage your positions as always, and go from there, man. Go from there. I know somebody was asking about coin from before, so we could have a look. Coin here very quickly. Coin is up 2% today. It was at 70 yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and faded. I know I had the short at 70, and I like covered it, then I went long, then I lost, and I was like, okay, I'm done with this. I should have just held that, man, all the way back to low a day at 64. That was crazy. And now it's, I swear to God, every time I put a stop in, I lose. That's the dumbest thing ever. Okay. Yeah, coin back to the high a day there. I would watch 65, I guess. That's kind of where the move got started yesterday, and it kind of went into that region, broke below, and then never got back above. So yeah, 65 is the area. Like I would say 65 to 65.50, give or take from yesterday's over-under action, which took the whole day. Today kind of dipping into 61, going up into now the high a day. So obviously high a day into 65. Not going to take a trade on it, just not really too interested in that one. And thank you for the super chat. Sharif always takes my jokes so well. Good work. Yeah, man.
Always happy to help.
Yeah, like we exactly. We know it's all fun.
I
and
love
games.
reading the chat, man.
Yeah, man, for sure.
I'm just only irked right now because I had a dip trade set up here at 187.20 to add to my meta long, and I did not get it. I was, again, too slow off the gun there, and it pops all the way back into the high 60s. Now we're at the 50s. I'm holding for the same thing here, guys. I'm looking for continuation, but the futures have to hold up. But in the meantime, I would like to scalp to kind of lock in those profits, and this is kind of the way that I do it. Play the range of play the current range. Take the lows, sell the highs if you're able to, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. So I'm back sitting here at 187.21. There we go. Do I get the fill? Not quite yet. There we go. I get the fill. Now just looking to see if we're going to flush here. So got to be careful. Don't want to give back too much of the profits here on Monday. Looking for our 187 hold for sure, but the futures looking like they want to give back those gains back into 40.14, and now 10 points away from that VWAP. So looks like we may be headed back south, maybe to test those 4,000 levels again. Who knows? I'll keep a watch on that. All right, some of these small cappers that we were watching today. probably should talk about right now too. Yeah, IC still at high days. I won't get much into that. AZUL though, finding a top at about 684. It's up 11% on the day, so it was up a lot higher at 684. This is a continuation from yesterday. So the volume's a lot lighter today than it was yesterday, but look at that continuation. Three-day green candles in a row. Yesterday it did over 40 million shares of volume. Today we're almost at 10 million, but good continuation. Look for that 7. That 7 obviously is going to be the area of resistance on that. That was where we kind of retraced yesterday. A bit of a double top brewing here on NVIDIA, which is kind of interesting, but you know, holding that interesting area of, I want to say, support from earlier, that 239 area. Look at that initial peak that we made around there, and kind of bouncing, finding support on that V, and then let's see if we hold it again, but double top kind of brewing here on the 3-minute chart on NVIDIA. Keeping my eye on that. UNCY now really breaking down below that 180 level that we talked about, that 185, 180. This one's stair-stepping down. This one looks like a fantastic short if you're setting up for that. So that is what we're looking at in small cap land, and TUDP still continuing to be near days highs. 289 is the high. We're at 281 right now. Definitely got to think we're going to test that 3 sometime soon, Luca.
Yeah, I got nothing, man. I got absolutely nothing. I think like it's like before it was good because we were waiting on like specific levels and they materialized, and I feel like now I'm just kind of playing with a level that doesn't make any sense. So I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. I'm short AMD right now, very, very small size, and I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, 84.20 didn't break. We actually popped there. I missed the short and then the flush. Chased it with smaller size because just whatever, it has to be done. Now it's actually going back up. So yeah, I don't know what to think here. Maybe I just cover this and reevaluate because I'm like not really super convicted on it. So yeah, let's just punch out of that one, no big deal. And yeah, I'm just gonna maybe chill a little bit more, sit on my hands, wait for something to materialize.
Take questions and stuff now.
Yeah, guys, if you have questions, feel free, let us know. If you see any particular levels and you have questions on those levels, again, let us know. I'm just kind of patiently waiting. That's day trading, man. You trade. There's like good morning trades, long off the bottom of AMD. Maybe I should have just held that all day, like instead of kind of getting my best out of that move was like 82.09, I think. And then, I mean, we did dip down, but didn't even think to reload VWAP on that one, which is kind of frustrating. But yeah, somebody's saying any analysis on Amazon. Sure, let's have a look. I was looking at it before and I didn't really love it, but I said 95 and 93 were my general levels. I guess 95 rejected. A little bit of an over-under action. I'm just like, I'm not too sure. It doesn't look like we're gonna like sell off, and the market's kind of chopping. Like we easily chop around here. I don't want to throw. Yeah, Meta. That's a nice flush down. Through 50 period. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure what I think. I don't know. I don't love any levels right now, so I'm just gonna be like chilling. But yeah, Amazon, I would say as long as 95 holds, then that's your resistance zone. It kind of turned around there this morning with the big sell-off with everything else, and it quickly went back there and rejected that area. So clearly 95 is showing you that this wants to be the resistance for now. It goes, you know, shoulder, head, shoulder, break. Do we go 94.60 and reverse back to VWAP? Again, because we had this very, very lackluster VWAP robotic action on it and then the move up with everything, I just feel like we're not going to sell off into the lows. If anything, we dip back down and then we chop around and, you know, maybe move towards the end of the day, but yeah, maybe not. Somebody saying, where was this one? Can you do Baba, please? Yeah, sure. Let's have a look at Alibaba. Let's see where this one is. I didn't trade this today, so I have no idea. It's looks like it's in a little bit of a tighter range, but same. Oh, 90 is a level. Kind of rejecting once, twice, and then fading back down. Again, with these levels, you want to sort of respect them until they show you that they're invalid. So this is more of an area down here, but I would say 88.60 to 88.80, playing off that below 89 for the move back up. And then 90 seems more of like a significantly hard level where it doesn't even want to spend any time there. It kind of like turns around very quickly, turns around very quickly. If we get there again, do we turn around very quickly? That'd be pretty. You know, I would expect that to happen because it did it once and twice. So I mean, within my expectations, it kind of shows what it wants to do. Maybe it does it again. Jenny, thank you for the $10 super chat. Saying thank you guys. Not easy to trade, talk, educate, and entertain all at once on this crazy day. Yeah, no, it's definitely not easy. Got to be locked in. But best believe after the show, I'm going straight home to sleep because, yeah, it's just not easy to do this. And I don't know. Yeah, anyways. Let's go to Oxy because somebody was asking about that one as well. Oxy, and just to make sure. Okay, perfect. Yeah, Oxy, I kind of let this go after it broke that level. And I know somebody was saying 61.50 or 61.25. Thoughts on that? 61.25, what was the question here? So I'll never speak towards whether you guys should long or short. I'm not, it's not my money. I don't really care. I'll just sit here and call levels, right? So, I mean, I don't know, trade your own book. I'm not really too sure what you see, but essentially the Oxy trade was sort of, I don't want to say invalid, but for my setup, for what I was looking at, there was a defined resistance zone, and I think it was post earnings. Oh yeah, right here. So just to kind of cover like Oxy and what my thoughts were, it's like it kind of turned around there. So I was willing to short it on this day, but it didn't get up there. I missed it on this day, I think, but look how cleanly it kind of turned off there. Now, it didn't actually fade until the next day, but it still gives like 60-50 back into the 50 period. That's what, 30 cents. So nothing to write home about, but you have the level it shows you. So you can say to yourself, well, look, maybe I'm going to try tight risk on this because it showed me that it's a level. But then as soon as we got above, like as soon as we sort of sold off, then we rejected again, then we got above, like you could justify the flipping long, assuming oil's going up and everything looks good in your playbook. But yeah, I didn't take a long, I didn't take a short, but look how clean the level is. It rejects, 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 it rejects, it breaks, it bounces once, it bounces twice. So clearly 60-50, oh my God, these lines. Clearly okay, here we go. 60-50, yeah, let me just remove this. 60-50 bounces today. That was actually today's bounce, nice. So 60-50 is more of a level to me. 60-20 is VWAP, so that's kind of diddling in the middle. I would be very cautious with that. If anything, I would have, I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but I would have said, yeah, the 60-50 bounce play would have been maybe a better look on that one. Mohammed coming in with the super chat as well. Thank you so much. The U.S. 2-year yield at 16 years high. Markets will flush. Well, I don't know. I'm not really too sure.
There is some correlation, obviously, but it's like you always talk about it. Which one is responsible for the move? The tail wags the dog. You always talk about options.
Well, that's like
volume.
yeah, like in options.
But
it's just a different
the yield
market.
is also the same thing. When the yield moves in one way, it has a way of pulling money out of equity. So there is that confluence between them as well. It's not just the options that move. The futures market, the bond market. I mean, the commodities market, they all have a way of all being interrelated and moving one another, and you don't know which one is wagging which at any one time. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Yeah, but I always try to keep an eye on those. And just recently, I found out that I could actually have the futures chart and the index chart for the yield on my platform. Before, I would always go like to CNBC or some other like third-party website and use them, and it wasn't always as accurate. I know you can do it on TradingView, but I like to keep everything in-house anyway. So looking, I'm going to definitely keep an eye on that. I want to have like one of these tabs only for the treasury yields and the 2, the 10, 30, and I was also listening on the podcast with respect to how analysts look at the relationship between the federal funds rate and the 2-year. The 2-year being obviously the most sensitive to current inflationary pressures and rate environment. So, the fact that the Fed funds rate is going to be above the 2-year. They say if we reach the terminal rate and the 2-year doesn't reach that high, means something specific. So these all, because I'm not a finance major and I don't have a finance background, this is all new to me. So learning these little tidbits here and there, kind of helping you digest the overall market. And I'm not talking about, this is not really relevant for day trading. It's not really about what you know. It's just how you put on the trade with confidence and stuff like that with respect to day trading. But this is all really good stuff for like long-term and swing investment where, more of the macro long-term picture and less, less instability, I would say. Like with an intraday trade, you really need to, need to just weather it. Whereas, with more of a swing trade, you have specific levels off which to work. And then, if they're breached by like one of these rules, like the 3-day rule or the 3% rule or whatever rule you have with respect to a breach of a level, it's always a lot easier to work and you don't have to make decisions as quickly, which also helps me. So there are aspects of swing trading and, longer intermediate term trading that I do really like. more than day trading, especially with decision making too. You're able to kind of digest it, look at it, think about it, you know, compare it from other areas. Anyway, so that's what we're doing at the moment.
Oh, that guy?
What's going on?
Yeah, I know. No, nothing.
Yeah, so anyway, back into this meta trade, looking for a hold on this level at this 186.5. Looking for maybe a curl here on the futures back into that VWAP level. So trying to build a position into this, you know, slowly but surely. I think we got a winner.
I know, I saw.
Yeah, so Tesla here is absolutely mooning to the high side, Luca. Tesla has just gone green. We've just retraced to the close yesterday on Tesla, so 193.94, so essentially 194 here. This is a nice move. Do you continue with this long, or do you take the short here? This is an interesting area. Amazon also making a top at 95. That's also interesting. If you think, you know, we go short here, you definitely take that 95 top short. I think that would be interesting as well. So kind of a little bit of a move here on the futures, but nothing really to write home about. We're still kind of locked in between that 40.25 high side and that 4,004 low side. So no trades to be had for me yet, just into this meta long, trying to build it in, Luca. I might be getting out of this soon, though. Looks like it's flat bottom breaking. I might actually turn on meta here. I may be looking to the short side, to be honest with you. I'm going to get out of this trade. I think that this one is more short inclined, so let's go ahead and punch to the south side. I'm going to go short on this meta trade. I like this one possibly back into 185. I don't know if the futures hold up here. I think we definitely have another test of 4,000 coming up. That's just the way I see it. And I'll add on any pops.
Sorry, was that my cue to do something?
I guess.
Okay, guys, I am, okay, that was like the worst timing ever. Okay, let's see where this Amazon, yeah, please.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so meta popping right back up.
Look at how it
As
does.
I say, I was going to get out of it, but that's to be expected. I'm just going to build into this position. I don't know. I don't think we really make our way back up. We'll see. We'll see what. Reliable Rudy, TQQ looking for the next leg up and continuation for the rest of the day. Adam DeLuce, don't short meta. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's kind of giving it up here. Let's see. Maybe I'll scalp on this one. I'm looking for a flat bottom breakthrough 186.50. That's kind of what I'm looking for there. That's my thinking on meta. But yeah, I don't know. I don't see a reason to retrace. The market's digested everything he's had to say. He's done talking. So what could be the catalyst to go back up if we haven't already gone back up? That's kind of how I see it. So I think we flirt with that 4,000. I'm already printing absolutely massively here on meta. I'm short 68s. There we go. So we'll take out a little bit of profit here. Let's cover a little bit there. There we go. Absolutely printing on the short. Let's cover a little bit more right there. There we go. Big boy short in the house. Let's see if we can break that 50 level. That 50 level is an obvious area of support. If we can get, there we go, we break it, and we take a little bit more there. Absolutely printing here on meta. Come on, dude. Oh, jeez. There we go. What's going on? Why is it doing this? Oh, because I was in that screen. I see. Okay. Sorry to digress here, but just having some difficulty with the keys. There we go. We're scalping heavy on meta. I've still got an absolutely monstrous position to kind of make up for that blunder on the long, so I'm having to scalp and de-risk, and you're seeing it in real time as it continues to flirt with the 40s, taking out profit in that area. Got 75 short, so 25 pennies in the money with absolutely monstrous size. So looking for that continuation, flat bottom break. It was a rejection of VWAP. Then you had a breakdown, a consolidation sideways. So I'm just looking to take advantage of that. And yeah, basically that's it. You're seeing it in real time here, baby.
That was a stop run on Amazon if I've ever seen one. For whatever reason, programmed buying comes in chasing the bid up. As I'm like adding, it's like, boom, 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 boom,
oh,
break
baby.
95. I'm like, what is going on here? And then as soon as we go back below, now we're actually getting the flush down. So, yeah, then programmed on the offer, 94, 95. I mean, 95 is the level, so you got to imagine that people have their stops there. But like we don't spend any time there. It's like we reverse this time, we reverse this time, we reverse that time, and then this actually breaks the 95, like the high. It looks like, oh, the long is going to be good, and then we just quickly like retrace back down. So yeah, if the market wants to flush lower now because it can't break back above the 40-20, the Amazon short's going to be a banger from here. So I'm in at 94.94. So let's see where this goes. I feel like we get a test of the 50 period, which is at 94.60-ish area. So I'll be managing this one. Let's see if we get another 20 cents on that. I'll be a happy camper if that comes to fruition. So yeah, gonna be chilling with that one. And yeah, the thing is if
short.
Sorry.
This is a ridiculous short.
Nice. Wait, you have a short?
Yeah.
Oh, Meta short. Yeah, Meta's. Yeah, nice.
60 pennies in the money on this one. Added initially on here, added again over here. So a couple of positions on this one. Really good cost basis. Where are we? 186.80. Looking for that 186 test. Scalp all the way down. Looking for, again, that 186 test. We're like in the teens now, so maybe we can take some out right here. There we go. We'll get another little out right there. And now I'm going to hold the rest for that 186 break. But yeah, we are getting, you know, it just looks like a bearish pattern, to be honest with you. Get a couple of rejections off VWAP here. I mean, we didn't reject in the same way this time around as we did, I guess because maybe the volume was a little bit, you know, more tame at that time, but it's essentially amounts to the same thing, a VWAP rejection. And then from the sell side here, we're holding the 50 period on the 3-minute chart. So that's even another more reassuring part to the short. And then looking definitely for a continuation through that flat bottom, 40.11. You're seeing that, we called that flat bottom break on Meta. It ends up absolutely materializing, 70 pennies to the downside. And if this could do the same thing, we'll see even more downside on Meta. And I will be buying, by the way. I said this before, I'll say it again. 185, I'm going to be buying on Meta. But the future is really giving up the ghost here. Heading to the sell side, absolutely printing on this Meta short. Let's take it again. Now we have a little bit left. Let this one run. Wow, what a nice trade.
Hey, Reliable Rudy, I love that, man.
I
Amazon
like that too.
or Amaz. No, are you talking Amazon or Amaz? Amaz. I hope Amaz is not a ticker. Sometimes I start talking about tickers and then I realize, oh, you meant another one. Sorry about that. No, sorry, Amazon over here is, it is, so again, see this kind of short and then cover back into the lows. It's like this, I don't know if we're going to go to 94. I don't know if we're going to go to 96, but I kind of want this. So this is essentially like short into the 95, let it run the stops, okay, whatever. It goes back down into the bottom end of the range, basically taking my covers because 94.75 is reserving on the bid. So yeah, maybe that means that it is a long because there's a buyer that's kind of buying all day. We run away from VWAP, the market pops. Now if it holds this level and holds the 50, for sure we're going back to the highs. But for myself, playing that little bit of a range, capturing that, not too shabby. And yeah, let's see if 95.75 wants to now break. I feel like if we touch the 50 period, I'm getting out ahead of that. So yeah, if we break the range, so call it 94.65, I feel like we're going back to the lows. So I'll either be wrong on the last portion of the trade or I'm going to try to hold on to it and see where this one wants to go. But yeah, basically sized accordingly, covering the amount that makes the most sense. And then stop, I guess, should be like high a day, give or take. I guess that makes sense. So yeah, if we go back to high a day, then I don't want to, you know, AMD 2.0 with Amazon, where this thing just like is just not stopping to the upside, like up. So like the short has just been no good, right? It has been no good all day. So essentially, I'm trying it, but I'm not really getting smoked in it or anything. Maybe 85 for that last final attempt at the short. Yeah, somebody's saying AMD longer short. I don't know. I mean, it's up 3.96%.
For no reason. I still don't. Let me look.
Well, it's just off a level, right? It's just chips makes. I think, yeah. You know, I don't want to. I mean, my opinion is chips go up, right? Chips is the battle of the future,
I mean,
and
I agree.
AMD is going to be above all. It's the battle of the future, man, for sure. Because you got to ask yourself, like, where is the power when it comes to you know, governments and what they want, and everybody's kind of battling, right?
Yeah,
so
no
I think we're in the information age now. And obviously AI is just beginning. And how do you power AI? Is it, you know, quantum computing? Is it, you know, who does that? Is it AMD? Is it NVIDIA? Do they use those chips, et cetera, et cetera? So yeah, no, I would not be surprised to see AMD over 90, if not over 100, and then back up to that 120-ish area. It kind of bounced, and 83.50. The reason, now I'm remembering it. It's all coming back to me, guys. 83.50 was a daily level from way back. So let me just see if it's there. Yep, there it is. Okay, look at that, man. 83, and it goes way back, but the data's all messed up, so don't mind that one. But essentially 83.50 was like that level. Then we finally broke down And this, I don't know if you guys remember trading this action. AMD would just not sell off and it would not go up. And I was like, what is going on with AMD? And this, to me, in hindsight, was the tell that even though it didn't want to go up because the rest of the market was suppressed, AMD did not actually want to break 50 because the long and the chips are good. And it's been a super clean trend ever since. And when I say super clean, I mean like, you know, this is a kind of like channel that it's creating, right? So it's sort of, this is the low of the channel, this is the high, goes back, bidders come back, runs back to the high, breaks the high, showing you that like, okay, it actually wants to break out as opposed to break down, and then dips and can't even sell back to 70s. I mean, maybe we go to 70s at some point, maybe, but it feels like we're going to 90s first. And if we do break that high of 89.50 into 90, I feel like next stop 100, and then 100, huge psychological level. So yeah, I like the, I mean, you know, AMD today, why is it up? That's a great question. But I just feel like it's just kind of
Third Point Capital. I mean, it's a continuation, but why randomly today, right?
Well, it's just, I mean,
Yeah,
if
that's what I'm saying.
abort the short, the long can't be wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
So, you know,
agree,
like, to the moon, man. And sort of the spirit, or you're saying at 84. I know somebody was like, yo, AMD 85. And I'm just like, yeah, probably. Like, probably. But the thing is I again, guys, I'm definitely like a scalper. It's very hard for me to buy, like, you know, everything's hindsight. Like, I didn't buy here because I thought, oh, it's not really doing anything, right? It's just like, I'm just like, okay, it's not doing anything. Like, I don't know that it's going to go to 85 at this point. But I should have held the longs from the bottom because, you know, 80, 70, 80, 80 area, I had the level pegged. I scalped it out. I sold myself short. Didn't reload here for the intraday swing up and started shorting it and basically didn't really lose, but didn't win. I was wrong, right? So, I don't know. As much as I want to short it again, maybe that's just me wanting to see myself be right eventually. So yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to continue with this Amazon. Okay, Amazon. Okay, Amazon. Let's go.
Nice short.
I'll take some on this. And yeah, nice little flush there. Oh, baby, 95. 95 is the level. Oh, baby.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
The giggle at the end.
Oh, baby.
The giggle at the end always gets me, baby.
See, what a
I'm
hold,
trying to
too.
coax my
What a
way into
stop
coin here.
manipulation.
For some reason, crypto is moving. GBTC's up 8.3%. ETH is up 5.78. Coin is up 2.33, and it's up exactly the amount that it's up on the day after the bell, meaning that at the bell it was absolutely flat. So 2.34%, done at 11.3 million shares. Let's have a look at Coinbase. I'm sorry, Coinbase. Bitcoin itself, yeah, okay. There was a V-shaped recovery here. I don't know what Papa Powell was doing here. This was at 10 o'clock. So this was the Papa remarks and then the post-Papa remarks. And it basically retraced all the way up, made a newer high. Now it's kind of consolidating. So I guess that's what the move is. But the coin movement looks a lot different than that we just saw on Bitcoin here. It's been more steady state to the high side. So looking for a 64 defend. Looking for a continuation possibly through that 64.70 area. We're seeing 64.20s now. Yeah, sizing into this one, but definitely it's got to hold these levels. Otherwise, I'm going to bail on it. 4,006 is where we just dipped down to into the futures there. Bouncing now 4,008. Do we see 4,000 today? I guess that could be the real question here. We got a poll and we have like 6,300 votes, eh? Will the NASDAQ close up or down on Powell testimony? 57% said down. They'd be right because we're down 1.08% on the day. And 43% said up. I wonder if we could change the poll to will we see 4,000 or will we defend 4,000? Something along those lines. Anyway, we're long 19s on coin, so we're big boy in the money now. About 15, 20 pennies in the money. Let's take some out here to celebrate. It doesn't get quite filled. Looks like there's a bit of a spread on our friend coin here, which me no likey. I don't like that. But come on, coin man, you've done like 11 some odd million shares on the day. Tighten up your spread a little bit. Alan San Sebastian. I don't want to butcher that name. San Sebastian, Santi Saban. How do I say that, Luca?
Sorry, which?
How do I say your last name? Santi Staban?
I don't even know who.
If you are thinking long crypto, doesn't Silvergate make more sense since it could squeeze? Yeah, I just, I'm not really comfortable with the short float on that. I've been watching SI. I mean, it's been up on my side chart for going on the past like week now that it's been having that ongoing concern news. It's just not doing anything, Adam. It's down 0.75% on the day and not really showing much of a trend, kind of hugging VWAP at the moment, whereas coin is moving. It's continually printing higher lows and lower highs. So that's why I'm trading that. I'm trading the price action, not what would make rational sense, to a neutral observer from the outside. We got to trade what's in front of us. So looking for that move on coin, but we are possibly headed even more south here on the futures as we come back down to that 4,006 level. We may not be done from our VWAP projection, but my spidey sense tells me that we defend 4,000 at least initially. So we get anywhere and around there, I'm going to be buying hand over fist, no matter what's in front of me, because I really do believe that, it's going to be a high conviction trade for me in front of 4,000. Likewise, it's going to be a high conviction trade for me for the buy in front of 185 on Meta, at least initially. And that's what I mean to sort of put that caveat out there, which is, eventually we may break down below 4,000, but initially on that first retracement, you got to think that there's going to be a good level of defense there. Mohammed says, watch the 2-year yield. It's flying, so market should flush. Yeah, there's obviously a correlation between the two. The market is flushing. As you can see here on the ES, we're printing big boy down, now 4,005. We're about to touch the low of day, 4,004 and a quarter. So that one moving down, but here comes 4,000, and I'm going to be buying at that 4,000 level. Coin holding up at least for now. Not too bad of a flush here on coin, holding that level. There's obviously kind of like just as I say that, it flushes down. I'm going to actually add at these levels. Oops. There we go. Yeah, I'd like to add around here. Do I get the fill? There we go.
Market
I get the
going
fill.
Lower, baby.
Yeah,
get those shorts on board. Let's go.
I'm looking for that 4,000 bounce, Luca.
Amazon 60 cents in the money. Nvidia, what a dumb move, man. I short it. I short more. It doesn't go. I cover some, and then it goes. I go, what am I doing? Why am I not just holding the... whatever. There's like a buyer at 240, but now they're kind of filled, and we're headed lower. So, yeah, I don't know if this... I'm like less... Amazon is like, talk about Flush City on this one. Just to pull this up, guys, the 95, that last stop run was pretty... I literally said to Sharif, I was like, yo, 1 second, let me just watch this, because what is going on? And then it went back down. I was like, okay, that's what I was looking for. So yeah, let's see if Amazon can dip its way into 94 region. I'll take a cover at 94. This Nvidia trade going down to the downside, pretty good. Yeah, let me just cover a little bit some over here. Just crossing the spread, man. It's Nvidia. I don't even care. And eyeing 238.50, which is just in front of VWAP. I think we could get there. This market, if we're going to break 4K right now, 3 points away from 4K, let's get the flush lower. See if I could get get filled on the bid here. If we now go back above 240 to the upside, which is it's a possibility for sure, then I'll have to just get out of this, because we could literally rip to the upside. This is why I essentially pay myself. Maybe that's why my gut told me to cover some of this, because we could probably go back through 240 and then be at 241 in like 5 seconds. So yeah, Nvidia going to hold what I have left here to see if we can get closer to VWAP on that one. Amazon going for 94. I think 94 eventually prints. 94 would be, well, maybe in front of that, because VWAP's like 94.08. So let's see if we can get 94.20s. Yeah, 94.20s on the last position on that one. What a banger, man. 69 cents in the money. Yeah, buddy.
Good job, bro.
Yeah, buddy. And yeah, where are we on Google here?
4,000, man. We are very close to 4,000.
Yeah, now. So now maybe I'm going to regret this. Future Luca, if you're actually, I don't even know where I'm going with that. That's okay. 90.
Someone listing a Future Luca listing somewhere.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, Future Luca, get ready to manage this bounce play that current Luca is about to get himself into.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, Camel Crush, thank you so much. Yeah, I sell my wins, but I don't like to sell too hard. But sometimes I just get excited when I dodge. I'm more excited of the fact that Amazon did the stop run, and I didn't stop myself out. So I was like, haha, you thought you bamboozled me, but no. I'm still in this trade, and I'm getting my final fill at a 75-cent win on that one. So yeah, pretty good with how I executed on it, more than kind of that's the most important thing, honestly. And there was something that I did get bamboozled on. Was it? It might have been Tesla. Here, let me go back. Tesla, was it Tesla? No, it wasn't.
185 on Meta, very close.
Maybe it was Meta. Yeah, something bamboozled me, and I was like, oh, you got me. I think it might have been AMD, though, from before. Yeah, no, something bamboozled me. But yeah, just another day in the life. Yeah, okay, so Amazon, what do you want to do over here? You want to reverse right off of my order? Get out of here. You know what?
Get
I'm taking it here. Yeah, I'm taking it here because I don't trust it. I don't trust this market, and the low there is like right off my order, so I just cross. And even if it goes back through there, no problem, man. Go without me. I don't even care. I'll just pay 8 cents more to get me out of that trade. Yeah, Nvidia looks pretty good as long as it continues to ride trend. Then the short is good. Watch 239.30 because that's where it bounced before it went back up. So if we can clear 239.30 to the downside, then.
All right.
Yep. Next level will be the below 239 flush. Maybe we get the flush. If that holds, then VWAP next. So, yeah, let's see what that one. Someone's saying AMD dropped. Did it? Oh, yeah. That's what I was looking at. Well, no, I wanted it closer to 85. I thought, this is the thing, man. When I look for shorts, I, like, fly through so many different names. And I go, okay, which one looks the best? So like AMD, okay, I would have had to have it a little bit higher, so I throw offers, but I don't get them, so I cancel them. Then I go to Amazon, I say, oh, Amazon's at 95, okay, I could take the short on this one. And then that one's working for me, and Nvidia looks like it's coming through 240, so then I take that one. Now I'm looking for bounce play on Google. Can we get to 94? What was the low here? 93. Oh, the low was actually 93.70. So yeah, I hope that's not the bottom because I want to bounce on Google. The bottom here is 94.14. Yeah, let's throw a bid out on this one. See if we get those fills down there. Yeah, let me just layer this a little bit.
All right, so I'm building my positions into coin and meta. I'm getting ready to defend that 185 on meta. So, you know, I'm not going to bank all my size at one particular level. I'm going to work my way in case, you know, we miss 185. We may not make it down into 185, so I have to bank on that. So incrementally making my size in. I got in at 130s on meta, so like 10 pennies in the money, but that's not really what I want. I want it to kind of, you know, retrace a little bit and come so I can come down closer to 185 decisively, come off 185 to the high side so that I can get more size in. That's the ideal situation. We're slowing down in our descent here on the futures. 4,002.5 is where we're at. Low of days 4,001.25. Again, keep repeating this, but I'm definitely looking to defend this 4,000 and the 185 on meta. So those are the plays at the moment. What happened here?
Oh yeah, meta. Nvidia bid about to fill here.
Take it.
Yeah, no, Nvidia bid about to fill 239. Covered some to see how I feel about it, and then we just kept going lower. So thankfully, I still have the rest. And yeah, I think I'm going for like, let's see 239 how it reacts. It's probably gonna break. And the real question is, do I have to get 239.15s or do I get 238.80? Yes, sir. Okay, that's my cover right there. Boom, baby, let's go. At this point, not too sure where we go next. But yeah, I was eyeing that level. I still do think that we could get closer to VWAP, the 238.50. But again, guys, I'm trying to use ranges as opposed to areas. And I just say to myself, like this, I said this level, I said this level, and I said VWAP. I'm taking it prematurely in case we like reverse back. We're close to 4,000 now on the ES. So essentially, we could bounce very quickly. And I just feel like, yeah, like NVIDIA, it'll just rip 70 cents against me. So I definitely got to pay myself along the way. So nice trade, nice trade. Now I'm no longer in anything, and I feel like I need to find another trade. Someone's saying, Tina, the music has stopped. No, man, it's going, man. The music is continuously going. Let's go, Fortunate Son, and see if we can find more trades here.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day. Like, subscribe, and share, baby. Only if you like the show, guys. Kind of a crazy day on the markets today. Yeah, you know.
Meta 185.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been buying. I've been buying into 185. That's been the whole point. I got in at 30s. I don't want to kind of put all my eggs in one basket by banking on a 185 retracement. So I'll incrementally take some buys into that 185. I've got my dip trades set up here at 15s and then at 02s. So Meta slowly making its way down there. The future is definitely still really low at that 4,000 level. Someone in the chat was saying, you know, I'm not really sure about this 4,000 level. It seems like we've crossed there one too many times lately. Can there really be that much support? Well, to be honest with you, it's not really about, I wouldn't equate the levels on equities as I would with some of these, I wouldn't equate the levels on the futures as I would on the levels on equities. I feel the equity levels are a little different where, you know, market participants are coming in for different reasons than they would be at those levels on the equity. So I think that the equity level definitely has a lot more to do with psychological support of 4,000, especially that having been, you know, an area where we bounced off several times. Google. So that's what I'm looking for. I think it's a little bit different than, you know, like the 150 on Apple. It's come and gone a whole bunch of times. Is it still really a level? I get that. That makes absolute sense. But I think it's a little bit different on the future. So that's why I'm kind of giving 4,000 a bit more weight maybe than I would give like a
guys. Just very quickly, sorry.
No, go for it.
I just very quickly here. You know, I think it was Comp SRX. What was the song of the week? That's a great question. Not really a song of the week, but album of the week. Mob Hits. If you haven't listened to it, go listen to it. It's got Italian bangers, left, right, and center. Grew up listening to this, and it was. I think if you haven't listened to it, you know, get ready to dance. That's all I'm gonna say. And yeah, if you have listened to it, you know that's a compilation of you know, all the famous singers. But again, love that album. Great. That is album of the week for me for sure this week. And yeah, very good. Anyways, back to trading. Long Apple on this very light position because we're back into 152. This is a classic example of remember the levels that it showed you that were good, which was 152. We're now back there. So I'll take my chance and see if it wants to continue to be good. And again, same plan. I'm going to recycle this area over and over again. I'm long Meta as well off of 185. So 185, again, going back to earlier today, 185 was the bottom. And so, whoa, I don't even remember this trade.
Jeez,
when did I take this trade? Huh. Okay, anyways. Yeah, 185 is the level there. So let's see if this thing wants to go all the way back to the highs. 185, like, yeah, man, that's a level. Meta, more job cuts. So yeah, let's go long here. I want more size, but maybe I'm not going to get a chance to get it because if the level is good, it's not going to give you a chance. So it's like, it's not going to spend too much time here if this is like the clean level. So fortunate enough to get that fill. I'm long 185 11s. And now I'm just going to wait and see if this wants to give a little bit of a pop. I think at least 30 cents. So yeah, let's see if we can get that. A little bit of a pop action and recycle. I'm out of Apple, so I just want to make sure that I get long again. If we dip lower, where's that level? 152.10. Yeah, let's get closer to 152 on that one. Definitely, guys, when I am trading these kind of dip buys and recycling, just as a day trader, as a scalper, to give you guys insight into a type of different style if you don't trade as a scalper, I am very cognizant of the fact that 4,000, if this breaks and sells off, then these levels are going to get destroyed. And that's going to be the reason as to why we like keep going, because these levels are no longer valid and then we just go lower. So I am definitely wary of that fact. And so like when I take it the first time, it's like I take it the first time, maybe it's a little bit light on the size. I want to see how it reacts. I want to see how I feel about it. It goes up, I cover it, it comes back down. Maybe I don't take it again at the exact same price. So this was, I think, 20s. And now if it goes up, and that's fine. I'm sure I'll find another trade. But I actually wanted to go lower, break the 152.10, and then hold 152 and then reclaim. That would be a nice like dip, take the fills, pop back to the highs. That'll give me like 30 cents there. So yeah, again, that's kind of what I'm eyeing, give or take. I'm changing my decisions in real time. 4K is about to break. I wouldn't be surprised if we go like 3,999.75 and then reverse and then bounce. That would be classic, man. So yeah, I'm basically getting into this meta long for that. I'm willing to hold meta a little bit longer because it's showing that it's okay for now. And then if it does dip there, I'll consider adding to that one as well. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. Long meta, looking to long Apple, and yeah, shorts are just you know, shorts are covered. And going back to Amazon. Come on, man. How funny is this? I'm bidding 94.21. This thing goes 94.22 and reverses. You got to be kidding me. And that was the bottom. It did not print 94.21. So yeah, I took 28s. That's fine. It's now back at 28s. But yeah, maybe it now breaks the 20s. But I don't know, man. That's talk about digital warfare. Like, come on, man. How many times? So yeah, I don't know if this thing finally flushes into VWAP. I would not be surprised if we go sideways, we break 20, we flush into VWAP, we pop back up, and then we stay in this range for a little bit longer. So yeah, maybe the VWAP bounce on Amazon looks good, but I just feel like I'm already going to long Meta, Apple. I'm looking for Google to see if it actually wants to do something. Oh, we're actually going down here. So yeah, 94 was the low. Let's see if we could defend 94 again and maybe put Amazon off to the side.
Yeah, adding to my meta position here, I like what I see. Like the bottom that it's building. There we go. I still have one more possible dip trade right in front of 185, but now I'm getting into a larger position. My only concern is this coin trade, but I'm going to give it a bit more room as we are at the 50 period on the 3-minute chart. So I'm looking for a possible area of support there, and there's also a nice little price action around 63. So we'll see how that one goes. But meta printing here, moving into the 30s, finding a bit of a bottom, but this is definitely not the confirmation. We're still in the building position here, not in the reaping reward. So not looking to take any outs, looking for more opportunities to add, quite frankly, as we hover at that 4,000. And to be honest with you, I'm not even going to get shook if we break 4,000 to the south side. I'm expecting a 4,000 dip. Otherwise, how would the bots stop you out? They're going to have, they're going to push it a few points, maybe 4 or 5 beyond 4,000. Then you'll see that retracement. And it's when we really get away from 4,000, then the trade's been had and you got to call it quits there. But I'm anticipating possibly a break of the actual 4,000 level technically before we really get that move back up anyway. So that's just my anticipation. Whether or not that materializes is an entirely different story. 185, mid 30s. Where do we have long meta with 23s and added quite aggressively into this level? So looking for this one to continue to run, now mid 40s here. Where do we see a possible level of profit taking? Well, you got to definitely take profits in front of the 186. I mean, if we really do get going, and I don't really see why we would, this is more of like an add heavily at one level and then scalp out, or sorry, completely remove up at another. I don't really see the reason we would retrace all the way back into VWAP at 40.25. Like, to be honest with you, I think that the fend here will be maybe to the 50 period, to like 414, 40.14 or 40.10. It'll be like a 10 or 15 point move. I don't know. I'm trying to think out loud, basically spitballing here. So 40.25, still definitely a possibility into VWAP, but I don't really see the reason, especially since he's done talking. So I'm looking for a possible retest on that. That's not gonna make me too worried if we do break below 4,000. So looking for that, and I've got one more drift trade again at 185, I think 02s. So yeah, it's not coming into fruition right now as meta shows its strength. Curling back now, looking to test the $half, long 23s with a very oversized position. I want to say that's probably the best word to put it. Oversized position. Greg R saying 3996 next mile support after 399 4,000. 3999 or 4,000. He's talking about the ES. I don't know. I don't think 4 points is far enough level from 4,000 that I would think that it's its own level. Maybe you found some price action that ended or began at 3996, but for all intents and purposes, 39996 and 4,000 are the same level. So that's just kind of how I feel on that. And, if it makes its way down to 39996 and I look at it ex post facto, maybe on a next day basis, I say that's a 4,000. It held 4,000, even though technically it broke it, right? I mean, that's just how I'm looking at it. These levels are not going to be super hard and fast in how they hold. But coin is getting to that point where I'm looking really to take out coin here. We're at 4,000. We're at that inflection point. 4,075 is the low of day. We're kind of looking like a flat bottom break, but that's to be expected at this level. Whatever happens. Let's see what we do. Definitely not good news. The market definitely not taking some of Powell's statements today positively. In case you're just joining us, the move was basically had as a result of the notes that were released at 10 o'clock, and they made a big down move after that. So, we had some intra meeting moves basically while he was talking, but the bulk of the move definitely was that initial move off the release, and then you had several VWAP retracements. Very nicely, 25 pennies still in the money here on Meta as we do knock on the door of 4,000 again. So Meta curling while the future is flattening out, showing its relative strength. But how long does that hold on for? And is this a signal? Is this kind of like a leading indicator that the market does bounce off 4,000 here? The fact that Meta is curling, Don't know, don't care. Just going to play these trades based on the levels. There we go. $0.50 coming into effect, looking good. I'm real close to cutting off my my Coinbase trade, though. I will be looking for the break of yesterday's close, which is that 62.80 level. Add into there.
Yeah, man, Amazon, this was more of like me, like, I'm like, okay, let me just see if I can just short this and be right here. So I shorted the small size just to see, added to it, covered a little bit in front of the 94.20. We ran 94.20s. So I'm covering the rest on that. That was just like a, you know, little scalp win. That was basically me saying bada bing, bada boom. I'm kind of short into the level, and then I just don't want it to like rip and then reverse. And again, because I'm looking for sort of a little bit of bounce plays, watching Google and Apple now. Meta, I'm out of that one. That was a nice move to the upside. So long in front of 85. I think dips are good. So if we get like a dip down, like a flush, like I'm going to be on the bid there to get long again. And then, I mean, whatever. If it doesn't get there and we go up, it's fine. No problem there. So, yeah, currently flat, chilling, waiting to see if Meta can fill me on the bid again. And, yeah, man, we're going to chill with that one. It's funny. Every time I look at the chat, somebody's like, dump it. And I'm like, when I'm short, I'm like, let's go, yeah, buddy. And then when I'm like long, I'm like, no. The long will not be wrong. But,
you're getting excited.
Yeah, man, it's all in good fun, man. It's all in good fun. I always, I don't care what anybody else does. Great traders do not care about other traders, right? It's nice to chat, but yeah, stick to your guns. You know, you need to have conviction in your trades. You need to stick with them, right? So for myself today, doing not too bad, scalping around, lots of trades on board. Things are moving, so let's see if they continue to move. We're now below 4,000. I think.
We are.
Yeah, we ticked below 4,000.
That's normal, though.
And yeah. It's, what's the low? Am I right on the 39.75? No, it did 50. Okay. I think I might have printed 50s there. Okay. Yeah, all good. But let's see if I could get this Google long going if we want to actually dip. It's kind of looking more like a flat bottom break potential. But at the same time, I would not be surprised if we dip and then pop back up. That's kind of the play that I'm going for. And if 4,000 doesn't sell off right now, yeah, I might not even get this long. Like Google long might just be too good. It's not actually going to give the dip. But I want to stick to the level because I feel like if I get this fill and I'm right, it's going to be such a banger. And if I don't get the fill and I chase, like I'll have to do smaller size, so I don't want to like distract myself from that one. Just because, yeah, 94 is kind of that give or take level area. So I like the setup. Let's see if it wants to come down on the bid and fill me there. If not, no problemo. I will just be chilling and waiting to see what happens next. Maybe I do the Amazon. Oh, Amazon actually went to 11s.
Yeah, I'm absolutely printing here on Meta, man. Absolutely printing heavily on Meta. Long 20s and now scalped through the 60s and with just gargantuan size on this one. So that 185 holds for now. The future is holding 4,000 for now, even though you heard Luca talk about them printing a little bit below. There we go. We'll take another little piece out here on Meta. There we go. De-risking there, but still holding big size on that one. So looking for a bounce here also on coin. We're getting it. I added aggressively at 63.10. Let's look for that continuation through 63.14 or 63.40, excuse me. We'll see how that one materializes, but Meta holding nicely now. The curl looks good. The futures don't, though, to be honest. We're holding 4,000. That's the only thing that looks good about that, is that that level is holding. But when you look at it objectively, you see a series of lower highs and lower lows on that descent to 4,000. It's down and to the right. So that's never good if you're long any of these big cap names because they are so heavily weighted. But the fact of the matter is we're just absolutely monstrously printing on Meta as it moves back up. That's big boy. Very happy with this trade. Lots of opportunities to scalp here as a result of the size that I took on this one. So, you know, ideally, you want to see the first level get reached here, which is that 186.25, the 50-period retracement on the 3-minute chart. That's what I'll be aiming for, that 186.25. And then you want to see that 187.25, which is VWAP. Again, I don't really think that there's anything that propels us up there unless just like outright speculation. Really, nobody's saying anything. Nobody's talking anymore. Why would we be moving up? What has fundamentally changed between now and that time? So that's my thoughts on that. The more worrisome trade, again, I keep repeating it, is coin, but I'm working my way back into that. I think that at found a bit of a bottom. There's some good price action here at 63. So looking for a retracement up and maybe kind of average into this one. Get myself out of some trouble. I got to work my way out of this one. Probably not the best trade. I wrote a little note to myself today. Are you in a trade?
No. Okay. I'm waiting for a couple.
I wrote something here. It might be a little controversial. I want to take your opinion on it.
Sure.
I wrote, always make a plan, okay, for your trade. If you don't, and if you get in an impulsive trade, go in the direction of the trend. So what I'm trying to say is, if you're going to give in to your whims and get in an impulsive trade, which I don't think you should, don't take an impulsive trade that's against the trend. Put the odds back on your side by taking one that's in the direction of the trend. That's what I wrote to myself here, and that's kind of like something anecdotal that I've seen. I don't know if you're going to really agree with that, but it's something that I wrote to myself here. What do you guys think about that?
I don't even, this might sound silly, I don't even know how to answer that anymore, because there's so opportunities on every side of the market. There's opportunities on, it really depends what your levels are and how the type of trader that you are. So I think so for example, I want this Google long at 94. It's down 89 basis points, right? Like it sells off, it rejects VWAP, it goes sideways, it tries to pop, rejects 95, goes to 94. Like I want the long, and then I want to see like something very specific. But like impulsive trades, like you should never like chase unless you think.
Of course, that goes without saying.
I mean,
I wanted to like basically preface that by saying, always make a plan. In the chance that you find yourself, giving it to FOMO, that's just human nature. I don't know how many people out there execute 100% of the time the way they want to, but I certainly don't. And so trying to find some ground rules to kind of mitigate losses when you find yourself on the wrong end of the trade.
You gotta just make sure it depends. So for example, and somebody was asking like, oh, like if you have a Google long, like what's your take profit? I kind of giggled to myself because I'm like, man, I don't know. Like honestly, I couldn't tell you. I'm basically waiting to see if it dips into the level, gives me the fills. If it pops back, I'll reevaluate it and I'll just go from there. So it's not something that I can answer. And the reason I can't answer that is because as a scalper going for 30 cents over and over and over again, 250 fills today, it's not something that I just feel like I don't have a take profit because it just goes to where it goes and then I decide to get out. And I'm playing off the level, so 94 is the in. And then if we dip and then we keep dipping, I'm just going to get out. If we dip and then we bounce and then we stop, I'm going to get out over here. But if we dip, bounce, and then rip, like I'll just like scale out. So it's just like different kinds of scenarios that sort of play themselves out. Again, this is because I'm playing within 30-cent ranges. And somebody in the chat, I appreciate this from the other day, was saying, Luca has a really good hunch of a 30-cent move, but maybe not so much the dollar move. And I tend to agree with that. I'm not sure where we're going. I mean, if we dip down, I get the fill, we go back up. I kind of feel like we're going back to 30s.
Oh, baby.
So I can get 25 cents, but then I don't, like even now, like I don't know if we're going to go to 70s or if this is the curl up, we could still flush lower and then, kind of bamboozle everyone. So I just feel like I go like 20, 30 cents is my strength. You just kind of size accordingly and, size up when the volume is there and when it's, showing you what you want to see. And you could take trades, but size down when it's something that you don't love or it's something that you're not necessarily like impulsive. So going back to your question of like, if you get into an impulsive trade, make sure it's with the trend. Like this Amazon short was very impulsive. So like shorting here was just very, very impulsive because I thought it was going to go to here. And I think it's okay to do, but I just sized down on it. So if I was wrong, I would lose nothing. I'm right and I make nothing, but like at least I'm just like nice. Like,
that's the thing. If you really take small size that it doesn't really matter, then I hear what you're saying, but then I say to myself, really, why are you putting effort into the trade if you're not going to, take everything out of it that you want? So I don't know. I'm trying to follow a set of rules here. A lot easier said than done. Anyway, watching this coin retrace back into these levels. Happy about this added at 10s here. Trying to get a bit of a cost basis adjustment. We're pumping to the high side here on coin is getting me out of trouble. I was in a big trouble with this one, but being kept afloat by Meta as this one just continues to print to the high side, get some 185.99s. There were long 22s. So absolutely printing on this one. It's been, guys, come to my chart. It's been one nice move to the high side. Look at that. Scalp, 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 scalp. I love that. It looks like your chart, Luca, where there's just like a whole bunch of scalping going on.
That's beautiful.
Baby. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Very beautiful, sir.
Yeah, so
well done.
Nice. We're getting some resistance, though, at 186. We're getting the support on the futures at 4,000 for now. We printed a higher high. We went up to 4,005. That just isn't good enough. I don't know. I don't see us really exploding to the high side here. I think we hold this. Maybe we get, like, again, a 50-period retracement on the 3-minute chart, maybe up to 410, 412. But I don't know if we really get much more than that. Papa's not talking. No new news is coming out. So why would we go up? Mohammed Al-Parash says PTGX. Yeah, I had to look at that one earlier. Not in my wheelhouse today. Sorry, buddy. Light on volume and not to my liking. It's still only done 12 million shares for a $20 stock and only 96,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. That ain't going to cut it. So not gonna get into that one. But coin now retracing as the market coming back down to test that 39995 low, essentially 4,000. Yeah, we're gonna do this dance. It's 134. Not much time left until that more liquid time of the day. I want to say 2 o'clock onward is probably when more of the volume comes in. So we'll see what 4,000 does at that level. So far, so good. It's still holding, but just by a thread, I'd like to say I'm out of this coin long if it breaks 63. That'll be all she wrote for me, and that will be a loser. Kept afloat though by Meta. Meta being my kind of saving grace. Initially, we had that really good short on it, and then we take it really long. Kind of been in touch with this one today as the levels really have stepped in and done well. I remember Adam's like, no, don't short Meta at this level. Well, it was basically a continuation for that low. So it's a bear flag, right? You have that top made, you have the retracement down, then you have the pop back up, and then you have that continuation. So the bear flag setup, we get in short on that bear flag setup, and it sets up quite nice. So we'll see how that does. Wow, coin is plummeting to the downside. It should have got out through that 60 break. That would have been like a 20 penny loss. Now it's going to be like a 90 penny loss. If we break 63, I'll be out of this one. We're knocking on the door of 63 though. Does not look good. Meta also retracing into that $0.75 area, 185.75. So decisions to be made here. Do we kind of like call it quits and say we're done for the day on Meta, or do we kind of double down on this 4,000 hold? 3,996.5 is now technically the low on ES, but that means bubkiss to me. That level to me is the same thing as 4,000, and so unless we decisively continue below this level and close and show lower lows and lower highs, to me it's still 4,000 hold. Not getting shaken out this. Wahid says, Lucas Sharif, how could scalp for,
I can take that question.
Yeah,
because I saw that you asked that from before, and I just briefly kind of started laughing, not at you, but at myself this morning, thinking that was actually possible. There's times of days when it's going to make more sense. Obviously, Meta, I would say, so there's 2 things here that I want to say. One, I feel like trading at a prop floor, I see trading for what it is, especially intraday, versus talking to traders that trade outside of a prop floor. And I have conversations with them, and I sort of listen to their kind of thesis, logic, trade ideas, strategies. And there's like a disconnect between where I see markets and how I see them, and where kind of like that retail side of things and how they see it. So maybe there is that disconnect, and I don't really know how to bridge the gap. I can only say that you gotta see it for yourself, and then maybe you'll agree with me when I say digital warfare. But essentially, going back to your question of the 50-cent risk on Meta, Meta is definitely a name that whatever you think the size that you should be trading on it, maybe drop it by like 3 or 4. So if you think that you should be trading, 100 shares, maybe trade 25 or trade 30. It's definitely going to move very, very quickly. It's going to surprise you, especially if you're new to trading. I would say drop it by 5. And I'm not joking there because, Meta, it really just gets away from you. And I think a great example of this was my morning trade on Meta, where I was long over here because it was wicking down into this level and not breaking. And that was 188.85. And so it would not break 188.85. And then I got the fills, and I stopped myself out, and it was at like 188.30 in like 1 millisecond, and then continued lower, right? So it could definitely get away from you very, very quickly. And so back to your original question again of how do you risk 50 cents? It's got to make sense to you. You got to find trades and how to structure them. You got to, learn from your mistakes. But I would say getting in whether it's a short or long right now, you know, how are you risking 50 cents? I don't know, up or down. Like, this thing could go both ways, and you're not necessarily wrong on the short or the long. But playing the 185, that showed you that it's a level. I mean, the low of the day was 184.80, right? It didn't break 185 the second time around. So essentially, when I'm going long this, I mean, I'm not necessarily risking off 185. I'm watching the low of day. Does it do one of those kind of over-unders and then go back to the upside? I feel like 185, like, that's the level. I'm playing this level. I'm giving it 50 cents risk, give or take. And then I'm scalping it for whatever it wants to give me to the upside. So in my case, I took 30 cents because I thought I could get it again. And I thought, like, maybe we'd spend some time here. And I even spoke about if we get a dip buy, maybe we flush down, get the long again, and then we go up. We didn't. Sharif traded better than I did. I know he's still in that trade, scalping his way out of that one. So essentially, if you're going to risk 50 cents, you should probably go for 50 cents. But then if you're a scalper, you probably look at it like, okay, I could probably get this like 3-4 times. If I win all 4 times, you know, 30 cents times 4, obviously that's $1.20. So you actually get $1.20 using that 50 cent risk. So then it becomes like a 2.2 to 1 as opposed to a 1 to 1. So there's multiple ways that you structure it. But again, going back to the original question for the last time, play off key levels, find areas that make sense, understand the risk on those areas, use the proper size so you don't lose too much, but also have enough size so that when you do win, you're very satisfied with it. It should be robotic. You should not feel kind of scared that you have the position. That's too much size. You should not feel nothing if you have the win. That's too little size. So you want to find that in between. And, you know, this business is scalable up and down. So I don't know how much shares your brokers let you trade, but essentially you could, I don't know, you could probably trade like, you know, like 28 shares. Like, why not, right? Why can't you get into 28 shares?
IBKR allows you to buy 1 share.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, build good habits and, you know, go from there. But essentially, you know, you could use odd lots. You can, you know, it sounds really good. I move size, right? I move size. I move like millions of shares a day. But you gotta get there first, right? So build the good habits and play off the bigger levels.
All right, guys. Meta coming back in here after topping out nicely, and we took out some top wick there. I want to say 186.15. Since then, it's really come in 185.60, really moving in here. To be expected as we continue to hang out at that 4,000 level on the futures, 3,996.50. Now the low of day on that bad boy. So, yeah, we're still holding, I want to say,
like the Google.
What are we holding? Less than 40% of the position. So here we coming in. We're long 24s as a result of, you know, these outs. Obviously, we were long earlier than that. I think I had 20s. But, you know, as I scalp out, my cost basis changes, right? So we're hanging out at halves right here, 185 halves, 25 pennies in the money, so a bit of a buffer. Is this a rinse and repeat level at 185? I mean, the futures are continuing to print down, but I still think that we reclaim 4,000. So if you don't get shaken out, you know, this might be an interesting. Well, for me, I'm not giving anybody advice. I'm going to be looking to add at these levels. I still believe in that 4,000 hold. It's been good to me, but you know, I can get out and get back in. That's the thing, right? It's just, you know, if my cost base is going to be poopy at 24s. Like, we're back at 38s now. So what do? That's like almost $1 in a few minutes, right? We're at 16s and now we're at 38s. So here we go. This is an important level. Decision making needs to be made here. It's just like, how do you play this? What's the way to do this? What do you got short
No,
there? What do you
Google
got
94,
long?
man. This is the level, man. There's a buyer at 94, dipping into 94. Let's see how it reacts over here. I just saw the Chicago Exchange trade those options at the 94 level. So maybe it breaks. If it breaks, it breaks. It is what it is. But I'm going to try this long here. Let's see if we get that bounce going. And yeah, the market's going down. So if the market pops, Google goes up. If the market snaps down, I get stopped out of this trade. Playing off the level, I mean, yeah, Wahid was just asking, how do you trade off these levels and risk, you know, tight risk to go for the trade there? Basically this, like 94 has shown you that it reversed right off of 94. So yeah, I'm going to try it and test my luck and see where it goes.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm out of coins, sorry, so that ends up being an L. If it holds VWAP, I'll definitely look to get back into that. This was kind of those trades that you wish you could have back. It wasn't one that I've been watching, one that I kind of was like, what? Why is crypto up so much? And kind of just jumped on that bandwagon. That was probably, in hindsight, not a good trade, not based on levels, not planned out. That's kind of what I'm talking about. when I say impulsive trade, somebody asked me exactly what I meant by impulsive. Yeah, maybe not one that's not planned out, right? The 185 hold on Meta I've been talking about basically the entire show, so that's exactly a planned out trade, and I'm going to defend this level again. So if we come back down closer to 185, depending on really how far we are from 4,000 on the futures here, we haven't really had any uptrend, I want to say, since, what was that? So since 12:20, we haven't had an uptrend in about an hour and 20 minutes. It's been basically a downtrend since that retracement into VWAP. We haven't done anything, right? This retracement here, which is 11:18 Central Time, 12:18 Eastern Time, there was the retracement to VWAP, and then it's been one trend after another. You want to see some exhaustion selling here, right? Where the buyers are going to step in to kind of prop this back up, because usually that's how this works, and then we'll probably trend downward more. But I still think that we hold 4,000. Looking for possible buy signals here. I'm going to keep my eye. I've got different tabs on my program here, and I've got ones with charts strictly for moving averages, and another one with charts strictly for oscillators. So I'll be keeping my eye on the RSI there to see what it's doing and whether it's oversold or not. So keeping my eye on that. Obviously, that's based on the 4,000 level, so you want to see those two. Never like really put too much in one particular indicator, right? Kind of try to look for confirmation from other indicators that you can see another price level. So that's what I'm looking at there. Out of the money now on Meta. Let this retrace all the way against me, but I don't care, because I want to hold this one into 185 again and see what these futures are going to do. We're printing down, down, down. 3992 now is the low of day on the ES. Let's see what we do. Do we continue this downward trend, or do we come back into 4,000? I suspect if we stop at these levels and retrace into 4,000, I'll definitely be looking to take Meta long, as I feel like it's the strongest of the bunch, at least for the moment. 185.18. Where do we bottom out last time? It's worth noting here. 185.09, 185.10. So it looks like 09s was the low there on that last trough over here. So 09, so not quite making a new low just yet. This time around, we stopped at 13s. Yeah, 13 and 14 here on these 1 minute candles, and these 3 minute candles, I should say. So again, 185 in the look. Let's see what these futures do. A bit of like an inflection point at these levels, definitely, no doubt about that. If we continue to go down, it's going to be sayonara to this long, but I'm looking to defend 185 again. It was very good to me on this ascent. Lots of profit over here.
Yeah, guys, so Google basically trying the long, getting the long, adding to the long, stopping myself out, and that's okay. It breaks the level. It's fine. It doesn't really give a bounce. I was trying to get like a move into like maybe 15s, 20s, and then top of the range to see if it wanted to whiplash back. It didn't. It breaks the level. 94 was the big buyer. They eventually got the fill there. Market is now like kind of falling into that 39.90. I got a meta fill, but I offed it. I don't know if that was the that was the right idea. So I offed it on the bounce. Pretty happy with that. Apple, I'm long this as well off 152, but I don't know if this is going to hold here.
184.88. That's a close on Meta. That's my support level. We're right back down into 184.96. So here we go. Major inflection point on Meta. Major inflection point on the futures. We're still trending downward. 3992. A lot of selling coming in. This could be sayonara on this Meta trade. Let's see how this does, Luca. I'm not going to make any decisions quite yet, except maybe to say that it's probably appropriate maybe to add at this point. If I'm going to give it a short leash, then why not take advantage of this dip trade? But the future is definitely not looking like there's any sort of buying coming in. It's been over an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 25 minutes of selling.
Yeah, man. Now, so I off the Apple bounce. That was a loser. No problem losing like 4 cents or give or take. Not too bad. See, this is the thing, man. When I flip to bounce plays, and then the short is still good, I go, why? Why am I flipping to bounce plays? Why not just continue to hold the shorts there? AMD, nice fade off 85. Congratulations to both sides. I mean, opportunity on both sides there for sure. Meta is, it's kind of holding there. I kind of feel the same way as you right now, Sharif. I'm not really too sure if we continue or if we bounce. And I don't really know the next leg. I mean, maybe 39.90 on the ES. But that's like another line that appeared on my chart. Yeah, it's like exactly. It's like right here. So this is not how the long should have looked, or the bounce should have looked if it was going to be good. And even like looking back at Google, it's like I off it and we're actually like lower. And we're not even like doing that like dip and rip action. So I was looking for something very specific. I wanted it to like dip, fill the orders, pop back, and then like that's the scalp trade. It didn't work, and it just is what it is. So yeah, take profits, saying TRK, stop throwing money at me. I hope that's like a good way, like you're making money, and you know, keep making that money, man. Keep making that money. You know, this, I mean, it's pretty lackluster, but the morning short was actually like a banger. They're off that $1. What was the high? Like 99? Yeah, that's sick. Longs are getting wrong. Yeah, longs had their time. And why am I typing in long here? What am I doing? Okay, let's find some more trades here. We got 10 minutes to go. I'm sure there's a few other things that I want to look at. I'm waiting for the tape to turn back to the upside because I'm not shorting the low a day. I mean, maybe we continue going lower, but I just feel like the 4,000, if you were convicted on the short, you would have maybe had the short higher. And I know Dan Emmons mentioned he was short from 40.35, Dan. I don't know if that was what you were saying or if I'm making this up as I go here. But yeah, the fade is now working to the downside. So yeah, what am I looking at next here? What do we got? Amazon is at the low. I'm going to let that one go. Google is, yeah, fading to the downside. So that was like, I mean, you don't, even though you find a level and you love it and you want it to work, as much as you want it to work, sometimes it doesn't. You take the loss. I think my average on this was like 94.03, I think. And then I got out at like 94.98 or 97, one of those. So it was like 5-cent risk, going for like 15 cents. So like 3-to-1, not too bad. But it's a loser. It's a loser, and you move on, and you just that's it. What else do we got here? Meta, where are we standing? Oh, we're actually now below. Oh man, that's rough. Yeah, man, this market. I guess everything's going down because the market's going down. So not too sure what, I guess now I'm just going to chill. I mean, 10 minutes until we pass it on. So yeah, maybe not get too excited into another trade here and just kind of be very patient. Gonna go, I saw somebody before was like, yeah, we need some peanut butter packages. And I was like, oh yeah, I got some at my desk, I think, unless Pride took the rest. I know he comes by from time to time. What is that? No, don't. I can't even see right now, you know, like that's a recipe for disaster. I think he's about to throw me a peanut butter pack. It's like, oh man, I'm tired, quick, fuel me up, fuel me up. Yeah, so now we chill. If you guys have any other levels that you're watching, feel free, throw it in the chat. Somebody talking Rivian, and Rivian, they had the bond issuance, if I'm not mistaken, but I didn't trade them. 15's not bad in terms of like, it looks like it wants to curl up off 15 a few times. Let's draw this line here. What was the low? Low being, 15, it didn't even break 15. That's pretty interesting. 15, yeah, maybe, and maybe even this low. I would watch that 15 level 1, 2, 3 times, giving you the bounce. If we get there, does it give you a similar bounce play? It is SSR, and yeah, I'm just not. I mean, I wouldn't think that this could bounce. It already bounced the VWAP, so what are the odds that it does it again? But yeah, maybe this thing can trade around from 15 to 15, 10-ish. I'm not gonna trade it. Best of luck if you do trade it. But yeah, I'm just not gonna get involved in that one right now. Ryan saying, guy wearing glasses says he can't see. Well, no, I just mean like there's so many things in my way, and then like the lights, and then it's like I'm just like, and, you know, this little pack, I'm supposed to catch it through all this stuff.
Oh my goodness.
That's kind of, yeah, that's what I
talk
meant.
about this small cap crapper that's moving here, Luca.
Yeah, sure.
BLPH making a move here, guys. Up now 38, almost 40% on the day. The 1-minute chart does not look bad at all. Let's talk about this one real quick here. Nice move earlier on. Where do we start off here? Where's that 9:30? Yeah, 10 o'clock. Not really much action there until really, you know, stair stepped up. It wasn't on a lot of volume. The volume really started coming in, I want to say around 1:30 or so, 1:20. That's when you see down here. Yeah, you guys can see the volume. Before that, the volume is really sparse. Anyway, we're knocking on the door of 5. So 5 is definitely a level here, 498, BLPH. This is a multi-day runner. Let's look at the daily chart real quick. This has come up on my radar. Yeah, this is from yesterday. Looks like we broke 5 yesterday, but just barely making it all the way up to 511. We're looking to test yesterday's highs, no question about that. So this is a multi-day runner. I don't remember what this one was moving on yesterday. You just get so many of these, you don't even end up remembering what's going on. But BLPH, $5 level, very interesting. Let's actually pull that up on our trading screen here. Yeah, we'll get rid of Apple. Is that a NASDAQ stock? Probably, yeah. So let's go BLPH, BLPH. be NASDAQ. Yes, it is NASDAQ. There we go. Now retracing, just as we're talking about it, right down into that 4 3/4, really rejecting off 5 there. So 5 will have to set up another time. I'm not going to be taking it through the highs. That's just far too dangerous for me. Let's look at this meta trade that we got into. Got that dip around 40s. Absolute money trade back on meta here. Now back into the money. As we look to test 185s again, we're talking about a 185 defend and maybe a 4,000 retracement here on the futures. But yeah, meta moving back up, looking to reclaim 185 again, long 82s with that average down in the 50s. I said 40s, I meant 50s. Let's take let's take out some profits here. There we go. We'll take a little baby out there. We'll wait at 85s now. In fact, 180, let's say 184.97. We'll hang out there. We'll sit with a resting profit taker there. But looking to defend, like I just said the entire time, 185, looking to defend, and looking definitely to defend that 4,000, even though we're decidedly below it now. It makes me feel a little silly, 3988 1/4. But, you know, we haven't really had a retracement going back almost an hour and a half, so I'm looking for a possible 4,000 retracement. If anything is going to move up with the futures in terms of big caps, I'm definitely banking on meta. Tesla, not a bad setup either. I saw someone in the chat saying it's looking like a good VWAP hold at 190.50. Yeah, so if the market holds up, and so far it's not really giving you a lot of hope that it will hold up, but if it does, Tesla looks good at this level for this VWAP dip here. A bit of a head and shoulders pattern clearly developed here, especially the rejection off yesterday's close. Yesterday's close was 193, I want to say 80s, high 70s, something in that area. But definitely a head and shoulders pattern off there. Do we end up stopping at VWAP? That's the question, though. Is there enough relative strength in today's market to kind of propel this north? I'm banking that it will be on meta. Oh, wow, we retraced all the way into my profit taker. Don't get filled, though, as the liquidity was a little suspect around there. We're looking to test 185s again, though, on meta. 5 minutes left on the show. It's been like a topsy-turvy. Do you know it's turvy, not turby? I thought it was. Yeah. I was talking to Breno the other day. I was reading it in an article, and it wrote topsy-turvy. I'm like, I'm so like, I want to say I'm such an immigrant, but that's not nice. I am an immigrant, so I can say it. Yeah, topsy-turvy, T-U-R-V, I think it's V-E-Y. But yeah, I would never saying it like that. I've never said it topsy-turvy, but it's been a topsy-turvy day. Big moves up in the pre-market, anticipation of Papa. Papa releases his notes. The market tanks. It retraces to VWAP. It tanks again. It retraces again. It tanks again. It's been a topsy-turvy day, guys.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. 5 minutes to go, guys. Thank you so much again for watching the show. Let's do a quick like count here. 1.8K with 5,000 people watching, more than 5,000. Thank you so much to everybody tuning in for the first time. My name's Luca. Having a great time trading the markets, doing it live, baby. And we appreciate the likes coming through. Streaming 5 days a week. Doing the dues, man. Doing the dues. I think we could get that to 2K. So if you haven't already, feel free, hit that like button. Had a lot of banger trades on today. I'm going with this Apple long right here. I think we get back to 152. And then as soon as we go above that and break, we probably get back to the 50 period on that. So yeah, this market, it's like, it made its move down. Yeah. Now at this point, do we get a little bit of a bounce? I'm going with Apple, kind of like the level, like where it is. Gonna roll with it, and yeah, Meta is kind of, I mean, Meta's everything's back up. I don't know what to think anymore, but yeah, you know, I'm gonna grab a Spro after this and come back to hopefully stray money on this Apple long.
Cool, man. 156. So we got 3 minutes left on the show. Let's see if anybody's got any questions. We appreciate you definitely. Thank you, Luca. You're getting some love there. TRKA. You saw Neil trade that earlier. That's that small cap crapper. That was sub $1, hence why we didn't talk about it today. But let's have a look at it real quick here since we're ending the show. TRKA. I always typed that wrong, by the way. So this one's done nothing for basically, yeah, since 10 o'clock. You had that big, wow, look at that move. That was a fake out if I've ever seen one. goes green, and then absolutely flushes. Looks to test $1. Doesn't quite make it up to $1 though. 99-cent high. And yeah, you're like, yeah, buy the dip in anticipation of $1 break, and then Huaduk all the way down.
Huaduk.
Yeah, into that 51. Eventually actually breaking that 50 level. 43.20 is where we get down to. We haven't even retraced the view up, so I've gotten no trades on this. I don't trade these ones, and I don't actually have them filtered to see on my scanner. In fact, I filter anything below $1. So now back to the trade at hand. Meta still below that 150, so former support becomes resistance, but the future is holding up a little bit now, not really printing newer lows in the last all of maybe a few minutes. So 3990, I'm looking for that 4,000 retrace. What an afternoon. Yeah, I like how Dan Emmons says reverse woo ETF in effect. I guess I wooed earlier maybe. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know, man. You can't blame me for sending the market today. That's on Papa and his notes. Papa wants a higher terminal rate. Papa wants rates higher for longer. Papa posits that, you know, we haven't seen the full effects of the rate hikes. Papa posited a lot of stuff today. The market was not down. So let's do this. Oh, baby. Let's go. We're going to pump now. Back up. We're going to go back to 4,000. Get ready.
Get ready, baby.
Get ready. Here it comes,
Get
guys.
low the boat, baby.
Get
Let's
ready.
see where we go, baby.
We got 1 minute left on the show until we send you over to the big kahunas and Brenda at the big desk. They'll be taking you through that power hour time. And what will the market have in store for us then, Luca? Your guess as good as mine. I've been kind of shocked about what I've been seeing today, but I guess that's not to be surprised because these inflationary prints have been sneaky.
Yeah, man. It's been a lot of fun. Always a pleasure. And enjoy the rest of the day, guys. Well, we do have 30 seconds left. So all I'm going to say is very quickly, Osama, welcome to the Trader TV Live family.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for giving me something to quickly talk about in this next 30 seconds here. And hopefully you're enjoying the show, guys. Hit that like button. Only 1.8K. Is this thing like not loading? Is that what's going on here? I don't even know, man. But you know what? Regardless, thank you so much for the likes that do come. Oh, 2.1. There you go. Okay, I didn't reload the thing. Awesome. Thank you, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. It was a pleasure. And
if you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
Yeah, I love that. There's beef going on to our right here. Sean doesn't have his mic on. Fahad trying to get him to have his mic on. And it's the push and pull, the yin and the yang that we see on a daily basis here on the show. Guys, we are overtime. It is all over the midday show. Welcome to the closing show. Brendo is going to be taking you from here on in.
ciao for now.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock. Welcome back in. Couple hours left on what's turning into a pretty ugly afternoon for the market right across the board. Yeah, that's all thanks to Powell. If you're just joining or jumping on a little bit late this afternoon, he goes to Washington and says basically higher rates are here to stay, and not only that, we're probably going to